Hello and welcome to the highlight show of round 11. I'm Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and as usual we will begin with the open section, even though, slight spoiler alert, there are no decisive games in the open section today. And we'll begin with the central game of the round, the one played between Javokhir and Sindarov. As usual, his game is always the central game, with black against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi chose to play the main line of the Catalan, and brought a somewhat fresh idea, or at least a kind of a modern concept, to the line, which has very solid reputation for black. But the move bishop b3 here, although not a novelty, leads to positions which are probably slightly more pleasant for white to play. We get to the position by move 17. Javokhir, who visited our studio after the game was over, said that up to a7, a6, which is the previous move for black, he knew everything, but from here he had to play on his own. As you see, black actually is a pawn up, but white has very harmonious looking pieces, and black needs to figure out where to put his own pieces here. Javokhir played bishop d7, king f2, bishop c6, specifically provoking d4, d5, just so that he could trade the pawns on e6 and d5 and activate the bishop, get it to a better square on e6. Fabi played rook b7, queen d6, knight e4, queen d5, rook c7. And in this position, perhaps it was cleaner to play rook c8 instead of e6, e5, which is what Javokhir chose. And after e6, e5, very quickly after bishop c5, queen c5 takes, knight c3, bishop e6, and rook c5, f6, rook c6, which Javokhir admitted he missed. White is actually quite a bit better here. And for the first time in a long time, and for the first time I think in the entire tournament, Javokhir had to do this specific job, not just defending a position where he is worse, but defending a position where he is worse and also has to defend a pretty passive position with no active play against somebody who is, I think, exceptionally good at converting such small edges into full points. And once again, Javokhir emerges with flying colors. I think maybe a very crucial moment occurred immediately after the a-pawn fell, because Fabi in this position played rook e7, rook b6, and g3, g4, understandably trying to perhaps deny the black bishop the f5 square, which is going to be quite required in a lot of lines. And also, I think they teach you to gain as much space everywhere as you can before progressing. But I think maybe an argument can be made for playing king e1 immediately. King e1 is needed to prevent black from arriving on the c2 square with the rook and activating this rook on b8. And keeping your kingside completely stationary so that black cannot easily create counterplay against it later. This will become relevant, as you will see. Rook e7, rook b6, g4, and Sindarov immediately realizes that he needs to start softening up the white kingside. h5, gh5, king h6. Black isn't even going to try to win this pawn back, at least not immediately. But importantly, at some point white will have to start making some progress on the queen side, and for that the king will have to go to the queen side. And then the fact that the white structure is now broken will give the black king entrance squares into the white camp. And this will actually end up saving the game for Javokhir. And then we go, I guess, to the position somewhere around here, where you see, I guess we start a bit earlier. Already here, Sindarov shows a very good understanding because playing rook d6 check and rook d7 looks incredibly scary because you're liquidating into an endgame where white has an outside passer, which will get to at least a5 and maybe even a7 quite quickly. And with the pawn back on g3, this would have been very easily winning for white. But because the white kingside is now compromised, Sindarov correctly understands that after the rook trade, you can get to some position like this. And then you can't really make much progress because black is about to collect your entire kingside. And if you move the king back to the king side to protect it, you can't really make progress on this side because the knight will be tied down to keeping the pawn on c4 in place. Fabi also realized that, played rook c6, and then we enter the new phase of the game where Fabi is now trying to make forced progress on the queen side. The a-pawn will start running. It will actually get all the way to a7. But black has very significant counterplay on the other side of the board. After king b2, king takes h5, king a3. Javokhir, here it's move 40, but he already, I think, figured out exactly what he wanted to do. And importantly, he chose not the most obvious plan of going after the h2 pawn, but a much stronger and a much more concrete plan of aiming the king towards the e3 square, because these two are much more valuable to white than the pawn on h2. He goes rook b7, knight b5, king g5, and here Fabi had a choice. He could play king b4, king f4, rook c7, takes, king e3, and a4, a5. And it seems like the a-pawn is about to queen because the bishop on f7 is completely cut off from this diagonal. d5 is unavailable. But black has not one but two draws here, actually. King d2 is very clear, because if a6, black just queens their own pawns, their own pawn themselves. And if you play knight b5 here, now you can take on a2, and with the bishop being now close to the long diagonal, either with bishop d5 or with bishop h5, black is fine here. And just for entertainment's sake, I want to show you a second draw black has in this position, which is very, very spectacular. Black can take on e2, a6, and now bishop h5 actually loses to king takes c4, bishop takes f3, and knight d5, interposing the knight, and then the a-pawn will queen. But black can play king d2 anyway. a7, c3, a8 queen, c2. And shockingly, because your first move, if white could play queen a3 here and prevent c1 from happening, or queen a5 check, I think white probably wins. But the only check you have is queen d8. And from d8, this queen cannot be connected to the c1 square at all. So black is actually completely safe here. Fabi saw, I guess, most of this, or maybe all of this. So he chose a different way to push the pawn. He played rook c5, king f4, a5, king e3, a6, rook b6, a7, rook a6, check, king b4. And in this position, the only move that holds is bishop e8. But it's quite obvious that you cannot allow white free rein, and let's say king takes e2 very simply loses to knight c3 and then rook a5, and this pawn will cost you a rook. But after bishop e8, black holds honestly quite comfortably. There were still some ways to lose this position if you're not careful. For instance, after rook c7, bishop b5, king b5, rook a1, king takes c4. If you play king takes e3, you actually lose to king b3, and there is no way to stop some kind of a bridge. Let's say rook c3 check, and then either rook c2 or rook c4, and then rook a2. So you can still go wrong, but Sindarov, after finding this variation, went for a much simpler king takes e2, and some moves later, black has a lot of pawns in the center, and black is completely happy giving up the bishop on e8 for the pawn on a7, then picking up the pawn on h2, and the game was drawn soon thereafter. A very, very important defense by Javokhir, who stays on +6, maintains his perfect record, no losses, dominant performance. +6 after 11 rounds in this kind of a field is really completely unheard of. Stunning play by the young Uzbek grandmaster once again. Elsewhere in the tournament, there were two quiet draws, one between, somewhat quiet draw between Esipenko and Giri, in which Anish had some pressure, but somewhat uncharacteristically for him, went for a kind of a very forcing continuation in a better endgame. And all his advantage completely disappeared. And a very, very quiet theoretical draw between Hikaru and Wei. And there was also a very fun game between Bluebaum and Pragg, in which Pragg had a number of very promising possibilities. One in the opening, which I think all of us in the studio agreed was completely impossible to find for a human player. And one he really should have found. This is move 33, where already he is once again quite seriously better. And here Bluebaum played the move rook e8, which loses to not one but two things. One difficult and one reasonably straightforward. White wins by playing rook takes f7, rook takes e5. And now I think what is missable here is a move very, very far away from the action on the king side, seemingly. But because the black queen cannot be connected to the pawn on g7, white will take on g7 and give mate on the king side. So rook f7 was immediately winning. Instead, Pragg very quickly played queen f3, and after d4, knight takes f7, rook f8, there is no longer anything to do that works, because whatever you're trying to do, let's say queen f5, creating ideas of knight h6 and so on, black always has this incredibly important resource of bishop d3, not only stopping the mating threats, but also creating the threat of queen b3, b8 check, connecting the king to h2 and the rook on a7, and black is instantly completely fine. And the game ended in a perpetual soon after that. So with those results, nothing changed in the open. And if you say nothing changed in the Open, it means that a lot changed in Sindarov's favor, because obviously rounds are just running out. There are only 3 left. He is full 2 points ahead of Anish Giri. They still play each other, and Anish will be white in that game. But it feels like it's really kind of inevitable by this point that Sindarov clinches the chance to play the title match later in the year. Whereas in the women's section, there was only one decisive game, but it changed quite a bit as well. And that was the game between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Vaishali, in which Aleksandra played the London, and Vaishali reacted in a kind of a slow fashion. And it looked like maybe white is a little bit better, but in fact, black is completely fine here. And the game continued kind of normally until this moment, where white is doing very, very solidly. You can never really be worse when the black bishop on 6 is so passive. But it's also very difficult to imagine how you make progress. And here, Aleksandra made a decision which ended up costing her the game. Pretty much any kind of a normal move will be completely fine here, but she went rook e5, still completely fine, rook e8. And now instead of trading on e8, she went rook f to f5. Rook takes e5, rook takes e5. And now after g7, g6, suddenly this rook has no squares. And you can very easily imagine how black picks it up. Let's say if you give me time to play king f8 and knight d7, it will be collected. Aleksandra played takes, c4, king f8, cd5, bishop d5. And in this position, there is still a couple of moves which hold. a3, a4 is one of them. I think bishop b5 is another. In general, somewhat shockingly, what you should do here is basically do nothing. Because for the time being, black does not have an immediate threat. But Goryachkina played what I think is the most natural move in the position, bishop c4, trying to trade away one of the pieces which are currently restricting the rook on e5, and was immediately lost after bishop c6, which is a very missable idea, but which was spotted by Vaishali on this immediately. Because knight d7 is now a threat. You can take on c5, which is why I think bishop 6 is a difficult move to see, but after b7, b6, the rook is still caught. You can play rook e5, but you have no more squares. Goryachkina took on c6, but this position is completely lost, and she lost it very, very promptly. Elsewhere in the tournament, there was a pretty quiet draw between Kateryna Lagno and Anna Muzychuk. A fairly quiet draw between Jiner and Divya, where at first I think Jiner was quite significantly better, and then Divya had her own chances after the first time control, but the game ended peacefully. And I want to show you a very brief moment from the game between Zhongyi and Bibisara Assaubayeva, because you don't often see such clear kind of studies in practical games. Bibisara didn't need to allow this endgame. In this position, she would still be okay with rook a4, a6. But she took on h4, king g3, rook h1, king f4 is very strong, king e6, rook takes g6, king f7. And in this position, white wins with a very, very pretty bit of calculation. You play rook h6. Now, because of the pin along the h file, there is a very strong threat of g2, g4. Black has to play rook g1. We play g3, rook h1, and now g4 wins. And the tricky calculation is king g7. Now we play king g5. And now the simple thing to realize is that if you play rook g1 here, you lose to rook g6 check. And now that the rook protects the g2 pawn, we can take on h5, and we're 2 up. And I'm pretty sure the reason this wasn't played was Tan thought, okay, but what do I do against rook h2? And here the win is very instructive, and I think it's good for our viewers to actually see this on the board. White plays g2, g3. Okay, but what's the point? Rook h3. And now white plays rook takes h5. Rook takes g3. Draw agreed? No. King f4. And the rook only has squares on the g file, and whichever square you choose, you lose the pawn ending after rook g5. So this was an opportunity for Tan Zhongyi to finally win a game in this tournament, but she once again did not find it. She played rook a6, and after that, Bibisara actually defended perfectly, made no more mistakes in the game, and it ended in a draw. And with this result of the day, with Vaishali being the only winner of the day, Vaishali is now a full point ahead of Anna Muzychuk and Jiner, in a very good position, obviously, with 3 rounds to go, although she has to play Jiner tomorrow and Kateryna Lagno in the last round. So it's not going to be easy for her, but she is, of course, now in pole position to qualify for the title match later in the year. Tomorrow is round 12. I hope you tune in to watch the live show. But for now, thank you for watching this recap, and good night.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
What's the biggest misconception people have about what it's actually like to play at this level?
I think people generally have a misconception of what chess is. They think, it's about like thinking 2 moves ahead and like what your opponent wants, and it's not really like that. It's a pattern recognition based game, and it's just not really like getting in the mind of your opponent kind of thing, really not.
There are a lot. I believe that people don't realize what it is, and the most common is what I hear is like that they think that we work only during the tournaments when we come to the tournaments, and all the rest of the time we are just resting.
That it's easy? I don't know.
I think people think it's easy.
I have no idea what people think.
I think probably most things people think are misconceptions. I mean, it's only something you can kind of experience. It's obviously very intense. And people think it's not a very physical game, but it ends up being very physical because of the amount of stress that you go through during the game.
Мне кажется, что люди, которые смотрят через камеру, думают, что они видят абсолютно все и понимают абсолютно все, но объективно там 10% правды от того, что вы видите.
I think the biggest misconception people have about the game of chess and playing at the top level is definitely how difficult it is. It's very easy at home to see the games, look at the computer programs and see all the mistakes. But playing games day after day after day for 6 or 7 hours and having these big emotional swings based on the results is extremely difficult. And most people who have not competed in a field at the highest level will never understand that feeling.
No, it's a very hard question. Can we skip this question? Yeah, because...
Well, sorry, next one.
I don't know, that you have to be smart.
In general, there is this one misconception that chess players are like the most intelligent people in the world, but it's just not true. We are just good at what we are doing, and we are like any other humans. So I think that's like one thing which I always found funny.
Maybe it's like the opening preparation, maybe, I mean, it's important at the top level, but also it's not everything, yeah. Maybe that's what people think from outside.
The 2024 FIDE Candidates in Toronto was the first time the event made its way to North America, but it was also the first time that the FIDE Candidates and FIDE Women's Candidates were held together. The best men and women competed under the same roof, each with the same goal, earning the right to challenge for the World Championship. In the women's cycle, the title had been firmly in Wenjun's hands, defended successfully across multiple matches since 2018. This was the third candidate since the cycle's reform, returning to the now familiar format. 8 players, 14 rounds, double round robin. The lineup blended experience with rising talent. Former world champion Zhongyi, who held the crown in 2017, returned to the fight. Lei Tingzie entered fresh from her 2023 title match. Former challenger Aleksandra Goryachkina, as well as Humpy Kaneru, Kateryna Lagno, Anna Muzychuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and Nurgul Salimova rounded out a balanced and competitive field. Zhongyi made her intentions clear from the start. She won the only decisive game in round 1, then struck again in round 2, taking the sole lead immediately. She added another victory in round 6. Goryachkina and Lei tried to keep pace, but the gap persisted. Then, in round 8, Lei handed Tan her only loss of the tournament. Suddenly, the race tightened. Tan, Lei, and Goryachkina were tied at the top. But Tan responded immediately. She won again in the very next round, and another victory in round 11 restored her firm grip on first place. Lei remained just half a point behind, keeping the tension alive. The turning point came in the penultimate round 13, when Lei lost to Vaishali, allowing Tan to pull a full point ahead. A final round draw was all she needed to secure victory, and with it another chance to challenge Wenjun for the Women's World Championship. In the match that followed, Wenjun successfully defended her title once more. Tan's return to the summit of the candidates did not lead to a second reign. The 2024 women's candidates nonetheless marked a major milestone. From this edition onward, the women's candidates would stand alongside the open candidates, sharing the same stage, the same schedule, and the same spotlight.
Welcome to the FIDE candidates, round number 12. We could see history in the making today with Javokhir Sindarov having a chance to secure tournament victory with 2 rounds to go if the games go his way. In the women's section, we have the highly important game between Zhongyi and Vaishali, who is in the lead by a full point. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm being joined by a man who, after a long and storied chess career, including a World Cup win, 8 Russian championships, multiple participations in the candidates, has used these skills to transform chess commentary into an art form, using not only his wit and his outstanding command of the English language, but also his razor-sharp tactical vision. Peter Svidler, how's it going today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Slop. Going excellently well.
I looked into the camera.
You did look into the camera. You somehow memorized that. I'm very impressed. And I appreciate the kind words that apparently the assumed wisdom of the internet is able to collate into this beautiful statement. Very much looking forward to today. Looking forward to tomorrow as well. Tomorrow and today I will get it right. Tomorrow is the rest day. So in the ongoing saga of me guessing this correctly on some days and wrongly on others. But today, in the women's, the fight is going to continue being extremely exciting.
Okay, now we're ready with highlights.
Yes, let's do the highlights.
There we saw Javokhir Sindarov making a bit of a fist after this tough defense against Fabiano Caruana that brought him very close to victory. And I have to say, he joined us after the show, and of course, we are armed with computer knowledge, but I was so impressed with the stuff he calculated during the game as a defender. That kid truly is special.
Yeah, and defending these positions is a skill you might never acquire, or you acquire normally after long years of becoming gradually better. And he's done it with flying colors. And he did say it was probably the best defensive game he's played in his entire life. And considering the stakes, I tend to agree. I don't know his career as well as he does, but I tend to agree. It was really well done.
Very much so. This is round number 12. It's 14 rounds total. If Sindarov were, let's say, to win today and Anish Giri not to win, this would be over. And we know it's 14 rounds because it says so on this format.
Absolutely. It says so on the screen, and we trust what the screen says. We're 3 rounds away from the end, provided no tie breaks, of course. No draw first before move 40 is the standard in pretty much every single high-level tournament these days, and the time controls are slightly different because the women get slightly less time, but increment from move 1, as you can see.
Why is that?
I think it was voting was involved, and voting never really does what you think it will do.
Not gonna comment. We do have Sindarov against Nakamura today. Hikaru Nakamura has hinted a bit that his classical career might be coming to an end. Is this his last stand, or is he done with this tournament and happy to make a draw?
You never know what's in other people's souls, but yesterday he did not seem particularly interested in continuing past kind of mainline theory and one newish idea from Wei Yi. And today I think it's more up to Sindarov than it is up to Hikaru whether the game gets going.
But there's all these prizes to be won.
Absolutely, but as we will see, making a quiet draw actually does pay quite well here. And this is the open section with 700 grand full prize fund, 70 for first, 45 and 25 for the rest of the podium finishers, and 5,000 euro per half a point scored. So every draw makes you richer.
Bluebaum is well aware.
Absolutely, and this is the prize fund in the women's, 300,000. 28, 17 and 8 for the top 3 places, and 2,200 for each half a point scored, bringing the total to €1 million.
Was there voting on the distribution?
Probably not, no. I think that would have led to... I mean, I would have liked some voting on the distribution, because I think if those minutes eventually get published, you laugh and laugh for days if you're a person who laughs at those things. But
let's check in with Charlize Van Zyl in the playing hall.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to the playing hall, and also happy Easter. I know that some of the staff have been indulging in Easter activities and the relaxed vibe, and I'm pretty sure some of the players have as well. I'm here with Zachary, chess nerd. Zach, this is your first candidates. My question to you is, of course you've been following these for years, but how is it, what's it like being in the actual playing hall?
It's beautiful. You're feeling the energy of the players. You're seeing who's still got a leg in this race at this point in the tournament. It's very interesting to see who's hunting for that gold, who's kind of out but still doing their best and getting those draws in, that 5K, and who's just there to have fun and just enjoying chess. You're seeing the mentality of the players. You're seeing the emotions live. It's really a treasure.
And tell me about that energy change comparing the beginning of the tournament to where we are now. What have you noticed?
Oh, definitely. I would say I've observed players in these later rounds who are more hunched back. They're less into it because they don't have a foot in this race, but they're still playing very, very good chess. And it's it's interesting to see. You know, it's a tournament. You know, we've all been to one of these tournaments, or some of us. And you know, when you have a bad tournament, you have a bad tournament. When you have a good tournament, you're maybe more pressing and more into it.
Well, it's always very exciting and great to be at these tournaments, witnessing history. You can see behind me, we've also got a lot of fans who have come to do the same. And we've got one of our favorite fans that has made our pictures, our broadcast, Mary Chess. You can see she's holding up a very bright sign. So she's obviously rooting for Hikaru. Let us know in the comments who you are rooting for today. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize, and thank you, Zach. I couldn't focus. He looked at the camera so intensely. I got lost in his eyes a bit there. Sindarov, 8.5. Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. Historic performance by Javokhir. We talked about the fact yesterday that 8.5, not every single year, but many years in the past, was just the winning score after 14 rounds in this tournament, and he still has 3 rounds to go.
Imagine he wouldn't have to play Bluebaum. He'd have 7.5 out of 9 against an amazing field.
It is truly stunning what he's doing here, and frankly, nobody else. I mean, Anish has got some speed, and he still has a wide game against Javokhir. Tomorrow, right? We keep on getting
day after tomorrow if you want to get all technical. Round 13.
Round 13, absolutely. But these are the pairings for today. Andrey Esipenko white against Prague, Bluebaum white against Fabiano, Javokhir white against Hikaru, and Wei Yi playing the white pieces against Anish. Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has departed the sunny shores, I think predicted a win for Andrey Esipenko in the top clash there. I think the other 3 were predicted drawn. We'll see how well he does today. But
that's good to know. Is anybody not happy with the draw with either color today, frankly?
I mean, Giri, I think, would like a game.
Would like a game, but is he going to go out of his way against Wei Yi's E4?
Probably not.
He'll play
no.
C5, I'm assuming, but I'm not sure he will get to fight. He can do it. We've seen him play. D4, G6 against Bluebaum when he had to fight for first in Vike and so on.
And
I'm not sure he really believes in it with the way Sindarov has been playing.
That's true, but still, I think you still play because I mean he's quite safe in second. Nobody else really appears to be doing very much, and but yeah, not to dampen the enthusiasm of our massive crowd of attentive viewers, but yeah, for most people in the Open, a draw today will be a perfectly fine result, and if it's people are winding down for different reasons, but people are winding down. We had a bit of a paddle, I wouldn't call it a competition, but we rented out a court and met Fabi with his seconds on the next court over
before the game
in the morning, which I mean, it's good. It's sunny outside and it's nice exercise and everything. But I have a feeling if he was very heavily emotionally invested in the tournament, he probably wouldn't be playing.
Well, he did say he didn't prepare for the last two games already. Which, yeah, shows a bit where he's at. There's Hikaru. But with all joking aside, these are professionals playing not only for money, but I don't know any chess professional that in a rated game doesn't care about the results. So.
Of course.
This will be serious business. And of course, for Sindarov, this could be a historic day, but also one blunder or even one bad game. You lose. Let's say Anish wins. Tomorrow is black against Anish. If you lose that one, they're tight.
Yeah, no, he definitely needs to pay attention. He doesn't really need to overpress. Draw today is perfectly fine. It's like every draw gets him miles closer to the end goal. And these are, this is a very different situation. In the women's, Vaishali actually opened up the biggest lead of the tournament, as far as I can tell. Nobody was, I think, at any point 2 points ahead of the field. No, there was a moment, I think, when... No, I think that's correct. I think the biggest lead we've had
by
so far.
By 2 points, you mean 1 point?
Yeah, a full point ahead of the field. But she is playing one of her two closest pursuers with the white pieces. With the white pieces, which obviously helps, but it is a very big game, yeah.
In the women's section, we haven't seen a lot of games where someone was happy to make a draw, so I'm expecting a full-fledged fight here. Although, of course, draw wouldn't be a terrible result for Vaishali, keeping her lead.
Yeah, Vaishali, I think, will be okay with the draw here, but Zhongyi should probably try to mix it up as much as possible because...
D3? C3?
C3, yeah.
It's not a bad move.
It's not, yeah, it's not as ridiculous as you would think, but... And somewhat relevantly, Zhongyi did beat Vaishali in their first round game.
Makes it even sicker that Vaishali is on top with +3 now.
Yeah, that was that game where Vaishali tried to maintain some kind of a fortress pawn down for a very long time, but it always looked like
it didn't look like it was going to happen.
Yeah.
We have a handshake.
And off we go.
I don't expect C3 to be repeated.
Yeah. Neither do I.
Serious question. Okay, there's too much action before the game, yeah? Because Vaishali and Pragg, they're doing this 1 minute of meditating once the clock starts running. But yeah, I guess before there's too much going on. E4 played.
But you had a serious question, though.
No, that was my serious question. Why don't they do it before the clock starts running? But then I answer my own question because there's people to shake hands with and stuff going on, I guess.
Yeah, but also I think maybe this is a way to properly get into the game. Like, I think they value the minute on the clock less than this kind of a ritual of, okay, now the game started and I am properly concentrating and I'm investing a little bit of clock time into focusing myself on the task at hand.
Yeah, makes sense. Gives you some skin in the game when the clock is running.
Yeah.
All right, where shall we start? Here we see an advance Caro-Can.
Yeah, and I'm very much in favor of this with black in a game where you need to play for a win. I've done this myself a number of times, once successfully and I think at least once very unsuccessfully. But against people who play e5, and these days this is obviously not a given, people have begun playing 92, 93, one move 3 quite seriously again, but against people who play e5, you get positions which I feel in most cases are very difficult to completely kill off. you get a structure, I think, which invites strategic fights, and it's exactly what you want. It's like a longish game where white does not have immediate bailouts, or at least doesn't often have immediate bailouts.
Score very much in Zhu Jinei's favor, who is the younger player in this matchup, so we can't blame it on the usual. But she's been more experienced.
Okay,
and we see some funny things happening. I'm with you, by the way. Needing a draw, I would not even dream of e5 here. Knight c3 is so solid.
Yeah, I'm playing knight somewhere. Yeah, I'm not playing e5. I guess maybe she feels that she doesn't really need to play like all out for a draw today.
No, which is also a sound approach. Also stick to what you prepared. But what is going on here? Bishop d3 looks very strange because after the exchange of bishops, we have the quote-unquote good French. But this has become a thing recently. Typically, they do take with the queen, though. C takes d.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. Yeah. I guess the point is black's normal counterplay, of course, involves at some point playing c6, c5. And we're just going to take and put another pawn on d4 and say we have more ways of supporting the pawn chain. But it's a bit strange, yeah. And also notably, bishop d3 used to be a thing with the inclusion of h4, h5. Without h4, h5, it...
still a thing.
It's still... No, obviously it's a logical move and you can make it. But I thought for quite some time, the quote-unquote principled way of doing this was this.
Yeah, very much so. It still looks incredibly strange to me, but even in these slowish structures, people are arguing space matters. Now you even have this square, and it's very, very dangerous to play.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, this is not a fun position to play with black for sure.
As a kid, I always thought black is more or less winning here after you take. You go e6, you have French without this bishop.
Yeah.
Still feel like that, but it's not true.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kill off that. I agree wholeheartedly, and it's not that easy to completely get rid of that mistaken understanding that black is already better by move 5 somehow. But yeah, space very much is the final frontier.
Yeah. Well, also that's what computers, even in the last 5 years, have taught us more than ever. Like after Lila 0, Alpha 0, all the evals with the pawn on e5 even started jumping.
Yep.
Space matters. It's not just about the technique. Where shall we go next?
Well, now that we began in the women's, let's do a brief look around. There is a very, very... okay, let's start
This
here.
I still know could give long, boring speech. Anti-martial, but will not give long, boring speech. Bishop d2, very weird-looking move. But stops knight a5, which is black's main source of untangling. Here we see the head-to-head between Muzychuk and Goryachkina. Sort of close.
Yeah, decent amount of games. They obviously are both very experienced players. Yeah, bishop d2 stopping knight a5, c5, which is what black very often wants to do in these positions. And then we develop sort of according to what black does. Black had the opportunity to play bishop g4 in the previous move, but this has not been taken up, so at least one problem has been removed. Do you play a4 or a3 here in general?
Neither. That's why we went bishop d2, because we don't have to worry about knight a5.
Yeah, but we still need to develop that knight from
go rook e1 first.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Let's say rook e8.
Rook e8. If in doubt, black can always play h6, rook e8, bishop f8. It's never too bad. And frankly, little secret. The only setup Magnus Carlsen knows in any of these structures is you play h6, they make some move, you go rook e8, then you go bishop f8, then you go bishop e6, then you take back with the rook.
Then you put it back on e8.
e5 or put it back on e8, and then you either draw or win.
Or win, yeah.
It has served him pretty well over the years.
It really has, yeah. And Jan is only ever so slightly exaggerating. Magnus has been doing this. Well,
he doesn't like this fe6, so he figured out he can prepare it.
Yeah, very much so. And he's been taking this this concept to what I initially thought was absolute extremes, because at some point they began even replying to a4 with rook b8, so as not to play bishop b7 or anything. Yeah, both he and Daniel Dubov were, I think, are the two main adherents to this concept, with very good results, which, you know, at first when I saw both of them doing that, I thought, okay, this can't possibly be right or correct or repeated, frankly. But no, both of them are happily repeating it and doing quite well.
Must be nice. Anyway, to answer the question, I don't know. A3 or A4 look like logical moves. C3 we don't want to do yet, because then bishop D2 does look slightly silly.
Yeah, not inspiring. And as we watch Aleksandra take her first somewhat serious think of the game, we can move on. There is a very quirky game in between Divya and Zhongyi in progress.
Okay, let's go there. Let's go to Divya, Zhongyi. Ah, no, sorry. Okay. Now we're here. Bibisara against Kateryna, Lagno. What was their first round game? I forgot. As usual, Lagno won?
I think Bibisara won that, actually.
Did she? Don't we always say she only swept through Jiner and didn't beat anybody else?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, that was that game where Kateryna surprised her in the accelerated dragon with some knight b3, queen d2 long castles, and
won.
And won a very nice game. Yeah, and this graphic doesn't really portray the actuality of Kateryna's tournament, because all of her wins were immediately followed by losses so far. And a very topsy-turvy tournament for her.
Let's look at the opening. This is standard business so far. Here D3 leads to the gioco pianissimo, which is what most people do at the highest of levels. But the move order, if black starts with bishop c5, not knight f6, also allows for other tries, like pawn to d4 here, which black has to take. Typically, you don't want to give white the full pawn center, but after takes, black has this check, which theory considers to be very adequate. So actually, after takes, the main move is e5, or the move given in my aggressive e4 repertoire, b4, very aggressive. But Bibisara chose something else, bishop c takes d4, bishop b4 check. Now the slightly rare, although frankly not that rare, knight bd2. The main line is bishop d2, and you take, or you can also take here, takes. Okay, not much there, but knight bd2, sacrifice this pawn, which Lagno decides not to take. You can take as well, but yeah, d5 as she plays is fine. E takes d, knight takes d5, castles, a3. White is the isolated pawn, but argues that activity and maybe gaining half a tempo if this bishop moves, although I do think you take, is worth it. Have you tried this exciting line?
I think I've looked at it a little bit at some point, but I remember absolutely nothing apart from the feeling that it, unsurprisingly, does not refute the Italian.
Nothing does, but here bishop takes. There was some stuff which I also don't remember yet to make some somewhat precise moves. Bishop g4 looks natural enough, but I'm not sure if this was it.
Yeah, this you obviously have to calculate quite precisely, because h3 or queen b3, you have to play
something like this. Looks vaguely familiar, but I can't remember if this is what I'm supposed to avoid, or if this is what I'm supposed to do. So this is very useless knowledge.
Yeah, so still very much a fighting position, and I think she
did take and go bishop g4?
Looks like it, yeah. No, she played bishop e7 and then bishop g4.
Ah, bishop e7.
Rook e1, bishop g4, yeah.
Bishop e7, I'm not sure is what the doctor ordered, but it can't be terrible, of course. Black has a sound position, just this knight on c6. Anyway, let's move on to the other game while this theoretical debate is going on here.
Yeah, and that final game of the round is Divya playing white against Zhongyi, the one player who is absolutely horribly out of form in the field. And Divya, there you see their score. As usual on our screen, she's in plus against pretty much
she's been crushing the
entire field, but just not here. Yeah, here her play is kind of unrecognizable from her extremely strong previous results. And what Divya is doing here is kind of a very fashionable from a bunch of openings, and looks like somebody did not kind of learn the basics of how to develop in the opening. But I think it's become a very serious way of playing a lot of positions. Yeah,
In what world is that fashionable? I didn't get the memo. G3 here?
No, not G3 here, but specifically the E4, G3, C4 structure against most things. Like, people do it in the English all the time now, and people have also, I think, begun doing it in this weird, I don't even know what to call it exactly, like not quite Vienna, not quite anything really. I don't know what this is.
Yes, but this will get very boring. In the English, let's say, we bring out all the knights. Here, e4 is a serious move. And the point is that bishop c5 allows knight takes e5.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm saying is we can't get bishop c5 and d6 here. Therefore, what many positional players play is bishop b4, then d3, whatever, d6, g3, castles, bishop g2. Here, a serious move is bishop back to c5. So what I'm saying is she gets this position a tempo down, no?
A tempo down, yeah. I think,
still happy.
Well, I don't know about happy, but it's a position where I guess the argument is you get to play. Although, honestly, I don't quite know why you're supposed to enjoy the kind of play you're going to get here. This is always
black already.
Yeah. No, this is what I said. Like, if somebody did this against you in a junior tournament, you would think, okay, that person doesn't quite understand the concept of weak squares, and you know, we're going to be.
What I had to learn, because in the weak square thinking, I would think, okay, let's get rid of this, and we're more or less winning. Turns out we're not more or less winning.
No,
here.
not at all. Yeah.
We're actually strategically in some danger.
Yeah, potentially not doing well at all, which was, a discovery which disturbed me a great deal when this became quite apparent in some positions from the English.
We have so much in common. Why didn't I get good at chess? Where did it all go wrong, Peter?
But you did. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, yeah.
Knight d4 is
black is completely fine, and we have a bunch of very, very unusual positions in the open, so perhaps we could switch to that.
I thought we should stick with the women's tournament today. All right.
But the opening, like specifically the openings today, apart from the game of our dear leader, everything else is like very, very exciting, at least to some degree.
So let's get the boring stuff out of the way. Sindarov Nakamura, this does look like...
Nakamura played h6 again, by the way.
Yeah, he's not switching that.
Yeah.
One draw.
2 draw, 3 draw.
Well, technically, Sindarov is up 1.5 if we are counting this tournament.
Yeah.
So Nakamura said, I prepared h6. It's as good a move as any.
As any other, yeah.
I mean, arguably bishop e7, bishop b4, c6, c5, a6, knight bd7, or dc4 are better. But then h6 is right up there. g3.
Yeah, and
logically enough, you want to play Catalan with h6, knock yourself out.
And this is honestly quite striking because in a moment now we'll get a position from yesterday's game between Fabiano and Sindarov. First of all, Sindarov now playing white and not black, and secondly, black kind of barely held yesterday, and we have knight c3 and h6 included here, which should, you would assume, favor white at least a little bit. But Hikaru, I think, will hold without too many issues.
Also doesn't look like Sindarov would mind that outcome today.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hikaru saying h6 is useful.
Yeah. Knight c3 less so because I will trade it. And this is what happened.
Study Fabi's bishop e3 f3 plan. Okay, I think both sides came prepared for this, judging by the clock.
Yeah.
And Sindarov is saying, okay, I can never ever lose this, and I'm a pawn up. Hikaru is saying, I don't think I'll lose to this either. Which is probably both true.
Yeah, I think this one, obviously, if you give white infinite time, you might actually land in some trouble. Like if white,
even if white could make 2 moves in a row,
bishop d4, e4. Maybe I'm a little
d5, rook d6.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But yeah, this one we'll obviously be going to be keeping an eye on it because it's the game which might clinch the tournament for Sindarov in some edge cases. But it feels like the most likely result here is a pretty quiet draw. Black is very solid.
They're already at move 21.
Yeah, but there are very fun things. Very fun things elsewhere.
Okay, instance, let's go.
Esipenko Prague.
What's there? Head to head.
But also, what is this position? The head-to-head is very level prior to this tournament, and they drew, I think, in the first round as well. But yeah, today Prague, and this is why Jan Nepomniachtchi in his predictions said that Prague has been basically freestyling and playing looser and looser and sort of more and more trying to invite adventures. In the last few games, he lost 2 with black and was winning in his 2 white games, 1 neither. So he must be getting at least a little bit frustrated, and I think today's play very much shows that he doesn't want a boring, correct game in scare quotes.
Maybe he's the only guy who understands how to math. If you're far behind, you have to add some variance and play sharply with black if your goal is first place. Not blaming him, but it hasn't worked out.
No, I'm very much endorsing the approach, but today's position is extremely outlandish. So far, so good, but now we go G6.
No,
we go knight H6, E3, G6, yeah.
Yeah. E3, not the only move here. E4 is interesting. D3. But yeah, E3, G6 played. And B4. Andrey is saying, I have also seen this before. Pun intended.
Yeah, G6. This is now extremely rare already, and the fact that Andrey plays before so quickly does indicate that somehow, I guess not somehow, I guess the computer just gives this for black.
I'm familiar with this position.
Yeah. G6 before played very quickly, and Prague continues pretty much blitzing, goes D3, bishop B2, E takes F2.
So black is a pawn up.
Yeah, black is a pawn up, but castling will, at least for the immediate future, will become challenging.
Why is Andrey thinking now, of all places?
That I cannot answer. Yeah, you take on F2. I guess, I mean, maybe some consideration for some bishop C5 in the future, but yeah, king H1 just doesn't seem right.
Why not?
F6. What are we gaining?
I'm not sure what we're doing in general, but
we'll have to take that pawn eventually. Like, we need the F file. Our entire construction is based on the F file.
Right, Andrey seems to agree. Rook F2 played.
Yeah, Prague will blitz out F6 because Rook G8 does not appear to be a particularly good move, unsurprisingly. And yeah, and this is a very, very messy position where, I mean, if Black manages to actually castle kingside without losing any material or allowing any direct threats, I mean, he's just a pawn up, but he's some way away from it yet.
I don't know what to do. B5.
Yeah.
But it does look like Prague is following the Esipenko and the beating Esipenko playbook. Play something very, very sharp where Andrey has a good idea with the white pieces, but you get unbalanced position where ideally he's material down, so he can't use his excellent technique and understanding.
Yeah, we could spend pretty much any amount of time you allocate to discussing this position can be spent very, very easily discussing the reasons for why white is actually, as we can see on the screen, the bar seems to indicate this is risky for black.
Prague is 157.
Yeah, of course. Prague knows what he's doing, and he is willing to accept the risk here.
It's also one of these typical where he probably knew G6 not good. Computer says B4 050, and then you think this will never ever happen. And then Prague blitzes it out.
Yeah, the famous.
This is nasty.
The famous "this will never ever happen." Yeah.
Yeah.
And while we wait for Andrey to continue, there's also finally been somebody who called Wei Yi on his bluff a little bit with this Vienna. So we have a pretty interesting and kind of a non-standard position in the game between Wei Yi and Giri, which I think Giri shouldn't be that unhappy about because it's pretty unbalanced already.
There we see the head-to-head, pretty balanced. And Anish went to E4, E5, not C5, but yeah, I could see. Also, the way you really just say, you know what, candidates tournament, most people play E4, E5. What I will do is play knight C3, bishop C4 every single game.
This is my prep and I'm sticking to it, yes.
All right.
He's very much doing that. And
often people do this once to surprise.
You have to respect it, honestly. Yeah.
Bishop C4, so we've seen 2 games with knight C6, D3, one with bishop B4, one with knight A5.
Yeah.
Knight takes E4, still equalizing candidates, participants. In case you're not aware of this trick, this is pretty good. But Anish goes bishop C5, also good. Notably, he avoids knight C6.
Yeah.
It starts with castles, because now, if white wants something sharpish, then black has the option, which I think happened.
Which white wants, yeah. So we will be able to show it on the screen, yeah.
And this, fun fact, very fun fact.
Is in your course?
No, it's also in my course, but the fun fact is that I think this transposes to the King's Gambit, our favorite opening.
Directly?
I think so.
Where did we lose a tempo?
Try to work it out. Work it all out. Is this the same position?
No, the knight is on f3.
So we're tempo down?
Hang on. No, maybe...
Bishop takes f4, castle.
No, it is. Yeah. We're tempo down because bishop...
Bishop moved twice.
Yeah, it went bishop c5 to b4, and here it went to b4 from...
White lost
from
no
f8.
tempi.
Yeah, black lost the tempo.
Okay, so, I mean, King's Gambit is so terrible that even King's Gambit is tempo down. Probably all right for black. But yeah, that is true. Not the same position.
And yeah, shockingly... Well, okay, this is a very, very popular position in computer games, apparently. Because all of the games I see on my screen are between LVL 95 and German Troll.
Anish is shaking his head. Why?
I guess maybe this is just not the right database. Yeah, now I understand. These were not computers; these were lichess users. So shout out to random.
What were they called? Terminal Troll?
Something like that. Yeah. Anyway,
so Anish seemed to know what he's doing here. I have to admit, I've never seen this. So
neither have I. Yeah.
Where he is saying, "Come at me, broskies. I'm ready." In all knight c3, bishop c4, d3 lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anish normally is also ready in this kind of business.
Yeah.
So what's going on? Black is a pawn up, if I counted right.
Yeah.
But white has...
Yeah, the big question is why is white not massively lost? Because if you give black a little bit of time to, like bishop e6, knight d7, and white still hasn't created a threat, I feel like I'm winning, right? I'm a pawn up, the bishop will be on d5. I have the bishop pair, why am I not doing marvelously well? But I guess queen h5 and then some jumps will begin to happen.
We put the pieces. Anish played knight to a6.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice.
So he wants to head somewhere over here. But he spent a bunch of time on knight a6, shaking his head.
Is it possible that the idea is queen h5, queen d5? And also, why couldn't we do it with bishop e6? Why is knight a6 stronger? But okay.
But still, is it not? Also, all the head shaking. Maybe it's like he's doing a Bluebaum. You got surprised by the line, and then you do the counter surprise knight a6 because no one in their right mind would check knight a6 here. So at least you're getting him out of book, which worked.
Which appears to have worked, yeah.
But at what price, Anish? I don't know. Bishop e6 looks like
the most normal move in the position. Yeah, just continue developing the knight.
Then bring horsey here.
Feels like it belongs on d7.
Here, you can even go here. Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah. My initial reaction when I saw this was, okay, I mean, interesting kind of new concept, but I don't understand why we're not forced with white. But clearly, where he is satisfied, he is not, and also the bar seems to indicate he is not. So, what do we
also,
know?
It looks like a Weyish position, like piece play. I mean, I always say that, and then he doesn't win, but it does look like one. Okay, some funky openings today. How's Bluebaum Caruana?
That one is also, here I have no idea whatsoever what's going on, so I'll pass it on to you. But it's also as funky, I think, as these positions get. So far, 2 draws and Fabi won in the first round.
Yep.
In that pretty strange Petrov that he played.
So we see Bluebaum also sticking to his stuff. I don't think he's played knight c3 even once here. He's always going for this position, which is a solid position. And Caruana goes for knight d7. We've seen him play, if memory serves, d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight d7 against Anish, like 8 years ago, it feels like. But it wasn't this tournament, which could transpose to knight c3, knight f6, and I think it would have. So he's indicating he's done some work here. Knight bd7, we've seen the Sindarov game where bishop f4 was played. But Bluebaum also sticking to his favorite structure. Good old card spot takes on d5, e takes d. Now some opening subtlety, queen to c2. This arguably is the most testing move. If you go bishop g5, first of all, black can go for bishop b4, but also all these setups with bishop e7, knight h5, and bishop f4, I think, is also in this move order well met with c6, e3, knight h5. So queen c2 is saying, please make a move, Fabi sir, and then I will decide. If you go bishop b4, I'll go bishop f4. If you go bishop e7, I might play h3 or bishop g5. It's a cunning little waiting move. Bishop b4 played, bishop f4, castles e3, knight h5, bishop g5. Now black is not in time for bishop e7 because pawn is hanging. Fabi doesn't seem to mind.
f6 is new-ish. People have played knight df6 in this position, which is kind of shocking, leaving the knight on h5. But f6 appears to be, at least in the database, a new twist on this setup. Once again, leaving yourself with a very strange-looking knight on h5.
One of the ugliest move ever made. f6 weakens this, leaves the knight stranded.
Yeah, cuts off squares from the one on d7. But yeah, Fabi clearly has some sort of an idea here.
Of course knows what he's doing, but it's still...
Yeah, no, I very much agree with your assessment of this. Yeah, bishop h4 seems very normal. Now knight b6 is also understandable.
So what does he want? He wants knight g6, knight g7?
G6, knight g7 has already been played against some normal responses. Yeah, I don't know why knight d2 was so necessary here. The knight appears to be running away anyway. Why aren't we castling? But
yeah, knight d2 seems...
Unless he's intending to do something really weird.
Annoyed him, but
yeah. Like, Bluebaum is not playing g2, g4 in the current position, is he?
I don't know. Having 10 draws out of 11 games can do strange things to a man.
I am well aware.
So am I. My first German junior championship under 11. I drew 9.
Seriously? Already at the age of 8? Or 9? Or?
No, I was like 11.
Ah, okay.
They only called it under 11. I think it was under 12.
Well, that's a bit early to begin your...
No, I overcame it a bit when I started beating the other kids, but then it came back when other kids were also grandmasters.
Yeah.
I won like 11.
Because, yeah, like 92 does seem to indicate that he wants something which is not your standard fare of castles, knight f5, bishop g3, or...
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking about. I think he thought castles, bishop f5 is annoying me. So I will go here, and then if you go here, I go here.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work.
A double attack. But after knight g7, what's the point?
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's not even entirely ridiculous, honestly. G4 here.
No, I don't think it's ridiculous.
h3?
That's not in line with the solid Bluebaum we've seen so far.
Supportive with h3, put the bishop on g3, go king f1, king g2. It's not that stupid.
Or long castles.
Or even long castles in some cases, absolutely.
The chips fall.
Yeah.
It might be the critical move. If we allow this, how much better are we? Like if we castle,
not
force.
Yeah, of course black would like to play 6 f7 now, but okay, he's given it some thought and decided, nah.
No, thank you.
No, thank you, not doing that.
He went bishop g3 and knight f5. What does he want? Bishop f4, g5, bishop g3 back?
That feels very long-winded.
But what else is the point of bishop g3?
Well, I mean, you'll have to do it anyway if you're not playing g4, so he's doing the needful things first. I don't know. Maybe it is actually bishop f4, because provoking g5 is not without merit.
No.
And you can't continue hunting that bishop down because we're controlling the h5 square. So maybe it is actually the or that.
Probably not it.
Occurred to me. Knight takes d4 maybe makes it less attractive.
Yeah, I don't like it. I've made a decision today, and I will probably abandon it in like next 10 minutes. But I switched off this little bar. I think it still works for the board, so I can't see if the computer says 0-1 or -0-1.
That is.
Which I think is good, because then you end up guessing a little less where the bar goes up and down.
So you're giving up the bar for Lent or something.
I'm giving up the dream of seeing the bar. Only took me 12 rounds to come to that conclusion.
Fair enough. We shall see what transpires. Knight f5 remains the most natural move in the position. I guess you can maybe play c7, c6 for now, and or frankly
But
any move.
if you do, I don't know how serious it is, but we have the option to keep that move.
Yeah.
Still not exactly the end of the world, any of this.
Yeah.
Knight f5, bishop d6.
Yeah, actually just knight f5, bishop d6 gets
Once
the
the
knight.
horse gets here, f6 is ugly, but not that ugly.
Not that ugly. It's not. Yeah, it's not so unreasonable once the trades begin to happen.
We should mention, if you're sick of Peter Svidler's commentary already, which who can really blame you? Yeah. There you can watch every game individually on the FIDE chess streams. The links are below our broadcast. So if you're, I don't know, a Praggnanandhaa fan, you can just watch Praggnanandhaa Esipenko all day long.
Absolutely. I am Peter Svidler and I endorse this message.
What do you want to say?
I'm not quite sure. There's been a bit of a lull. Apart from our game between Sindarov and Nakamura, where I think he's actually going to play rook d1 next move, honestly.
Pawn.
Yeah, but like a3 bishop b3, he's still not pushing for very much. I think Hikaru will play either e5 or rook or king f7 here, and I think Javokhir might actually play rook d1 because
e4. Let's go.
Let's go where? Vamos a de playo. What, like rook d3?
Wow, more Spanish.
Rook d3, king f2, a3. I'm going to play for a win now. I might actually be playing for a win here. Jokes. No, look. Not even thinking about it.
Rook d1?
Insta rook d1.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah. Yeah, and Vamos a de playo might be the plan for today. It's very nice out. Sun is shining. There are nice sandy beaches around here.
Sun's out, guns out.
That as well. Although, as we've established during the rest day, only you really have guns here.
That was odd, because I'm German. We don't touch each other. I was in the local mall, minding my own business. I'm at the kiosk paying something, and a little kid approaches me from the other side and grabs my admittedly very impressive biceps. And not just accidentally, but hangs onto it. And not like a cute 4-year-old, just a 10, 11-year-old, just checking out my biceps. What's up, Cyprus?
I have to say, I relate deeply to that child.
I think he caught some triceps too. Okay, this is over, right?
Yeah, it is very much done. Done and
They're moving back and forth. Hikaru saying, "Don't make me work so much, arbiters." Almost played an hour. You know how much I make streaming? It's just 5K.
Yep.
Not sure those were his literal thoughts.
Probably not, no. And yeah, he's calling for it for the arbiter. Now, so now for the historic win with 2 rounds to spare, Wei needs to beat Anish.
Oh. Sindarov doesn't seem too upset with the result.
No.
And he shouldn't be. It's about getting it done at this point.
Yeah. Now he needs, okay, that actually isn't true yet because we don't know how Giri will pan out, but it's extremely likely half a point out of the last 2 will be enough, and definitely half a point against Anish will be enough. And then he might not need to show up for the final round game.
He still will.
He will, yeah, because there are probably some financial penalties for not showing up.
So why wouldn't he?
Yeah, lap of honor.
Yeah.
And all that.
All right, so we have our first result. If you don't like it, hate the format, not the game. The format is good.
Yeah.
Hate the player, not the game? No. Don't hate anybody.
Yeah, just, drive the hatred out of your heart. Embrace love instead, is the message here.
Yeah. Gensu nasumus.
Yeah, could be worse. Wei does appear to be surprised by knight a6. which
who wouldn't be?
I mean, it's one of the like 3 developing moves black could make. Yeah, bishop e6, knight d7 immediately, or I guess knight a6. Rook e8 feels a bit early.
Yeah.
You don't want to weaken the f7 square.
What are the moves? f5?
f5, yeah, but why?
No, I'm just thinking of moves the computer could show before knight a6. But yeah, he's taking his time.
Yeah, queen e2 is playable, I guess, maybe. Yeah, I thought about some ideas of queen c2 with, like, but you're never getting knight g5 in. g5 is so well covered that queen c2 appears to be extremely vague. I don't know what it ever does. So I guess queen e2 or queen h5 would be my main two ideas.
This looks normal to me.
But then you need to reply. You need a reply to queen d5 though.
I did not think that far.
Although maybe now we can go back to e2 and claim that the knight on a6 is now very silly because it doesn't go to c7 anymore. I don't know.
This just does not work, you say?
I couldn't make it work. Yeah, no.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Don't see.
I don't
see it. Hikaru Nakamura giving interviews outside. Yeah. A relaxed day at the office for him.
Yeah. Honestly, relaxed couple of days at the office for him. Yesterday wasn't overly taxing either.
That is true. c6, h3. They're so happy.
Yeah.
That's the rough thing.
There's the sound of laughter from outside, which is extremely disconcerting. Look at us too. Like we no longer relate to that at all. And
do you know that show Last One Laughing? Oh, we talked about it, even, no?
Yeah, I do.
Pretty sure I would destroy that show.
Yeah, I think you're just nailed on there. Yeah. There's a German variant, right?
Yeah.
You should apply, maybe.
I don't care what language. Yeah.
Fair enough.
And c6 played by Caruana. Allowing h3. Bluebaum does that.
Quite quickly as well. Yeah, I think that was, as you correctly suggested, was the idea of bishop g3, trying to maybe provoke Fabi into not playing knight f5 for now and then.
Fabi is also quite happy not to simplify too much. But yeah, it is a card-spot structure, which Bluebaum in Germany, that's, I know you guys learn rook endgames, we learn the minority attack. It's the first thing we're being taught. That once you get your pawn to b5, black gets a weakness no matter what they do. And Bluebaum literally, I think, has been playing these positions for 20 years, and he's 27 years old.
Yeah, this is honestly a bit confusing that you wait for h3 and only now play knight f5. Why didn't you play knight f5 on the previous move, Fabi?
I don't know, c6, how bad can it be?
No, yeah, it's not bad at
I
all.
think you wanted to provoke this business to now go bishop d6. In an era where chess exploded online, Svidler became one of the voices people trusted. Not just to explain what was happening, but to make it enjoyable. When was that? Whether breaking down a critical moment or casually poking fun at a blunder. What, he would never do that. He made elite chess feel accessible without dumbing it down. Plenty of players have great careers. Plenty of commentators are entertaining. Very few manage to be both at the highest level. Svidler did. And in doing so, he didn't just contribute to chess, but helped shape how a whole generation experiences it. Wow.
Those are not fighting words.
It's the speech I wrote before the round. I'm a bit impressed with myself.
As you should be. Paying homage to my stellar dual career. Yeah, I recognize some of those words, yeah, as actually describing things I did, but not all.
Bishop d6 played by Caruana, generally in the minority attack. You want your knight on d6.
And
stops b4, controls all these squares. Once it gets there, black is normally all right. I'm not sure how much f6 plays into it, if that still gives white something to work with, but it's not particularly obvious to me.
Yeah.
Takes.
This just seems fine for black, right?
Yeah, also long term. That's why the Queen's Gambit is so popular, even as a winning weapon. White were to castle here. Long term, black does have some play.
Yeah, bishop G7, bishop F5, G5, bishop G6, and push. Yeah.
Or like these positions are strategically quite risky for white, actually.
Yeah,
computer will say 0-0, but it's these can be lost.
Yeah, and
God knows that.
have been in history of the Carlsbads over the years.
What are the 3 famous games for this very structure?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was it Bobasov or Bolbochan, or who lost this to Petrosyan?
I think it's Petrosyan, Bolbochan, Kasparov, Sachis.
Yeah.
And Kramnik Nikolic. Nikolic Kramnik.
This one I don't recall off the top of my head, but yeah, there are some famous examples of white suddenly realizing that the king side is also potentially an area of interest to somebody.
Yeah,
and it's not all,
especially with a horsey here.
It's
no, this is dangerous. Bluebaum knows all that.
Games,
but I'm saying if black equalizes here, it's not a dead draw at all.
No, not at all. No.
All these people all of a sudden enjoy playing the Queen's Gambit. It's too loud. We can't close the door during press conferences?
Apparently we can't, no. We don't have the technology.
Turns out we could. We just chose not to. All right, what's Anna Muzychuk up to? Turns out Goryachkina knew the Carlsen plan, which is really all you need to know in any Spanish, as we've mentioned. Go rook b8, rook e8, bishop f8. Then you change all these pieces coming your way. 95 is also a bit... I think you could at least wait for bishop e6 and then go 95.
You're a little bit out of useful moves, though, but yeah, this gives black a very, very straightforward plan of... Yeah, these are just the Carlsen pieces. Knight on g6, very, very easily recognizable as...
Yeah.
And then d6, d5, and... Fabi recently lost, more or less... I have a feeling we can even... Yeah, go... bishop c1, rook e8, bishop e3, rook e6.
Does not strike me.
Rook a7.
Natural.
Rook a7, rook a8. Ah, no, you didn't need to, sorry. I'm sorry I made you go through all this trauma. So go back to the current position. Bishop e3. Okay, she played rook a7. Just bear with me for a second. Bishop e3, queen c8. Rook a7. Rook a8. Queen a1. Rook takes a7, queen takes a7, d5. I think this is Caruana from the recent playoffs for the online chess.com tournament.
Fabi blunder, rook a6?
Yeah, and this is how Dubov got into the play-in, by beating Fabi with this one nifty trick. Knight was on d2 somehow, because d5, d4 was winning a piece. Yeah,
okay,
Knight was on d2.
Reconstructing.
Yeah, okay.
But so d5 actually was a double attack.
Yeah. It was an actual double attack, yeah. And
I see.
So yeah, we need to burn through some more time, but we don't need to show it on the board, of course. So yeah, this is very much. It's a bit of a different position, obviously, but this is very much the concept that Carlsen and Dubov are showing in every single Spanish game they can.
Yeah, sort of works. It's not like it's a complete picnic for black giving up the A file. White does have legit grounds to hope for a small advantage. But Magnus always felt it's manageable.
Yeah, I don't know how many Magnus won from this position, because I guess he gets to play it against... I mean, I think he had those against Jan, even in the match. So the level of opposition is maybe slightly higher. And that's not, I'm not talking about Fabi, but I think... I remember at least another one game that Dubov won on the black side of this with the rook on a7 and these exact pieces. So I think against Adiban. So
nice.
It's somehow possible to play this for a win, even though it seems like white is so solid that you're going to struggle to create significant counterplay. But practice shows that that's just not true. It could become double-edged if both players want it.
All right. In Assaubayeva, Lagno, I don't know. Kateryna's taking a bit of time.
Yeah, bishop a2, I guess, took her by surprise.
Play quickly till here? No, h3, nothing. Yeah, no. Moves still look normal. Bishop a2, knight b6, attacking pawn. Yeah. Impressive pattern recognition.
This exact position, actually, in Adibandubov.
Whether breaking down a critical moment or using his expert pattern recognition, Peter Svidler makes elite chess feel accessible without dumbing it down.
Stop. He's already dead.
Not sure. I've watched Mr. Mercedes. You can never be sure.
Yeah. So.
Do you know that show?
No.
I'm mainly watching because the main guy, what's his name? Something Gleason. Not Don Hall, but the old Gleason.
Ah, I love him.
Yeah, he's good. But I'm mainly watching because he looks exactly like Artur Yusupov. He's some retired detective or whatever he's doing. He looks exactly like Artur Yusupov. Very enjoyable. It's also a good show.
Mr. Mercedes?
Yeah.
Okay, putting it on the list. He does look exactly like Artur.
That's what I'm saying. It's uncanny.
That's very impressive, yeah. I think they just modeled it on Artur.
It's a proper good show.
Brendan Gleeson is a fantastic actor. Yeah, I'd watch anything with Brendan Gleeson in it.
Unless he cuts his fingers off. That's where I draw the line.
So what's happening here? After knight b6, we finally do have to contend with the fact that d4 is hanging, I would assume. It wasn't hanging on the previous move because you would lose a piece to g2, g4, right? Maybe we could show that.
Maybe.
Knight takes d4 seems maybe halfway playable, but you instantly drop a piece here because everything is hanging. So after knight b6, but it feels like we should still be gambiting it somehow. I'm just trying to...
We can't cover it. We might not have a choice.
I'm pretty sure if I kind of really put my mind to defending the d4 pawn, I could defend it somehow. I mean, yeah, queen
d4,
yeah, queen c2 maybe doesn't lose the pawn, but I want something more adventurous.
Okay.
Yeah, g4 knight e5 I thought, but I can't really understand why I'm not supposed to.
Pawn is not hanging technically, right?
Yeah.
It's hanging.
So what's the move though?
I do not know. Knight e5, then you might take.
Yeah. Maybe just knight e4,
but it's a bit strange.
Yeah, specifically inviting bishop f6 seems strange. Maybe knight e4? Maybe we're now quote-unquote threatening d5?
Maybe I go back.
But then we are possibly not that unhappy. Yeah, we have some jumps, we have some jumps.
So how big of a threat is this? It's kind of annoying.
It's annoying, yeah. I mean, it doesn't win, but it's going to be unpleasant if you allow it. Yeah.
I don't know.
You want to try d5 for d8 or?
That is my intention.
Let's try to work it out.
Work it all out.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, you figure it out. I'll go read Reddit chess. What's happening, Reddit chess?
You do it for a bit longer. I will switch the IPL on, you know. don't threaten me with a.
Give me a move.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Wow. In 1991, the top 10 in the rating list were all from the Soviet Union, and now there's none.
That is a precipitous drop.
Anyway, sorry. Moving on. What's the move?
Yeah, I wanted to try and make d5, rook d8, knight g5 work, but I don't think it does. And then I got kind of d5, knight c3 maybe. Yeah, that
pin,
that
I guess,
good.
a rook.
Yeah, that's
For Sibeka, it's annoying.
Yeah, because I also protected d1, so
I understand.
Re-established. Re-established.
Yeah, no, this looks wrong.
Well, you could try d5, bishop takes e4, and then rook a d8, maybe, so that this didn't happen. But then maybe I can find something to do, I would hope. But maybe not, actually. d5 is now getting picked up, potentially.
You have some cunning pinning maneuvers, but I don't have to take it.
Yeah, you don't. I was going to say they don't work, but they do work. But yeah, we have. What moves do we have though? Bishop f6, g5 is.
No.
Annoying.
I feel so sharp today. Ever since I switched off that engine, you see, I see pins, needles. Needles, I always.
You've been needling me all morning, so.
That was my point.
Yeah.
G4 played.
Yeah. So knight e4 definitely one of the moves you could consider here. Another would be. I mean, knight f1 doesn't look right. I mean, if
knight e4 looks good.
Yeah, if we're choosing, I think we're always choosing knight e4.
Never backwards.
Yeah.
All right, quick tour through the other games, then break. But first, tour.
Yes.
Yeah, this black is still a tempo up to compared to standard position, and she's put it to good use, getting in b5. 'Cause the big problem you can end up having here is this knight is a bit silly, and you don't have counterplay. But I like what she's doing.
Well, I think depends on whether bishop takes d4, knight e2 is any good.
I still like it.
Yeah.
Good, bad.
Ugly.
Take. What's
d takes?
What the dealia?
I mean, I guess knight e4, rook e8. I'm not going to be very happy taking on c6, am I?
Don't know.
Yeah, queen f6, queen b6. There's going to be a lot of jumps.
Queen b6 is a move I can think about.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm not that worried. Okay, moving swiftly on.
All right. How's our top game? Vaishali with the white pieces, the tournament leader against Jiner. Vaishali chose this slightly surprising line for this game. Zhu did what looks like logical moves to my mind. I don't know if you need b6, but some logic preparing. c5, d takes c, b takes c, no?
Yeah, pretty much always, but white, of course, is not obliged to react. And I like what Vaishali is doing as well. We play bishop d2, rook c1. I guess we probably play g3, king g2. And then we're ready, and we don't have to react to this either. Yeah, I think we're quite happy just allowing it to take on d4 here.
Now you start lethal attack eventually?
Yeah, that's the dream. I don't know if we actually start it ever, but we, you know, a girl can dream.
I'm still not that concerned. It's probably lack of understanding. But
I'm not sure. I mean, black shouldn't be, you know, doing that poorly, but I have a feeling this has to be the plan, and we do have decent stability in the center, which this kind of a weird recapture on d3 with a pawn.
One day I will go knight takes d4.
Yeah, I'll take play queen e2 and pretend I will eventually recapture on d4 anyway and re-establish control.
Yeah. Yeah, doesn't look too bad.
Interesting position, yeah, interesting position. What else do we have?
I think that's all we've got.
Oh, yeah.
We have Esipenko Prague, which has progressed slowly after f6, b5 was played by Andrey, knight a5 and queen e2, and now Prague is also taking time.
Yeah, very strange position, because obviously, like, if you want to play bishop g7, knight f7, castles, but if you play bishop g7, even bishop a3 appears to be something you could consider trying to keep the king in the center, and white wants knight c3, rook e1, and then probably you will have some direct threats. So a very messy position, and the fact that Prague is now thinking is also a bit alarming, because queen e2 is maybe not the first line, but it definitely is one of the top lines for white here.
I'm not blaming him here. I'm not sure how big the likelihood of this happening was. And then, yeah, can't check them all.
That is true, yep. That is very true. Anish returned his extra pawn against Wei Yi.
Come on, Anish. Keep the pawn.
Anish.
Leave the cannoli.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be kind of fine here. This is a kind of an outcome you sometimes sort of even want in the... I keep on thinking this is the King's Gambit. It is very similar to some lines that the one player who consistently played the King's Gambit throughout my career, the Belarusian Grandmaster Alexei Fedorov, he would do these things, and at some point I found some setups which were aiming for more or less this exact outcome and thought they were good for black.
So you were researching the King's Gambit and you were aiming for this outcome?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is what.
Are you not even a pawn up?
Yeah, but I'm not getting mated. We are not that different, you and I. We like not getting mated. We like calm and peace and things of that nature.
Very much so. So does Wei Yi, not maybe by nature, but in this tournament, I'm not sure if it was a conscious choice or if it's how it played out. But we haven't seen the board burning all that much other than that Esipenko game where Andrey did it to himself a bit by mixing up the moves. Still, interesting position, but I'm with you. Does look like Anish. Should be all right. Do we go on a break? Is there something you want to...
I need to get off
tell
my
the
chest?
people first?
Not necessarily, no. I think I'll keep it for future use, whatever it is. First I need to figure out what it is, and then I'll still keep it for future use.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 12 of the candidates. We have one draw already. Our leader, Javokhir Sindarov, getting closer to the tournament victory with a quick draw against Hikaru Nakamura. But now it is time to welcome back Zachary Sane, the chess nerd. Zach, where have you been all these days?
I have been in hiding because Javokhir's performance has been so thunderous. I had to shelter myself from the thunder. Speaking of which, speaking of draws, draw Anish Giri. We're getting to Anish Giri a few days after saying on social media that he would not be on social media for the entire candidates tournament. He goes on social media and releases this funny tweet. Let's take a look. You can hire me for your candidates tournament as a photographer. And that's the lobby of the Cap St. George's Hotel.
It's a good picture.
It is beautiful. That is the dream.
It's got that symmetry down to a notch.
You want to be at the candidates, but you don't want to have to play. Even commentator, you have to do a lot of talking. Your gig is good, but you have all these press conferences, so that also seems too much.
I like my gig. Some press conferences here, a little bit of broadcast there. Speaking of gigs, we have our second picture, which came to be on social media recently and was very relevant to this tournament, so let's take a look on that. Javokhir and Bibisara. This got leaked or released on Bibisara's Telegram. Apparently, we have love in the air.
That is
always would not know.
And finally, our little tidbit of social media, we have the followings of every single candidate on Instagram. Let's just take a look. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, Hikaru there at 1.3 million followers. Quite impressive.
Must be nice. How many followers do you have on all these platforms, Zach?
Never enough. Never satisfactory.
That is.
Is there a number you could reach that would fill that hole in your soul?
This year, I'm trying to get at the beautiful aesthetic 100K, but it's hopes and dreams right now. Not too many content pushing out while I'm here at the candidates, enjoying my time.
That's what really matters.
A bit of a left field question, not to do with chess whatsoever, but I've seen recently that people who are called Zach are being called Josh quite a lot. Have you ever been called Josh?
Never in my life. I don't know where this stems from. Can you please expand on that?
I just saw randomly a mention that specifically Zachs do tend to be called Josh, and I thought this is so completely random and so completely nonsensical. And there we have a Zach I could ask. So I'm asking.
You're asking a Zach, but unfortunately I have never been called Josh in my life. I think this would come from the US, where a lot of nicknames like Richard and then Dick to the nickname Richard, it has no logical relevancy apparently. But
so you're claiming Canadian supremacy on this, basically?
Too political.
But Josh Galifianakis is also Canadian.
That is very true. Very, very true.
I'll let you back with the games. We have some spicy action. Take a look.
So we do. Where do you think the action is the spiciest, Jan?
Minority attack.
This is the funniest you've ever been, Jan. I think this is, we've peaked now, I think. It's, the only way is down.
B4 played by Bluebaum. He's intending to play B5.
Shocker.
Provoke a weakness here. Just double-edged against a knight on D6, but he's arguing there's also knight on B6, so you can't play B5. Knight C4 might change the structure in White's favor. So there is some logic to what he's doing.
Yeah, and I think it's very much predicated on the fact that the bishops, the light square bishops, have not come off yet. This would be more or less unplayable if the bishop on E2 wasn't there. Yeah, I mean, you probably running significant risks. But with the bishop still on E2, you control the C4 square, I think, well enough.
No, he has to do something, as we've indicated before. If you play too slowly, it's dangerous even. But sorry, go ahead.
We had this in the women's tournament, right? We had this game... No, that's the Divya Vaishali game, right?
Divya Vaishali,
yeah, we had this, not this position, but this structure with these pieces. And it was pretty balanced for a while, and then there was a very dramatic final, maybe 4 moves in the first time trouble, with Divya being completely winning and then missing a very beautiful saving shot from Vaishali.
Yeah, that got a bit random. In the time trouble, But yeah, I think Bluebaum's doing all right here. I was only half joking that he's extremely experienced in these structures and knows what he can do
I have no doubt.
King on h2 is not ideal. You always worry about a check, but it can go.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting choice, right? Choosing between castles, bishop takes h2, king takes h2, and taking on d6 and castling simply. I guess like, how do we? So, but
probably some point.
Just trying to compare. So, like,
doesn't he basically just win a tempo?
Yeah.
You have to go knight d6, and now it's his move.
Yeah, pretty much.
Play b4. You can play king g1, but that's.
Yeah, it's just. It's a full tempo, but your king on h2, as you already pointed out, might in some positions invite some tactics, but they are for now.
Yeah, no, he's just arguing b4 is a more useful move than king g1 here, which is probably true.
Yep.
All right. Praggnanandhaa versus Esipenko. Any more craziness?
He played a6, which is something that I think the engine plays in a lot of these positions, because you do have to worry a little bit about bishop c3 otherwise, I feel. And this way we make sure that we never lose the knight on a5, which is a bonus. Natural seems to be just to play knight c3. We do need pieces in play. We want the knight on c3, we want the rook on e1, as indicated. I'm sure you can think of other moves after a7, a6, but the one you make in a blitz game, I think, is knight c3, and you make it pretty quickly as well.
Yeah,
feels
c4, side c5, d4.
Yeah,
don't concern me all that much.
Not a great deal, no. I think it's generally bishop g7, and then that idea of bishop a3 comes into play, which yeah, I don't know how annoyed black is, but I mean, keeping our king in the center is going to be quite unpleasant for.
I would lose this quickly, but Pragg is good.
Yeah, ab5, cb5 if I can. Is knight c4 a move here? Because I might want it on d6. It's an additional piece in front of my king. It's a piece that maybe allows us to castle.
But how stable are you if I ignore all your shenanigans?
Knight d6? I'm not stable at all. Honestly, I don't like this from black, but I'm trying to survive. Yeah, I'm worried about b6. Yeah, I really don't like it now. Maybe I give up an exchange here somehow. Do I lose more than the exchange if I castle?
Don't know. So you're saying take.
I'm just taking on b5 and saying, because the f-pawn is gone, maybe I'm not lost. Yeah, bishop takes and knight f5 or something.
Yeah, this doesn't look that terrible, does it?
Honestly, it looks playable, yeah. Seems not that bad, yeah.
No idea how we got here. That sharp position. And I think, yeah, Pragg is playing the man as much as the position is.
Yeah.
I need to get Andrey off normal positions, even at great risk.
Yeah, and Pragg is really not doing well in the tournament, so he absolutely is.
He can't win anymore, can he? After the Sindarov draw?
No.
Even before, I think.
Yeah, he was very much out of it before. I think. Yeah, he was. I think on my screen he is 4 points behind the lead, which would indicate he's not winning very many of these. Yeah.
All right, Esipenko taking his time. Knight c3 does looks
extremely
normal.
Logical. Yeah. Well, what else are we even considering here?
Absolutely nothing.
Immediate b6 doesn't make much sense. I mean, a2, a4 maybe, but it's no knight b3. No, you were never allowing knight b3. Knight g5, but black always has some kind of bishop c5 related counterplay to this, like takes and bishop c5 maybe, or even the immediate bishop c5 actually. Yeah. I was worried about allowing knight takes e6, but maybe we just can, and we don't need to be panicked about this. Yeah, takes, queen e7. White is, like, you can't really attack with one piece, you know.
There is knight c7, though.
No, I'm taking and playing queen e7. Yeah, knight c7 would have been painful, but this, I think, just holds, right? And then
right.
No, but like launching these types of, I just recorded the course, which, among other things, includes the chapter on unprepared attacks.
What's the chapter called? Leroy Jenkins?
It should be called Leroy Jenkins, but it isn't, yeah. Yeah, at least I had chicken, but maybe not even chicken here, frankly. No, knight b1, rook a1 needs to be in play before you do any of this stuff.
Just play knight c3,
yeah.
come on.
And yeah, this is sort of the story of Andrey's tournament as well. He's been playing pretty solid chess, I think, but time management in games where he was forced to play non-standard positions has not been.
But he's never been forced. He chooses to with the white pieces.
That is also true, yeah.
Still.
Has been forced by his principled stands.
Yeah. I think he's just a principled guy. He's trying to pose non-standard problems with the white piece. Also, I think he technically often wins the opening battle, that he gets an advantage. Just the results haven't been there. But he's still very, very strong.
Absolutely.
All right. What else do we have? This is clarified to some extent.
Yeah, and interestingly, as we see on our screens, appears to be even slightly better for black, which I thought wasn't that obvious.
I'm believing it. We have more pawns where the kings are.
But the way Anish is playing this, I think, I like a7, a5 more and more, because if we go back to the position where he played a7, a5, you can make all kinds of very natural moves, like bishop b6 is a move, all kinds of moves. But I think he realized there is no way for him to properly stop knight f5, and he looked for a move expecting Vai to play knight f5, which would be the most useful so that we can take on f5 in one move. And he just gains space on the queen side and says, yeah, I'm snapping on f5 the moment it appears, and then I'm expanding the way he's expanding. How do we meet knight c5 in the current position? My one big question is, do we actually play like b5, bishop takes c5, or do we ignore it somehow?
Don't know. This doesn't look too bad, does it?
But queen e2, there are some jumps, I don't know. I can throw in the check. Maybe it doesn't do anything, actually. It just doesn't do anything, king g7, queen f6, yeah.
Not scared.
Not scared at all. Yeah. And then if d takes e5, I don't know, queen f6 or queen d7, rook a8, we like this for black.
Pick black, no?
Yeah, you absolutely pick black here.
No, Giri doing good stuff. I don't know, by your logic, maybe you should have played a4.
Or rook a1, or yeah, wait for a move, yeah.
Some move.
I think you could definitely make an argument that knight f5 is not running away from us, and we could maybe do something useful.
Okay. Do you see that Anish interview where Anish confirmed that Jan Nepomniachtchi was here as Giri's second?
No. It's confirmed.
Hikaru speculated. He was asked about Jan. He said, I know, he's here as a second for somebody, maybe Anish. And Anish did confirm, he said. He sold some Dutch tulips to get some cash because he wanted access to that sweet, sweet Petrov, and now Jan is part of his team.
Those are two of the biggest trolls in the chess world, though. Three. Every single person you named in that conversation is very capable of making statements.
I don't think Hikaru was trolling. But no, that Anish interview is good. Just to clarify, he was not saying the truth, but he did say it convincingly.
Yeah, I'm not buying that, but maybe I'm not supposed to buy it. I'm just supposed to enjoy the craft.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
For craft's sake.
Good trolling, that's what I enjoyed. All right. F5, good position.
Yeah, and in Fabi's game, he progressed kind of serenely. He played bishop f5, king g7, says if you want to play b5, yeah, I'm allowing you to play b5 here.
Also, I cannot stop it.
Yeah, that also...
The magic of the minority attack.
That
can't stop it.
Plays into it, yeah. So, that doesn't stop it either. And during the game between Divya and Vaishali, we had the discussion about the b5, c takes b5, and a6, a5 structure. And
that was with a6, a4 included, no?
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. So arguably you can not stop it exactly, but you can absolutely try to get a different structure here. But maybe Fabian...
Notice these crazy kids nowadays, they don't even play b5, they do a5 and they switch to play in the center, maybe like that.
Yeah. So maybe Fabian doesn't really want that. Not
also here d5 is hanging, maybe it's not the setup.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same to what we had earlier.
Yeah, I'm kind of back to liking Bluebaum's position. Not sure if you start with b5 or if you play whatever. Rook c1. But it does look like he knows what he's doing. And yeah. As I've said 18 times already, this is his structure.
It is very much his structure. Yeah, so we're at a bit of a lull, I think, in the open because Andrey refuses to make the most natural move in the position and the other two are progressing slowly. Let's check out the central game of the round in the women's, as you're already doing. Black did play knight c6 as expected. Vaishali began by playing h5, which I don't hate. I think this is pretty much always the way you proceed anyway. You kind of want this space on the king side.
Queen c8, cunning.
Yeah, I like this. I feel like it's a good way to remind white that you still have some counterplay against this structure. Do we ever, let's say if I play a3, queen a6, bishop b3. Yeah.
Let's say.
And it's already one of those, what's that law of newspaper headlines? If a newspaper headlines ends in a question, the answer is always no.
Yeah.
So here I was going to ask you, are we ever playing c5, c4? And the answer is no.
Same for my YouTube titles. Can Caruana stop Sindarov? Spoiler, no. But no, we don't play c4. Because we're scared.
Yeah, it's called Betteridge law of headlines. I keep on forgetting the name Betteridge.
Betteridge?
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Well, now you have. So why lie about it? Seems very suboptimal to be untruthful about something that was just recorded live on air and broadcast to many thousands of people.
What did I lie about? I lie so much I don't even know which way.
Well, you said you've never heard about it when you just had.
I'd never heard of Betteridge before you said it.
Yeah, that's
8 seconds ago.
That's better.
Sorry, I thought context was enough there.
No, context is dead. Anyway, this is a quiet position, white steal. I'm not quite sure what we want with white steal, but black is also kind of stuck, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight a5 and then c4, but that's incredibly slow, and white probably will have something to say about it.
I can never, take on d4.
Even bishop takes is not horrible, although that does change the structure in ways that we probably don't enjoy. Could I play more subtly, precisely after queen c8? What else do we have against the threat of queen a6?
You could literally stop it with queen a4.
I could, yeah. It's just not the side I'm supposed to be playing on, so
What to do?
Yeah. But yeah, maybe, I mean, if it provokes a6, I think I'm very much on board. I think I would like black to play a6 and b5, because that softens up the structure.
Then we go back.
Yeah, we go back quite happily, actually, yeah. Knight db8 followed by queen a6, but yeah, I don't know, that's a bit... That's a bit much.
You want to push your luck now?
Yeah, that's a bit too much.
Some activity.
We do. We do. It just seems pleasant for white, right?
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm aware of the concept, but never really bothered to study it. So much to learn still.
Yeah, chess is an endless endeavor.
For Hikaru and me, it's pretty much over.
What's going on here? Why is this the structure? So after rook a7, Goryachkina played b5 before, which I feel is maybe not
wrong.
the way. Yeah,
she wants to stop bishop a5, but This is not what Magnus would have done.
Yeah, I think that game I keep on referring to between Adiban and Dubov when bishop b3, c5. I guess you play c5 more happily against bishop b3 than against rook a7, but maybe we still play c5. I think the natural way to progress here is to play c5 and d5 with black.
What about rook here?
Queen a1.
Rook back.
Yeah, but I think maybe, yeah, I mean, it's honestly feels perfectly healthy. I guess queen a6, a5, somewhere I want to provoke you to take and then claim I have the a file, but I have no idea what I'm attacking on the a file. There's nobody there.
No. Yeah, b4 I don't like.
Yeah, it seems
weakness whenever you want to go rook a8, it weakens the light squares. Just don't like it at all.
Yeah, it doesn't belong there. And after d4 now she is forced into some potentially quite well, risky-ish things, because already allowing d4 d5 wasn't that pleasant. We have isolated a weakness on b4 which might get just picked up. It's just on the wrong square. Shouldn't be there. Yeah. So at least she reacts, I guess, appropriately in terms of strategic understanding. You can't allow d4 d5 for free. But yeah, whether this works or not is a whole other question. Yeah, d takes e5 was my first.
I was trying to make up my mind, but it takes queen takes, not much there. So de picks up the pawn.
If you take on e5, you have to contend with takes bishop f4. Also knight e4, but yeah, I mean this probably wins a pawn. I don't know if you win the game after it, but after rook e7, we can just go e takes d5 and take on c7 in the end. And I mean, black plays b3 here, and my guess is you actually don't win, but also you're not that unhappy about it.
Wouldn't mind finding out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very pleasant free roll, all of a sudden for white, and
yeah, Anna sticking to her guns, playing very solid main lines, not doing anything crazy. But if something is gifted to her, she will happily take. Ruined her tournament slightly, or we don't know if ruined, but with that loss to Divya from a winning position.
Yeah. It was extremely relevant, yeah. She would have been in the position that Vaishali finds herself now, +3, a full point ahead of the field. A very different mental state as well, you have to say, if you lose a position as good as she did. It definitely affects you no matter how hard you try to pretend it doesn't.
Absolument. D takes e5. What else is there? DE, rook e4.
This doesn't.
What?
This doesn't look great.
5, but we're not gaining all that much, shall we?
No.
Rook somewhere.
There's a very strange idea of meeting d5 with d5, d4.
Are you cheating again?
A little bit, yeah. But I guess you can, in particular, if you feel like you have to play for potential 3 results, this move might occur to you. Because
I feel like I need to survive the next 3 moves here.
Yeah, but maybe it does both, yeah?
Yeah, no, man.
Because actually the line I showed, I also blundered something there. Knight e5 might not be as unplayable as all that, because after takes on e5 and bishop e4, we can go rook takes e4. I thought that was losing, but after bishop c7, we have rook e1, queen e8. Which is probably a draw, I would assume. It's still not that pleasant, but I'm assuming this is a draw.
Take this any day of the week from where we started.
Yeah. So it's not really panic stations just yet for black.
All right, we'll keep you posted. And Divya against Zhongyi. What happened here? b5, b3, queen b6.
And white took anyway, and black took with bishop and queen. And yeah,
feels like this might have helped white somehow.
More than black,
b7. Yeah, this bishop is.
Yeah, I don't know why it's on b7.
But this would still not be my go-to square. But these things can get a little unpleasant if you.
No, yeah, this is the point. In particular, now that all the beautiful black pieces which were occupying or controlling the d4 square are all somehow gone off the board, White has a pretty straightforward plan of pushing something on the king side and seeing if it goes anywhere.
So where did it all go wrong?
I'm not sure. I think maybe a bit earlier. Maybe this whole plan with c6, a6, b5 was a bit slow.
No.
It feels very logical, but it actually, like White in the meantime managed to make all the moves White normally wants to make in these structures, and
all of the moves. Yeah. Staring at the position is not helping it.
No.
Okay, it's not the end of the world. What
No,
you get,
absolutely
but
not.
It
No.
doesn't feel.
Yeah, because for White it's also not that clear how you're supposed to proceed on the king side, because once you play f5, you get hit in the center with d6, d5 straight away. Yeah, and I mean you can try g4, but first of all I think it can be ignored with the pieces that got left on the board, and secondly, even he takes f4 is playable in some positions. So
I normally lose in this fashion in these positions. They take and now they checkmate me. I'm not sure White is on time here, but that's how my games tend to go. Any advice?
Well, apart from get good.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what you mean, and despite being somewhat caveman-y, these types of attacks are not ridiculous.
No, I was only half kidding, especially with the pawn on h6. Yeah. These rook f6 always really bother me.
Yeah. So, yeah, kind of feels like still a pretty balanced position, but I think we're sort of on the general trajectory of it. We're picking White here.
Yeah.
And in the game,
friend is her friend.
Yeah, in the game between Bibisara and Kateryna, there's been a bunch of moves made. The knight did go backwards, not forwards, and connected with an idea though. Bibisara didn't do it for nothing. Bishop g5, knight e5, I kind of like. I understand the concept, but I also like h6 and queen d4. It feels sort of on point, not allowing White to assume control over the d file for free, and saying if you want a queen trade, you want to do it on my terms.
You're so agreeable with both players.
I thought 94 was more interesting, but
there you go.
Yeah, no, I really did think that you're supposed to. If 94 doesn't lose any material, and we didn't think it did, you want it on as active a square as possible. So yeah, I wonder why she chose the other way.
So what's going on now? Queen d4.
I don't know. You chided me again, so I have no idea anymore.
No, I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. I can't think of a move.
Yeah, queen e2, rook e8 seems very natural. Bishop g3 is a move I'm looking at, but I'm not even sure black cannot take on b2. Rook probably a?
Not sure.
I don't know.
Which
Actually,
one.
which one?
I think I like this, just in case.
Yeah, maybe now bishop g3, but we're not landing rook a d1 here, right? Black will find some way to deal with it. Yeah, like continue chasing stuff around. Bishop d3 doesn't seem horrible. And then maybe bishop c4 or something. It's a strange position. You could absolutely, like, it feels like currently White is probably doing okay, but if you overpress, if you continue, I don't know, avoiding queen trades, black pieces could become quite active.
Yeah.
Feels
okay for black.
Yeah, I like it better now that she played queen d4. I actually thought Bibisara was getting somewhere, because I assumed the trade will happen on White's terms, and then you have the bishop pair, you have decent control, f4, f5 is coming in. Yeah, I thought this might be quite dangerous for black, but queen d4 is a very attractive move.
Good move. Down to 38 minutes, but okay, it's not the end of the world. They do get 30 seconds per move in the women's tournament.
They don't in the open, though, and Esipenko is still thinking after e6. This is quite striking. How long has it been? It's been like 20 minutes.
I don't like this. He's a scientist at heart, no? When he gets his opening idea and he gets the 0-50, then he wants to follow it up with perfect play.
Yeah, let me correct myself.
Okay.
It's been 37 minutes.
That's a lot of minutes.
That's just not on in this position. You just, no, you just
Knight
can't.
C3 is sort of screaming to be played,
Yeah,
no?
like it cannot be badly wrong. Even if maybe for some reason it's somehow second best or something incredibly precise. Just cannot be a horrible mistake, and you can't leave yourself. Like you're gonna have like, I don't know, 20 for 25 in a moment, or 20 for 15 even. This is what, move 11?
30.
No, this is move 11. And he will have very difficult decisions on, I'm guessing, pretty much every single one of his next, I don't know, 5 moves.
Yeah, that's the problem when you do that, and I've done that plenty, especially recently with less practice. All of a sudden, you have to take 10 more difficult decisions, and you have 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah,
normally, these decisions affect the outcome of the game more than whatever I was obsessing about on move 11.
Yeah, no, I thought 20 was already too much, but close to 40, I really think you need to settle on something by this point. Like, even if you're not
We're
entirely...
talking chess, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Even if you're not entirely satisfied with something in your mind.
Yeah.
It's just too much time to spend on a move here.
Agreed, maybe. He wants his name in the record books. Hikaru had, what, 67 minutes?
Yeah, he's still...
Rishuk had 82.
Still has a ways to go here, though. And he probably shouldn't continue along this chosen path. It's very risky.
Move the knight, Andrey.
Yes.
Which game has caught your
apart from this
attention?
From this one? Things are, I mean, d5, d4 was played in Muzychuk Goryachkina, so clearly. Okay, no, I need your consult on the Carlsbad actually.
Oh,
c takes b5. Discuss.
First question: knight takes d5. You pin, yeah?
I think bishop b6. Yeah.
Pin good.
Pin is excellent here. Yeah.
Then I guess I don't hate it, but.
Why doesn't Hikaru? Why doesn't Fabiano hate it? Is my question. Aren't you just worse? No, I guess maybe he's just tempo.
I'm saying you're slightly worse anyway. No, if you allow BC as well. Well, let's see what he's doing.
Takes. I'm assuming we're taking with the queen. Bishop takes looks.
Yeah, queen
odd.
takes looks more normal.
I guess queen d6 check and some rook to c8 is the intention. Or maybe queen c7 and some rook to c8 and then take on c1. Maybe he's fighting for the c file this way. Okay, he's taken with the bishop. Interesting. What would be the reason for that? Because it feels like it belongs on f3, right?
Yeah.
It feels like the square it wants to be is f3. Why are we moving it so far away from?
I don't know, maybe likes the queen on b3. Oh no, but isn't white slightly better? Structure and blah blah blah.
I would assume so. And yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Fabi thinks he has here that made him choose this over some, I'm guessing, more standard solutions. Maybe this is just sort of double-edged to a degree, and he wants to introduce a degree of uncertainty compared to b5.
No uncertainty for Bluebaum here.
He is very certain his structure is rock solid and he has decent pieces and will never be worse.
Yeah.
No. Yep. Don't disagree. And of course, a hit of San Pellegrino never goes amiss.
And these 4.5 liters don't drink themselves.
They absolutely don't.
How's your experiments with sparkling water been?
It's been okay here. But I'm drinking
Delicious.
I'm drinking like 1 glass a day, and he's drinking 4.5 liters a game. So there's a difference. But one of those things is not like the other.
But do you drink still water and then just to mix it, drink one of sparkling, or is that your whole water intake?
No, I'm mixing it up a little bit, but it's actually more sparkling here than still, which is honestly surprising myself a great deal. I don't know what came over me.
So you're drinking 1 glass of sparkling, you're drinking half a glass of still?
No, I'm drinking maybe even 2 glasses of sparkling per day, like 1 at breakfast, one at lunch.
He keeps lying, and then
Yes,
under one follow-up question, it collapses.
The entire edifice collapses. Yeah, it's so difficult to keep track of all of these intricate constructions I'm making up in my head.
Just say the truth. That's the problem with you liars. You have to keep so many things in mind when you lied about this and when you lied about this.
I know.
The truth will set you free, Peter.
Will it, though? It hasn't so far. I'm trying new things.
Try. Okay.
We'll return to this discussion.
Yeah. Sparkling water. So I don't know, Queen C7 check. Queen D6 check doesn't do much, does it?
If you don't, like if we get here and you play Rook C8, Rook C1, you are somewhat worse.
Maybe you can do this. I'm not sure how bad it is, but you're not going to win many of those.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah.
Not sure you're losing many of those either.
Yeah. No, but like for this one in particular, I really feel like I don't understand why our bishop is on b5, but it's not that relevant anyway. It's all going to be the same. Eventually it'll be on f3, and the pawn on d5 will still be protectable and will be protected. So, yep, still playable. Strange one. A little bit. Yeah, I have to say I just don't understand Carlsbad's particularly with either color. Yeah, this is still ongoing. He had 90 minutes on the clock.
Yep, pretty much.
Pretty much. And now has 46. So, yeah, this is
44 fewer minutes.
Yeah, this is, assuming problematic proportions by this point. Like, why? Like, this must mean that there is something in this position which he feels might be winning, I think.
Winning?
Yeah, because otherwise, why would you not just play knight c3?
I'm with you.
It feels healthy and logical and kind of harmonious. You can choose all kinds of adjectives, and they will all be somewhat applicable. Like, I just don't, like, I'm trying to figure out what the alternative is. Okay, knight g5, I don't know, maybe knight e5, like, but all of these jumps, they just don't feel right. It feels a bit, not a bit, it just feels too early.
Gotta get these pieces out. Yeah, I'm also confused.
Okay, maybe knight g5, bishop c5, he wants d4 there. Maybe this is what he's trying to calculate, and he's hoping maybe this works out. And now I take on a6. But honestly, even this, oh no, we had this before, sorry. I was getting a different position somehow.
Gave me the deep pawn, but...
Yeah, no, this is not what I meant. No, I wanted a different position. d4, bishop takes d4, take on d4, and take on e6. But even leaving aside the fact that queen takes a1 exists and might be okay, even if I take on e6 and play king f8, it feels like we're going in the wrong direction with white.
Why wouldn't I take your rook?
Knight c7.
King to square.
Huh. I don't know. Here I'm somewhat interested. I don't.
You'll have to be more specific.
I'm aware of that, and I'm trying not to be, but you're being very difficult. Check, bishop d5.
Knight e8?
Yeah, I was wondering if I can play knight e8 there. But I think you can take on b1 and just play, but strange position.
I also lost count. Do I have enough stuff to
Well,
give you all my
I'm
stuff?
currently rook and piece down.
Yeah, but
F7
you
will
take
fall.
those.
F7, yeah, A8 I'm less worried about. Like if you play queen b2 here, queen f7, king h6, I have a feeling black might just be completely fine, maybe better than fine actually, because the rook is still, we're still behind. Now bishop h3 begins.
Counterplay.
Bothering me a great deal, yeah. And A8 is also hanging, regrettably. No, we are very, very far away from the current position. But honestly, I'm just
gut feeling is saying this shouldn't work for white.
Yeah.
So you should bring pieces.
Exactly. And gut feeling said that about half an hour ago into a 47-minute thing by a chess player who is very good. So I'm very confused.
Yeah, no, it's not about being very good. It's about getting in your head when a tournament doesn't work. You start second-guessing natural moves. Not fun. Yeah. Also, I feel slightly, it's a minor thing, and really not an excuse, but Andrey is probably also much more used to playing with increment, where the price of spending, quote-unquote, too much time is a little lower than
it's, not as critical. I finally gave up and asked. We've completely missed the move bishop h3. Which feels like it justifies the thought at least a little bit.
That's the first computer move, bishop h3.
It's not. 93 is still still the first
93,
one.
yes, anybody would.
Yeah. No, I just thought, okay, at this point I really need to know what he could possibly be thinking about. Bishop h3 is playable, and actually knight g5, bishop c5 there is knight e4, which is a lot smarter than everything we've shown so far. Bishop f2, queen f2.
Okay, that does make more sense.
Yeah. And you play knight g4, and it appears to hold somehow. Yeah, queen f4, I guess e5. We have e5, right? And yeah, but you can take on f6, I suppose. Knight f6. Well, I guess we take with the queen. This, or maybe even
queen f6.
No, knight and rook f8 is probably stronger, I guess.
Well, so,
yeah, knight and rook f8, and it all fizzles, I guess. Yeah, we end in some endgame which probably ends up being roughly equal. Yeah.
I haven't kept count. It's same pawns.
Same pawns, yeah.
Yeah, black has some counterplay, so he's fine.
Yeah, d3, a b5, c b5, knight b3 resigns. I mean, not going to happen though. Yeah, not forced.
None of this is very likely to happen.
Yeah, but at least.
Yeah, he's trying to calculate long lines instead of bringing horsey.
Yeah, instead of just develop piece, play game. Yeah. Although, I mean, both are playable. Bishop h3 is also playable. Yeah, I just felt that at this point I needed to check myself because it felt like there's no.
It's all right. You've done good. You've done good. We've done a lot of unplugged stuff today.
Yeah, almost 2 hours.
Yeah, you've cheated a little bit.
A little bit, every now and again. Yeah. Today is the cheat day. I don't like this though. Going back to the central game of the women's tournament.
Why did you go DC? I thought the whole idea of this thing was to hang on to this.
Yeah. And then queen a4. That sequence in particular confuses me a great deal. Why not queen a4 straight away?
Yeah.
I mean, we can. I guess if you play queen a4 straight away, then dc5 you have to consider knight takes c5. And she was very centered on bringing the queen over to g4. But my problem with that is I don't understand what that does. That justifies giving black a much better structure.
Oh, so you can't do it yet because I take.
Yeah. No, this feels like I would have probably been against it on.
Still, black is not fully
grounds.
Mobilized.
No. No, there's
I always
still
have a bias for preferring black in all these positions because they look so nice.
Can we
have this bias?
Can we try something? No, I guess not. Something speculative. I wanted to say. My problem with these positions is I look at every single pawn break instantly because I don't like allowing d5, c5 to leave in peace. So I was wondering if I can play b4, but the answer is probably not because of pretty much anything. Knight b6 seems logical. One thing that maybe justifies it is actually queen b5 as well. I thought I will go takes a4 and then b5, but e5 is hanging. Yeah. Doesn't work. I was so very happy about driving knight away from c6, but I'm driving it to a pretty decent square at the price of a pawn, so less happy about it now. Okay, so if we... b2 isn't hanging, but queen b5 is annoying me, right? Because queen b5 might force a queen trade if we're not careful. We can't give up the pawn on d3, I don't think.
So we must make some cunning move. Don't see it. Rook c3 looks stupid.
Yeah, but then after
queen b5.
Yeah, after queen b5, you might have to start giving up material. Yeah. Queen takes b2 seems to be playable
point this
now.
will be taken. Yeah, I don't know. Can I play?
Yeah, we appear to lack a very specific set of skills needed to play this position.
Do you have a very specific set of skills?
I just said I don't.
You say you don't have the skill set for this position, but maybe you have other skills. Do you have any other skills?
I will...
Typing?
No, I've become completely useless at typing. I also made a mistake of, let me moan about completely irrelevant stuff for 30 seconds. I bought a very nice new laptop.
Nice.
But I bought it in Spain.
Oh.
So it came with a Spanish keyboard. And now none of the things are where they're supposed to be. And I thought this is very easily solvable by going into the settings and telling the computer to forget its Spanish.
But you can't tell the computer to write stuff on the thingies.
If the thing is actually did what they're supposed to do, I wouldn't really care all that much what is written on them. And also you can like engrave other things on the thingies or buy like stickers for the thingies. But for instance, like the ad, I needed to Google, and eventually I found out that if you press Alt and then type 64 on the numpad, that creates an ad symbol. And that's the
Spanish way to get an ad? Alt 64?
Apparently. Because Shift 2 just does the whatever they're called, scare quotes.
I don't know if we have any Spanish-speaking viewers. I'll briefly
it's
translate.
Go on.
Peter está sufriendo mucho con su nuevo portátil, como tiene la tecla en español y no tiene ni idea cómo escribir un email ni nada. Así que si le puedes ayudar, mándanos un mail a fide.chess@fide.com. Muchas gracias.
I was going to say what he said, and then that last bit made me very alarmed. Maybe not what he said, actually.
I didn't want to give you a real email address. So I made up some FIDE address.
I understand, but what are you trying to get people to mail in is my question.
Just general advice how to maybe get an ad without having to use Alt 64 square, which doesn't seem the most efficient way.
It doesn't, but none of the other stuff that very helpful articles on how to solve this problem, which absolutely do exist on the internet. I'm not the first idiot who've done this. But none of the other methods actually produced an ad. So I'm very much reduced to... It's a good thing the laptop actually has a numpad. Otherwise, I'd be very stuck.
Maybe we can find a Spanish viewer who accidentally bought a laptop with an English keyboard, and you guys can swap.
Yeah. No. Not swapping.
Anyway, let's get back to chess. We can't spend all day on your nonsense, sorry. Or let's go on break.
Break is always welcome.
Break.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Welcome back to round number 12 of the FIDE candidates. Most of the action still ongoing, still just one draw in Sindarov Nakamura. But Zach is back, and I have no idea what you've prepared for us today, Zach.
I have some stats prepared for everyone watching. Let's take a look at some Javokhir Sindarov stats, historical stats from the candidates. This is the top player of every single candidate after 11 rounds.
He has more points than the others.
Yeah. So Magnus ended up winning in 2013.
Vishy did win in 2014. Actually, this is just the winners.
I think this is the winners.
This is the winners, yeah.
Oh, this is the winners.
So he's half a point ahead of Jan in 2022 and a full point ahead of Magnus in 2013. And Magnus actually slowed down afterwards. Yeah, I think Magnus finished on +4. That actually is...
That is +4.
That is +4. So he scored 50% in the rest of it, yep.
Yeah. Just absolute dominance by the youngster. And we have a second stat line that is a little bit more spicy. This is pertaining to this Canada's tournament of 2026. Let's take a look at Sindarov's statistical probability of winning given Monte Carlo simulations. 98% chance.
Yeah, was at 94 already before yesterday, but then when he drew that game all the way up to 98, I'm not a mathematician, but that's pretty good.
The question is, have anyone seen this ascension of Sindarov coming? We dug into the files and found a Fabiano Caruana from 2023 say these words about an up-and-coming Javokhir Sindarov. Let's take a look.
Well, Sindarov is only one of these really young guys who I've never played before until now, and he's a very strong player. It's very clear. I suspect that he will, within the next 1-2 years, be a 27-50 player, or I mean, who knows? With the potential of someone, you never know. It could be, of course, much higher, or there could always be a little bit of a, let's say, stalling at some point. But he's obviously very talented, so I expect him to go very far.
Fabi, good judge of chess talent there, and maybe not the two. If this is from 2023, maybe it took a bit longer than Fabi expected, but yeah, we're there. We're definitely there.
My question to you two, have you ever seen such an underrated player that you thought had massive upside potential in the coming years, and then you were so unimpressed by seeing their glory?
Unimpressed?
Because you saw it coming.
No, normally whenever I see somebody becoming a grandmaster at age 12 like Sindarov, I feel like they probably peaked.
Yeah, that is always the correct take. And no, but seriously, it caught me a little bit by surprise, I want to say, because I thought, I mean, he was clearly very, very good already in 24 and 25. But what I'm watching here, I thought he was a contender here, but yeah, this I did not expect, and this is frankly quite staggering.
Yeah, no, I gave him the third best odds in my preview after Fabi and Hikaru, but this domination, I don't think anybody saw coming. Who did you predict?
I didn't have predictions. I had a prediction of who would finish last and who would finish above expected. Yeah, should I say, or?
Of course you should say.
Okay, I thought Esipenko would finish last, and I thought Bluebaum would finish above expected, so mid-table. That was my prediction pre-tournament, and
excellent.
That's it.
So far holds up, yeah. So far, yeah. And
also, we gotta give credit where credit is due, because as usual, I was mocking Peter for giving Vaishali a shout-out because she was the lowest-rated player, but she's leading the field, and you mentioned her specifically.
I did mention her specifically.
You've seen her over the chessboard. She's good.
Stand by those words, yeah. I think a very rare case of something I said being somewhat vindicated. Let's not. I don't want to. It didn't jinx her yet, but I think there's still potential. So maybe we should shut up on this topic.
And you two were witnessing Sindarov in the studio yesterday analyzing his game against Fabiano Caruana. Given the calculations and given his knowledge of chess, what could you say, any words or thoughts on the level of this youngster?
I mean, he's clearly a sort of a ready-made top 5 player at least already. And yeah, I don't know. The sky's the limit, frankly. I mean, if this is what he's showing now at extreme pressure, first candidates he ever plays, and he seems to be improving dramatically.
Daily.
Like, sort of, yeah. I mean, it's a bit of an overstatement, but no, he's scary good. And yeah, currently, you don't know where he ends up. I mean, it could be very, very high.
No, I think most people were aware he was good. He was my teammate in the German league last season, and I mean, we won the title mainly because of me, because I scored +3 on a bottom board, not to brag. But him starting with 8 out of 8 also slightly helped the team. So we knew this kid was special, but dominating candidates special, like, yeah, that's hard to predict.
Yeah, what an impressive run he's had. I'll let you get back to the spicy games at hand.
Thank you, Zach.
Where do we go?
He said spice, so minority attack.
Yeah, but it's already
Some
attacked.
rooks disappeared.
It's already attacked. What do you call it when the minority has successfully, you know, exchanged the pawn on c6, and now there's...
The rest is technique.
Pretty much, I guess, yeah.
I guess Fabi shouldn't be too worried, because he does control the strategically important c-file. But the structure is still slightly weakened forever. How do you evaluate this?
Should be, I mean, one thing I don't like for white is this knight on d2. I'm not quite sure how to get it to squares where it's supposed to be, which are, well, related to the pawn on d5, I guess. I mean, f4 comes to mind. c3, absolutely, but it's just not going to be on c3 because black is in full control over the c-file. The bishop on b5 is also slightly odd, but it's much easier to get it to squares where you like it, like e2, f3 is right there. But the knight on d2 is a bit weird, yeah. Still, it should be kind of pleasant for white, but you have to... it feels like maybe you need to be extremely precise right here. And the move occurred to me that maybe is not that dumb, which is rare. What do we feel about queen a3?
It's black to move.
Ah, okay. Then we feel quite content about queen a3 being illegal.
Well, okay, let's say this. Now we can do it.
Yeah, but now rook c1 is not a threat, so it's a bit more of an empty gesture. I don't know what I was thinking. Lost. I still feel like maybe this is how we place our pieces, because we have some queen e7 check shenanigans, but queen c3 might still be playable, though the problem is, like, maybe we can even allow this. And
so concrete.
No,
I don't care.
Yeah, we have knight b3. No, it doesn't work. Because yeah, I thought maybe another idea behind queen a3 is to give your knight on d2 the square on b3, where maybe it gets to c5 in some ideal scenarios, or helps you to play rook c1.
That is beautiful coordination.
Yeah. In the meantime, the entire line we briefly showed on the board in Esipenko versus Prague is, we're halfway there.
So he did spend 50 minutes or something, went knight to g5 instead of developing the knight, but that forced this endgame, which...
Yeah, no, this is clean calculation by Andrey, but the thing is, the resulting endgame is just pretty safe for black. Queen f6 is bad, though. It's important not to play queen f6 here. Bishop f6, knight f2, bishop h8, and this position is good for white, unsurprisingly. Yeah, and then some move, I don't know, knight a3, whatever it ends up being.
Okay, also it does look good for white.
Yeah. You don't want to do that. You don't want to leave that bishop alive. So you go knight takes f6, white has to take with the bishop. You go rook f8, white has to take on f8. Rook g2. You have bishop takes c7, but black is very comfortable after rook takes g2 and knight takes c4. If anyone is better here, it's not white. So you probably don't do that. You probably take on f2, king takes d8, and you find a precise move here, because c4 is hanging and cb, ab, knight b3 is a problem. I guess knight a3, yeah, cb5, ab5, cb5, and both knights are kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm picking black here, bishop d7. I'm a bit worried.
Why?
Because I can't move my rook, because the knight jumps are annoying me. But maybe you don't need to, yeah. Yeah, rook on a8 is also not great.
Yeah, it can't be too bad.
No.
Doesn't look like he's playing for an advantage.
Yeah, this has to be.
Knight takes f6 played by Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah. This whole thing will get played out, and yeah, the resulting endgame. I mean, it's as far as three-piece endgames go. This one is fairly imbalanced. The structure is kind of weird, and white still has. It's a very rare case where like more than half the pieces are off the board, and white still has a knight on b1 and a rook on a1. I don't think I've seen that very often, to be honest. But yeah.
See if there's a pause before king takes f2. You will briefly think about bishop c7.
Bishop c7 is really very much kind of begging for a draw, I feel. Unless there's some problem with king takes f2, you never play this. Yeah, rook g2, knight c4, b5 is hanging, ba, rook a6 is developing the black pieces for them.
I can also go ab, no?
Oh yeah, that's even, oh yeah, that's...
Although if it's better, but...
Bishop a5, rook a5, takes, and rook b5. But I mean, you pick black here. It's probably equal, but if you have to pick, you pick black. Bishop versus knight on an open board.
Yep.
No, we have to take on f2 and play something. And by something, I really do mean knight a3, because I think otherwise we'll lose a pawn, right? The threat of takes knight b3 is incredibly strong otherwise. Yep.
Yeah, king f2 played. Esipenko agrees. King takes d8.
Yeah.
And knight a3 should also come quickly.
Yep.
Yep.
There we go.
Good job by him.
Yeah, I mean, very decent, clean calculation, but the result is we had a very sharp position where, yes, of course, he was running some risks if he chose not to win the material back. But it was a very lively, very non-standard position with a lot of potential fun for either side, and now we have this pretty dry endgame, which should end in a draw.
Yeah, then again, if you understood he had this endgame as quote-unquote a bailout, and he didn't like knight c3, whatever, bishop g7. Sort of understandable.
Yeah. He found that and then eventually convinced himself that everything else wasn't better, and just... This is a decent fallback position, frankly. He is not worse, I would assume.
All right. Anish, meanwhile, is better, or at least was better.
Yeah.
So he did play this b5, as we expected, took, and went a4, allowing c4, when Zach told us queen h4 was the move.
Yeah,
Zach knows stuff.
Yeah, queen h4 seems logical specifically because we want to preserve the structure on the queen side. We don't want to let white undouble the c-pawns without having to work for it, and we want rook a8 next move. Seems very logical.
So Giri played a4, allowing c4.
Yeah, also a decent positional move. We do want these pawns away from the dark squares, but
okay. Still looks pleasant with this super horsey.
Yeah, you always pick black here, but I guess it's become slightly simpler for white to hold.
This pawn is so stupid.
Maybe we can somehow play bishop c3 and convince you eventually to take it, but after rook e4...
Never.
Yeah, the queen is just not reaching the d4 square. Maybe we start with rook e1?
Okay, so might take. And now we move somewhere. Here.
Bishop c3, rook e8, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I need to throw in h2, h3 somewhere. I don't feel... And then you'll play queen e4. And
even at games, I might be a bit interested.
Oh, yeah. I think you're definitely interested there. So maybe I actually bite the bullet and play queen d4 on the previous move instead of h3. Rook e8, queen d4. Should probably force me to take.
I have to take. All right.
Queen takes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you survived this.
We're begging here. Rook queen e1 check. I think I might be okay after rook f1 because king f2, rook b1. yeah, maybe I'm still fine, but yeah, it's very much cap in hand here with white.
Yeah, not much more to hope for, and even here I'm guessing there were other moves along the way. What though? Takes looks normal.
You could play queen d7 first, maybe try to finesse it a little bit. Yeah. Try to, although rook ff1, maybe I don't give up the e-file anymore, yeah? Yeah, that's maybe a decent argument for not doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not beyond repair, but Giri on the more pleasant side, because his knight is so strong, and the pawn on c5 restricts white's own play, his bishop. All the good things. Back to this strange game. Rook c2 was played.
Yeah.
Guess queen b5 is what we want.
Yep. And the question is, what must she dislike about it to not have played it yet?
This I don't know.
Because I think black is very much in favor of queens off here, because endgames, in particular now that the d takes c5, b takes c5 has been played, are supposedly quite decent for black.
Yeah, looks very fine for black. Whatever. Bishop e7.
Bishop e7, yeah. I'm already interested in c5, c4, but maybe it doesn't work out.
That's what I was.
b3, knight b6, I thought that maybe I can make it work tactically, but yeah, we're not that prepared yet. Knight c3, c takes b3. I think I'm currently surviving, but yeah.
You're taking a lot of risks.
Yeah,
all of a sudden.
it is touch and go. Yeah, why not play bishop b7?
b1.
Yeah, I think your bishop b7 is just wiser. As long as we don't blunder something along the c file, but I don't see what. I think we can take, right? I don't see how we lose any material.
Or c?
Maybe even
take bishop.
Bishop is risky, no? Rook
Yeah,
f1 and then a4.
Rook c1. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that with c4, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe she is worried about something like this and is trying to either assess it properly or find the different move. But if you don't play queen b5 now, what do you play? Like if you play bishop b7, white will very happily play queen g4 finally. And it will sort of justify previous play to a great degree, right?
Yeah, I think that's what she's waiting for, this queen swing.
Mm-hmm. So we're probably not doing that.
Stuff like this, I mean, it's not what you're dreaming of.
No. There's definitely a bunch of positions where black does do that, but normally when forced, and we are not forced here. Yeah, we're definitely looking for better. There aren't very many sensible waiting moves here, which makes queen b5 all the more attractive.
Yeah. Will give us some time. This Vaishali, she does have +3, but her clock management hasn't always been stellar, however.
Yeah, this is move 16. She really began thinking on maybe move 10, yeah. Knight e2 she played quite quickly, and after b6 she began thinking. So from move 9 to move 16 she spent more than an hour.
Yeah, not unheard of, but not fast either.
Not fast, no. Actually significantly more than an hour. Yeah, and here some changes happened in the game between Muzychuk and Goryachkina.
d4 was played.
Yeah.
Queen e2, Muzychuk, as usual, saying no nonsense, let's fix the structure. Goryachkina
sort of understandably doesn't
break it.
Yeah, doesn't want to get her pawns fixed on the dark squares. But maybe you were actually supposed to play c5, b3, and then something like rook e7 and suffer a little bit. I don't know.
I have bishop f4 now.
Ah, yeah, c5 just unplayable. Yeah, okay.
b3, c3.
I like this reaction, yeah, because c takes b3, rook b5. I guess black immediately generates enough counterplay to be okay. There's a lot of play along the b file, but c3 is a bit of a problem now, because if you take, white takes on d8, takes on c3, and you will probably have to give up either c7 or b3, right? If you play rook c5 to rook b7, rook takes b3 is a problem.
Yeah, this looks pretty bad.
Yeah, this one, yeah, if I have to give up something, I'm playing rook b5, rook c7, and then some move, bishop b4 maybe, and trying to save some kind of a 4-rook endgame, but these are unpleasant.
Some hope, but fun it will not be.
No, rook e2, white is just better. Just make sure that the other rook doesn't land on d2 and just play. This might be lost, frankly. The rook on b5 is very passive. This is not the kind of a pawn down rook ending you want. So what do we do?
I don't know. Don't like it much. Can I go bishop c5?
Yeah, can we throw in some tempo moves? Even rook a5 is vaguely annoying. Seems to be holding up tactically, and then maybe we want the pin. Yeah. Bishop f2 not winning a piece because a5 is protected, as Jan is showing.
This looks a bit awkward.
And this is also a very relevant game because Anna is a point behind Vaishali, but if she wins today and Vaishali doesn't, we're in for a very interesting last couple of rounds.
Yeah. The source of all of Black's troubles is this strange b4 move.
That was a very difficult decision to understand.
We have a weird position in Assaubayeva versus Lagno. So they got this knight h2. Maybe smart. Headed for f3. Lagno took the pawn and f4. Let's go. Bishop c2. What is going on?
I have no idea.
Maneuvers are too deep for me.
Yeah, it's become very, very sharp. And honestly, in these types of positions, my initial reaction is always white is doing very well because I really like these types of kind of pawn storms on the king side. But Black is not without her own counterplay here as well. Rook d8, d1 you need to control if you make some kind of a non-forcing move here. Knight d4 jumps are always relevant.
Can I keep control with some chase operation? Not sure it's so much control.
Yeah, rook c3 you do have, but yeah, knight d4 is actually maybe not unplayable, and also bishop e4 and then knight d5, yeah. Although you will have rook c4 there, I can't maybe play knight d5, but I can play rook a8 for now. And the mating attack in scare quotes on the king side is also not that lightning fast, frankly.
Very strange position.
Yeah, very, very messy position, which I think both of them would welcome with open arms, because neither of them is out of it, but both of them really, really need to win today to get back into the conversation to at least some degree. Bibisara is on -1, right? So for her, it's no. Bibisara is on 50%. Both of them are on 50%. I don't know what I was talking about. So yeah, a win gets them to +1, and they will still probably need Vaishali to stumble somewhere, but +1 is potentially a decent launching pod for the last couple of rounds.
Well said, sir. It's better than 50%.
It is better than 50%.
Worse than +2.
Yeah.
How's Anish? Nah, rook e3. Wow, cunning.
Rook e3, very deep. Yeah, I don't know why you would choose this.
Why is the rook better on a1 than the other dude?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure. Where he has a point. I'll just click on games until you say stop and some
okay.
Spikes your interest. Spikes? Sparks? Either.
Sparks joy. Not very much joy. Goryachkina actually opted for the entire line that we already showed. Opting for rook b5 as well. No, this is not going to be particularly enjoyable. I'm not even sure it's closer to a draw than to a white win, honestly.
No joy being sparked.
No.
The one thing, I'm not sure if that's a general problem, I don't know, but it does look like Anna plays very mature, solid chess, but then struggles a bit to convert her chances, good positions sometimes, no?
She's had some issues here for sure with winning very good positions, and even famously lost one extremely good position already. But I mean, she's not going to lose this one.
No, she's not going to lose. But I was wondering if it's
actually something that I don't know if sparks joy is the right way to describe it. But the game between Bibisara and Zhongyi underwent a very dramatic change of structure.
They're playing each other, so you'll have to be more specific.
Yep, sorry, yeah. Divya and Zhongyi. Somehow, this is now the structure.
Yeah, there was this weird thing where first like black, then white, now.
Yeah, this whole
Why
sequence...
give this e5 square? I wouldn't do that. We had to?
No, we didn't, but it's a very interesting choice. And also...
FECD or what?
No, I think it's probably FIDE.
Okay.
Yeah, and then...
Much happier with this?
Yeah, I also assumed this was going to be the default reaction, but she thought different. Maybe actually FE5 CD, but I mean, it probably is a pawn sacrifice, right? I can go ED6 and...
Yeah.
King G1. I mean, you have...
No, I'm not sure how much I like this, but I would pick this over the other position, I think.
Actually, maybe you don't. Yeah, maybe this is very good, knight c5, queen e5.
Doesn't look terrible, does it?
Yeah, just feels completely fine for black. And also, I have no idea why, but we can see on the screen on the live board that the engine very much likes this for white. After giving up.
Even now, after giving the square,
we can see the okay.
But you went rook e5. I don't want the rook here. I want horsey.
Yeah, that was a strange one.
Why?
Yeah,
why exactly?
That was a strange one.
Now we're maneuvering towards e5, but
yeah, and it looks like something was missed on the previous move, so maybe we could try and figure out what exactly. Rook f2, rook f8. He was liking something here, and then queen c1, queen d8. It no longer likes anything. So what? Do white have e5 somehow? You always feel like the way you make any progress here is somehow e5 lands and works, but why would it work?
I don't see it.
Yeah, neither do I. I found some extremely speculative things, but like e5, if you take with pieces, I thought, yeah, first of all, you're not obliged to.
I can take with pawns in.
Yeah. But then maybe I can imagine some play where I get to attack the pawn on c5 and some extreme.
I can imagine some play where I get to push.
Yeah, no, I'm playing bishop before here.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, I don't know.
That we learned from Deep Blue vs. Kasparov. Yeah. But anyway, knight takes e5?
Yeah, knight takes e5. Once again, d5 is probably very decent there. But if you take with the rook, I was trying to calculate bishop e4, g6, bishop takes g6, and having some fun with it, but I don't think it works. We can drive the king to g5, but then we cannot give mate to it, and we give up. No, I was planning to play queen takes g6.
Ah, that's your point.
With the king on g3, it would have worked. But the king is not on g3, so... Yeah. Is h4 playable here? Wait.
So white could make two moves here?
No. Instead of rook h8 check. Wait, seriously. I might be okay.
Wow.
I did not see this. I'm laying no claim, but...
Queen is strangely useless.
It's completely useless. This is working, right? h5, g5. I mean, g5, h5.
Beautiful.
This is working. Okay, it's not going to happen, but it's working. This is a beautiful blunder. I did not see this when I suggested this to you.
So this is serious then?
But I mean, d5 is fine, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm assuming so. But
I guess d5 we
still look that ridiculous.
Honestly, if it's playable, I'm playing it. If it doesn't lose on the spot, I'm playing this. It changes the character of the position, I think, in our favor. But yeah, she's gone for something else. She's gone queen c1. Now with the queen on d8, none of these tactics exist. She's gone a3. Black will play a5.
Yeah, no one at home here.
Yeah, the bishop will come to c8. White is probably still fine because yes, you have the control over the e5 square, but you're going to struggle to make progress. But you pick black.
Yep.
You definitely pick black.
a5 plate.
Yeah. Do you switch to some kind of play on the queen side, like
Nah,
take stakes?
there is no one there.
Yeah, but there's just nobody home, yeah. Queen e3, rook a2, rook a1, but there's nobody there.
Do whatever you want there. I wait till all your pieces are there, and then we go h5.
Yeah, I am very much in agreement with you about that.
Yeah, looks all right for Tan, although these maneuvers were too subtle for me to understand.
Yeah, all of this seemed a bit way too clever. A bit way too clever.
That's all right. We know what you meant, Peter.
Yeah, but do I know what I mean? Who am I? And things of that nature. Have you seen Who Am I? I was recently reintroduced to the wonderful oeuvre of Jackie Chan.
What's Who Am I? It's a Jackie Chan movie?
It's a Jackie Chan movie about somebody with amnesia who stumbles into some kind of a spy thriller situation and fights his way out of it, amusingly using things lying around, as is.
I'm not sure I've seen Who Am I? I'm not very well versed in Jackie Chan's oeuvre. Has he managed to fight his way out?
I think so, even though like I haven't rewatched the movie. I've seen one fighting scene and that's it. I did watch it when I was like, I don't know, 18 or something. I think I watched sort of the entire canon, or pretty much the entire canon. I was...
Are we getting to the sad part of your childhood where you had a matchbox and two Jackie Chan
no.
VHSs to entertain yourself?
Not exactly, no, and wooden toys. No, my childhood story does not involve very many wooden toys.
The matchbox I remember, though. I used to flip a match. You told me that. Maybe you lied, but I'm not making this up.
Okay, yeah, this is... I recently shared it with everybody in my chat groups. I need to look up the exact formulation. I don't have time for it live on air, but basically, I'm very much at the age where when somebody says, tells me that not to mention that deep magic because I was there when it was written, and I reply that I don't remember that part.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no memory of anything apparently, including some very hard.
But do you have memories of you playing with matches in your childhood?
No, none whatsoever.
So you just lied. Who are you?
Yeah, we are now at an impasse. Yeah, nobody knows.
All right. No, I haven't seen that Jackie Chan movie. Rook c2, we haven't seen a move here yet.
Yeah.
Zhu also spending her time liberally. They both are.
Yeah, this is move 16 for Zhu. Yeah, so yeah, this is going to be a fun time trouble. Even if the queens come off, I feel, which they probably should still come off. Yeah, I really don't see anything more logical than queen b5. I mean, I could maybe make an argument if we really assume white has absolutely nothing to do here. I could make an argument for a7, a6. To take on b5 with the pawn.
Okay, but you're not getting that.
She played a6.
Wow. That is greedy.
That is...
strategically greedy.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good move. Maybe...
It might be okay, yeah.
This whole business, or I don't know.
I think it was annoying
whatever
her.
move, but it did look slightly awkward.
Yeah, I think it was annoying her, and I think she found a way to try and prepare it. And she's basically making an educated guess / bet that white has no useful moves which can prevent it.
White goes d4 now.
I think we play
c4.
I think we play c4, and we try to go off.
I was going to go b3, but this is
a bit problematic. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but now white, I think, like if you waste this much time on seemingly non-forcing things, I should be very tempted to find some kind of a direct reply to it. Looking into, like, I want to sacrifice something, but I don't know exactly what. d3 or e5 or both. Okay, I need to make some kind of a useful move in preparation and then play queen b5, queen g4.
Place the move.
Yeah, queen b5. But the problem is you can take both, I think. Queen f4, I don't know what my reply to queen takes g3 is. And if queen g4, I think you take, yeah, maybe still you take this one. I thought knight f4, and I was briefly interested, but you have queen e4. And shockingly, I cannot attack this queen. There are no pieces that do a good job of attacking this queen. And if black gets a tempo here, I think we lose. So, yeah. A little bit stuck. Can we play, now that a6 has been played, can we maybe try playing b4 here or d4 here? b4 probably, yeah. d4 we know doesn't work. But knight b6, queen b3, c4 once again. Like, I'm playing to lose.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll start with this as well. Yeah. No. No, that's not it. What are the useful moves then?
Fe1.
Queen b5?
Now we do this again.
Yeah, but the rook is hanging. Yeah. The rook is hanging. It's just not... Yeah, now queen e4, knight f4, we actually got what we wanted.
This is what we needed.
This is absolutely what we needed. Now, this is maybe not that unplayable. Okay, let's investigate whether you can take on e5 instead of d3 then.
That looks scary.
It does, yeah. You never want to open the queen g3 and then, yeah. Knight d3, knight c3 wins material, right?
Feels like you should be.
Yeah.
But overloaded.
Yeah, b8 also hanging is not great for black, yeah. No, this is, yeah, maybe this is playable, but rook e1 is... She has 15 minutes. How much time did she invest in a6 before a6 was played? My guess is not a lot. And yeah, spotting rook e1 here is... We also don't know if it's
also
good.
Not sure if it's any good.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd feel very tempted because, like, if you have to play here queen b5 or queen h7 or something, actually maybe queen f5 is not that bad.
It's moving.
Yeah, queen f5 might be okay, but we take knight g3. I think we're... I thought b2 is still hanging. Yeah, maybe I'm giving up a little bit too much. These are not my pieces as usual, but knight f4 maybe. d4, just rook c2 and push for e6. Strange position. Very strange position.
Feels like white should be okay, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if it's any good, but it's interesting. But like, on 15-4, 24, are you willing to go rook e1, queen g4 here? Leading by a point.
No, but are you willing to play this endgame with any time?
I would very much like not to, yeah. I would very much like not to.
Then you gotta.
Yeah. Is there a way to bail out somehow differently? And now something?
Knight c1 is not exactly the most aggressive move in the book.
Do not like one bit.
If I start with queen g4 now, I'm not sure.
Yeah. And she's gone queen f4, which is sort of understandable, but then the question is how we're meeting queen b5. Would be a good move if not for the fact that it's extremely awkward to meet queen b5.
Queen b5 played.
Yeah, black.
Jiner decided no more wasting time.
Mm-hmm.
The players were asked who spends the most time at the board, and I think Vaishali did say it's herself. I think Zhu maybe also named herself.
I'm sure this is something that, and I've seen this discussion online actually, that these are the stats we absolutely could have at our disposal considering how many cameras there are currently in the playing hall. We could absolutely track time at the board.
Why don't we track more stuff? Don't like people wear heart rate monitors. I mean, how hard can it be to have like a simple steps count?
Yeah, and she has gone knight c1. Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, a bit sad, but it's easier to sacrifice other people's pawns.
Yeah. Yeah, heart rate monitors I don't mind, although they are a little bit invasive, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have 8,000 steps today already.
Whoa, what'd you do?
Walk.
Just walk. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's awkward, but maybe it's not that horrible. We want like b3, rook e1, and then eventually we will free ourselves. Queen goes to g3. We still have no threats, though, and with knight on c1, we're unlikely to develop
Yeah,
any
it would
threats.
be nice to have it on f4.
Rook g8.
Whoa.
Is she intending g5 or something, or g6 maybe even? That's or like that's a bit of a deep move.
Extravagant.
Yeah.
It's provocative.
And
Gets
I think
people going.
Instantly disliked by the engine, as we can see on our screen. But yeah, who cares?
Bit much.
Yeah.
Why not bishop e7?
Yeah. At least wait for queen g. I guess then you wouldn't be able to play rook g8 because h6 would be hanging. Yeah, I think she didn't like playing with the king on f8, and she felt like g7 needs protection. I think maybe she is intending to play g5, hg, rook takes g6, and just...
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Just don't like it.
But why exactly? My initial reaction was also this cannot possibly be good. I guess we go rook e1 for now, because e5 really does need protection. And then maybe g5 we just ignore, yeah? Maybe we play queen g4 here. And we stay. I do need a reply to bishop g7, yeah, that's my problem. I do need some kind of a good reply to bishop g7. Maybe knight b3 is a decent reply. Maybe I can play... Ah, no, d3 is hanging as well. This is a mess. This is a mess, and we're playing it on 12 minutes.
Focus.
It's very difficult. I have been
How bad
exposed
was this?
I've been exposed as a fabulist live on air, and I am now very flustered. She's gone b3, which is very much an invitation to play g5 now, because
playing sort of passive moves.
Yeah.
Huh? Knight c1, b3.
now we have
again.
to have to take. If g5 happens, we absolutely have to take, because otherwise I think we lose material. So rook takes, we go rook e1 once again. It's maybe still not that bad.
Still like white's position. There's
Yeah.
no attack here.
Yeah. Knight on c1 is horrible, but if it ever actually comes back to f4, we now probably win, which is a good thing. Yeah, like
So we have some plans.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be exciting. We'll check back in.
Yeah, this one...
exciting, but no fun.
No fun, but black feels like you give a check and you play rook bd4 and you play rook d2 next move, and maybe you just save it move by move now. Unless rook e3, rook f3 is something. But, yeah, I don't know. You will have to calculate eventually. Even this is not that trivial, yeah? Rook d2, rook f3.
Yeah,
It's
scared.
still kind of meh, yeah? It's not that pleasant.
Kind of bad.
Yeah, she's gone rook d1 check. And if she doesn't do it, like, if this remains a 4-rook ending, it feels like you eventually lose.
Normally you lose these 4-rook endgames because king too weak.
Yeah, and we've already had a very good example of this in the open
I looked
section.
upset though. King h2. Why is she so upset?
I don't know.
Maybe she hasn't seen rook e3 and she just thought she blundered rook bd4.
Yeah, but then, yeah, if rook e3 doesn't exist, then you have to allow the rook trade, and that position black probably saves kind of comfortably, right? If b3 is traded for f2, you don't lose.
Yeah.
Those you don't lose. But rook e3, I'm currently stuck solving. Rook b2, rook f6. Yeah, this looks lost, frankly. I don't know.
Has to be lost.
Yeah, this is very much reminiscent of Nakamura, Caruana, but also, but even worse.
Slightly
Yeah,
worse.
but yeah, but worse. Yeah, exactly. Could she? No. If she provoked f3, which maybe she could have done, then f2 wouldn't be hanging in all these lines, so it had drawbacks as well. Denying white the rook lift, but removing a target. I don't see it. There has to be something, but I don't see it.
Okay.
Moving, yeah.
Moving
here. You still pick black, but it feels like maybe white is now closer to being okay.
Can't take.
Knight takes e3 though.
Ah, I can't take. Okay.
No. You also can't play bishop d4, regrettably, because rook b4 wins a piece.
That was my next question.
Yeah, I wanted bishop h6, but I guess queen f6 is a good reply. Because I think if bishop h6 forced you to take on b2, maybe that would be playable, like play rook e1 there or something and try to put the queen on d4, play for compensation. But maybe it's still a solution somehow. But queen f6 worries me because g6, g5 is also a threat now. I don't know. Not quite sure.
I have a feeling Wei will find a way now.
No, it feels like it's kind of a position where you should be fine if you calculate precisely, and he's never had any problems with that.
Oh, and the results of our poll are in. Who are you rooting for was today's question. Javokhir Sindarov or Hikaru Nakamura? What do you think?
I think it was probably Sindarov.
Yeah? What percentage?
I want to say 65.
Wow, that's very close. You do have your ear to the ground.
Is it 51?
No, it's 68.
Okay. We, I think, did pick up a very significant Uzbek following along the way here because of just how crushing his performance has been. So there is a lot of very partisan viewership.
I don't know. I feel he global by now, picking up fans everywhere. And rightly so. This is a historic performance from a 20-year-old.
It is, yeah. It is.
What other 20-year-olds were as dominant? Magnus was pretty good at 20.
Yeah. Tendulkar?
Candidates, I think he's played slightly later, but how old was he when he won London? 22, 23?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Kasparov was kind of good.
Yeah, Kasparov won the Worlds at 22. So, yeah, Gukesh has beaten that record, and Sindarov, should he beat Gukesh, should he qualify and beat Gukesh, there's a lot of ifs there.
He can beat Gukesh, but not Gukesh's record.
Yeah, exactly, but not Gukesh's record, because he is already 20. But he'll still be above Gary, which is...
But it was a different time.
Not insignificant, though. Yeah. Being above Gary in any kind of a list is very much an achievement in and of itself.
Yeah, Kasparov himself was also very complimentary of Sindarov on good old Twitter. And someone pointed out that the rating difference between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh is currently bigger than the rating distance between Gukesh and the world number 100, who is Vasil Ivanchuk.
Oh, that is why they looked it up, I guess, because it's specifically Vasil, yeah?
No, I think it's the number 100. Now, Gukesh, of course, had a rough stretch of classical chess recently. But we shouldn't forget, first of all, that he did win the candidates and the World Championship match, but also before that, like what he did at this Olympia 20, when was it, 22?
22
and also
in Chennai, yeah.
The last one were very historic results as well. Well, what did he have? They start with 8 out of 8 or something in
Yeah,
Spain?
in Chennai, 8 out of 8, yeah, and then I think, yeah, that was that really dramatic loss to Nordebek in a completely winning position.
On the way, he beat Fabi and some pretty good players.
Yeah. No, that was quite awesome to watch. In the meantime, continuing to... Yeah, bishop h6 was chosen by Wei. I think the one question I would have here is what's the move after queen f6? I'm currently very unsure what the answer is, honestly. Because g5 does seem like a very strong threat. And you cannot play h4 because I think it instantly loses to rook b4. So... but I mean queen f7. But I guess if you play queen f7, you just
have this big trick.
Yeah, no, that is very beautiful.
Queen f7,
and potentially we're just not worse here. I guess queen d6 or something.
Somewhere.
Yeah, just not worse. g5 still hanging. The king is much safer. Yeah, this must be it. Yeah, okay, so then rook d1, rook b4. But then queen a6, c8 becomes a problem. Yeah, this is a good solution by Wei. As expected, when asked to calculate variations, he is still scary.
Still
good.
Wei.
Yeah, still very much Wei. Prague is a bit better against Esipenko because Esipenko chose a bit of a strange decision to give up a pawn, but he should still probably be holding. Yeah.
What happened to the B pawn?
He just got.
He just gave it.
It just got given up.
Was that needed? Okay,
I think
stop B6.
Yeah, he didn't want to allow B6, but I don't know if he needed to panic about it. Like play rook B1 here, B6 knight C2, put the knight on B4, like or D4 or somewhere. Probably not that horrible, but I guess he felt that potentially the pawns on the light squares could become targets, like knight C4 here, bishop D7. I don't know. Slightly panicky, but maybe not bad strategically, because now we no longer have any weaknesses. We have very solid pieces. Rook H4 constantly being an annoying idea. Knight 6, Knight B5 check constantly needs to be paid attention to. He probably holds from here, frankly. It's yes, he's a pawn down, but it's a doubled B pawn. Not massive advantage by any stretch.
Fair enough. And some move is being...
Yeah, bishop C6.
Bishop C6 looks logical.
Yeah, obviously we are not particularly interested in undoubling the B pawns here, so either something to E4 or maybe bishop H3. Yeah, it's a check, but it doesn't really seem to be doing very much, yeah.
No, it just feels a bit offside here, but maybe.
Yeah, you put it on E4. I thought something to E4 might also be... One argument against it would be I didn't like to allow rook F1, letting the black rook kind of roam free. Although it doesn't really have targets, so maybe we're just unbothered by it. King E2. Maybe even rook B1 in this position, and bishop takes B1 and claim this as a draw, although it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad.
Really sad.
Yeah.
All right, so Esipenko fighting for a draw. Sindarov versus Nakamura was agreed drawn a long time ago. Wei, we're now assuming is all right, move by move. And
yeah, we haven't been here in a while. This has become quite concrete. Yeah.
Horsey here.
Horsey here, but A7 is hanging and Horsey is hanging. So, is knight takes E3 in the immediate draw? Rook E1 exists. Yeah. Yeah, rook E1 exists, which is maybe a decent argument against doing that. Although variation sort of continues after rook C3, but after rook C3, black has no threats. I think if you forced white to take on E3 here, black might be okay, but nobody's taking on E3. Yeah, yeah, and nothing moves.
Yeah, this looks
wrong. This looks completely unnecessary and wrong.
For bishop F1, we can keep playing that game.
Yeah, we can also throw in queen B7 and yeah. Oh yeah, this looks wrong. Okay, so how do we solve it? We can go A6, bishop takes C4, D takes C4. Because rook C4, B5 appears to be losing a rook. Not good.
Like rooks, then.
But knight C5, right?
Go here.
Knight C5, and this will cost black material.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know if I'm happy with this at all, yeah?
You're kind of lost if you don't have anything direct, no?
Yeah. So what's the solution?
No, this is going Bluebaum's way.
Yeah, he has a bit of a pull.
His structure, king is safe, and these small little tactics that you need for all this stuff that he's normally very, very good at if his king is not under attack. We don't know how motivated Fabi is. I mean, no one wants to lose, but
yeah, no, he is.
You've mentioned his preparation regime looked different the last 3 rounds than before.
But still, yeah, like once you put him in this situation, I think all the instincts kick in.
Of course. Maybe he wouldn't have gotten into this situation.
Yeah, yeah, I think that is possible. I think maybe he would have played something more biting than this. But what are the you can't give up on A7 for nothing. That one we really care about.
Yep.
That really limits our maybe knight D6. It's a bit sad, but maybe just knight D6. Yeah. Rook C8, take on C8 with something. Bishop B2, I suppose. I keep on wanting it on F3.
Guess it's not terrible, but it's not fun either.
No, you prefer white here. Yeah, but B6 limits the knight quite nicely. Although bishop F3.
Still not thrilled.
Yeah, bishop b6, queen c6. It's awkward, right? Bishop b6 just maybe straight up a mistake. Maybe you do have to play knight e4. But then you have to ask yourself, even maybe about takes knight d2, yeah? Although that maybe you're okay with, yeah. If the bishop was already on d5, I'd be very much against it with white, but it's not, and maybe I can get some activity. d5, knight d4.
Yeah, no, 96, I guess, is the way to go, but Caruana fighting for equality here, which won't inspire him all that much.
No. And there's been some developments on pretty much every single board in the women's. First of all, the rook ending that we were talking about did appear on the board in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Aleksandra Goryachkina, so this will now most likely be a draw.
That's what I mean, push a little harder on her.
Yeah,
like,
we still don't know why not rook e3. Ah, we had, yeah, there's rook d3 there.
Okay, we're idiots. Sorry.
Yeah, Anna, apologies for that. Yeah, completely uncalled for. So yeah, maybe this is what she missed actually. Maybe she thought she gets the rook to f3 and then realized she doesn't. In the game between Divya and Zhongyi, Divya actually provoked a5 and then closed the queen side. And we'll probably defend this position, frankly. It's a very miserable way to play because you are now going to be passing for the rest of the game with white. You have no active ideas.
The king, first order of business, runs to b6, and then we prepare whatever breakthrough here for the next 8,000 moves.
Yeah.
But maybe we won't make it.
Yeah.
No, can we put the bishop on g6, queen h7, rook e8? I can attack this a bunch of times.
Actually, yeah, we begin by playing bishop e8 here, and we already asked the
bishop
question.
Here?
Yeah, get it over to g6.
Here, maybe we can get the king of the way. Maybe we don't need to actually.
No, this is a bit annoying actually, and you can start running straight away because the.
You can make it even sadder by playing h5.
Yeah, well, I really don't want to. Would much rather not. And there's also a very sharp position in the game between Bibisara and Kateryna Lagno, where many moves were made, and it seems like there was a swing very, very late, in particular, I think, last couple of moves. I don't know what the correct play was, and I really don't know what happened in between, but after these moves, queen b7 and black played bishop b5, feels like allowing knight.
Pawns are nice, but these pieces
allowing
look
knight
scary,
d4. No? Yeah, if we could play knight f3, I think we should play knight f3 on a previous move here. Here it's too late. Yeah. Yeah, here it feels like you absolutely must bring some more pieces into the game, right? It stops knight d4. It kind of makes your position look a little bit more together. The c7 pawn is not as crucial. But now, yeah, now the threats are very real. Knight e2 check is a very big problem, which in fact it's... I mean, maybe you can still go rook c1, but... Because I think I have knight c2, rook e4, right? Yeah, I keep on trying to sacrifice those queens, but white has enough squares for the king. Queen c2, maybe. It looks a bit ridiculous, but maybe it's not bad.
Let's take another pawn.
Check.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Yeah, it's a strange position, but it feels like you might not survive until your beautiful endgame with two pawns up. Yeah, she's gone rook c1, which is understandable. The threats were very real, and now we can see the engine disliking this for white a great deal. But there's no immediate solution. So maybe Bibisara could be excused for thinking that she still has things reasonably under control because. Nothing immediate brings
under control.
Well, yeah, under control maybe is not the way to describe it, but not doing too badly. And I mean, if white gets time to play something like knight f3 here or knight c2, hang on, are we missing something?
Never.
Rook e4. Just queen b3. What are we missing?
Rook e4 plate.
Just queen b3, yeah, this is what she is intending. Rook c1? Just bishop d3, maybe we're just going after the rook. hang on. Like it feels like Kateryna is playing for something very, very specific.
Yeah, rook d2 is also there.
Yeah,
Position is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, but rook d2, maybe white gets time to play e6. d6 doesn't, the problem is e6 looks nice, but doesn't really generate any threats.
Don't care.
Yeah, and we want queen d5, bishop c6, I guess. Yeah, our threats here are massive, yeah.
Yeah. Rook d8.
Yeah, she's gone rook d2, so she is going. And also, very nice from her to start playing faster. Yeah, she has, I only just realized she has 5 minutes. So she needs to speed up, but she did speed up.
Yeah, it's easier to play faster if you have some forward moves like that. This looks unpleasant for Bibisara. I don't know how bad it is, but it looks very scary.
Yeah, Bibisara has a bunch of time compared to Kateryna, but if the position is not great, then it shouldn't matter so much. And yeah, the problem is these pieces seem like they're kind of balanced on air a little bit. None of them are supported by much, but you can't touch them.
They help each other out nicely.
A great deal, yeah. Like Queen on b3 cannot be attacked by anything that doesn't lose material, which is quite remarkable.
Really covering everything.
Yeah, you have knight f1. But then after bishop, I mean, I assume bishop takes f1, because otherwise I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Maybe I'm doing this with white. I mean, although even queen takes h3 in the end there, still scary. Like I take with the rook. And if you have to take on h3, you have currently, I think, no winning threats, giving me a move to do something. Maybe, but like what? On the other hand, what am I doing that is worth allowing queen takes h3?
Yeah, if I get one more move, I will have some sort of threat.
Yeah, knight g4 might be a borderline winning threat now, and queen takes g4 in the end. No, this is extremely scary for Bibisara. Basically, the clock is the one good thing she has going for her here, and everything else seems to be very, very critical.
Couldn't agree more. We also have the clock going for us, and after we are going on a little break, we hope that the 5-time world champion, Vaishali, will be here to watch the time trial with us. See you guys then.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the candidates round number 12. The open section, Sindarov with a quick draw. Seems to be cruising to victory, although he has to play Anish Giri tomorrow, who still might win his game. But for now, Peter, we have a lot of time trouble action in the women's section. Shall we go there?
Yeah, there's a lot of very exciting positions in the women's. In particular, there's been, I think, a major swing in the game between Vaishali and Jiner. And
right now, there's something happening.
Yeah, and I don't really like what Vaishali is doing. I kind of like d5 because it's a recognition that things have gone wrong, but I feel like they didn't need to go wrong that much. And
you didn't like b takes c4?
Yeah, I thought this is just not the way, because d5 is just such an important square for the Black Knights, and you really, really don't want to be giving it up. The dream has to be to get the knight over to f4, as we discussed. If the knight from c1 gets to f4, the black position will start creaking.
She went knight e2, knight b4.
Yeah, but now knight b4, and you have to contend with this knight landing on d5, stopping your knight f4 dreams, and also the queen is so strong on the long diagonal. This has been a sequence where I think Zhu played a lot more precisely. Why are we not playing a4 here, by the way? Is there a specific reason why we're not playing a4? Just rook. Yeah, but it's sort of hanging on b7. Now maybe you can play something like queen h2 or something. Anyway, we'll get into it. And yeah, we do have the 5-time world champion, our dear friend Vaishali with us. d5, knight d5 on the board. And what do you think?
First of all, this has been a mind-blowing game to follow. It's just very, very interesting how the pieces functioned. Black isn't actually threatening to take on d4, but white took on c5, which I would normally be suspect, but turns out it doesn't matter. Then black isn't really threatening to take on b2, but white protects that. And then, I mean, a6 kind of blew me away, even though I understand why, but to play a calm move like that. And queen g4 didn't work, and queen f4, and then it ended up like this with rook g8, g5 at that point.
Yeah, we do need a board for this.
It was quite profound. Yeah. Just all these early maneuvers, I think, were very profound, and I think this is a game from which they can both be commended simply for doing it.
It's a very complicated position. Yeah. Some mistakes, I have a feeling, probably crept in, but it's a very, very difficult structure to play. And they've also both been burning time, so it's going to be a very sharp time trouble. Vaishali is sort of at home in these types of situations. She's had it pretty much every single game here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Rook b5.
So what do we have now? She played d5.
Knight d5, queen e4.
Queen e4.
Yeah, in d5, it feels very strange to give up a central pawn like this, but we do get this gorgeous d4 square for our knights now. And it's not that bad. I thought this might just be straight up really, really poor for white, but apparently not. Apparently we are maybe slightly worse, but nothing disastrous has happened just yet.
Very odd battle. Vaishali on +3, but if she were to lose this, Jiner would join her in the lead on +2.
Yeah, the whole thing opens up. I guess Muzychuk probably isn't winning, so they'll be tied for first, second. There could be an even bigger tie, but Muzychuk should probably now draw her game, because Goryachkina has plenty enough counterplay there in that pawn down rook ending. And this is the other position. This is the game between Bibisara, Assaubayeva and Kateryna Lagno. After rook d2, Bibisara took quite some time and played d6, fe6, queen f4, sort of recognizing that without the queen participating in the game, it's going to be very difficult to protect the king side. I have just seen this position. I don't quite know what to think. My feeling is that black has to be better, but I'm not sure how much. What do we think? Bishop c6?
I think rook fd8, right?
Just rook fd8.
Because I want to play rook d1 check, and there must be bishop c6 or some pin like that.
She played that.
Okay.
Rook
and
f8
blitzed out. There is a perpetual, right? If we do all that, there is a perpetual on the f7 and f5 squares. This will make a draw, right?
Yes.
And maybe white could even consider, although queen f7.
But after f6, can I go back to f8? No, sorry, the rook's on d2, not on d3.
No, you
What am I
can't.
thinking?
No, you can't, yeah.
And if queen takes h3 here?
Okay, rook d1 is not
the end, but neither is
amazing
e8.
threat. So e7?
e7. You're saying you'll just make a draw if...
Rook d1, I have rook e1, right? I'm not even sure black has a draw. I mean, maybe you do, but it's a whole new game, because I think you have to, because d8 is hanging, I think you probably end up having to take...
bishop e1 actually.
I have bishop e1 and then rook takes c2, yeah.
Yeah. No, this doesn't work. Then rook d4, queen f5 check.
Where?
At the end of that. Rook d4, but queen f8, f5, yeah, sure.
Yeah, at least
surprisingly,
at least the draw and maybe
g4
more.
and g3 are defended.
Yeah, this is a very stable construction, and as usual, and this is something that you recognize from experience, knight in front of the king, or knight close to the king even, is a very good defensive setup because it controls a lot of squares. But it feels like black has to be doing...
What about, has this happened?
f6 is on the board.
F6 is on the board, okay. No, perhaps black should have contented herself with queen d3 rather than rook fd8, because then I'm aiming for the same thing.
Also, this move existed, right? I thought. Maybe it wasn't stupid. Because rook e6, I have queen takes e6. Queen takes d2, I thought maybe queen e4, and I will figure out something from here. It looks promising. And, I mean, what do you do after bishop c6? The rook... This doesn't look promising at all, because we haven't sacrificed anything. It's equal material. We're attacking like everything is hanging. f5 is hanging, h3 is hanging.
So rook c4?
Maybe rook c4, yeah. Oops, sorry. Rook c4. This I missed. I will freely admit, but it feels like there has to be some...
e5, actually.
Yeah, like rook takes f2
e5.
and then e5.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Rook takes f2, king takes f2, e5. Yeah, something like this.
But rook takes f2, I probably have queen takes f2 and...
Yeah, but then we're happy.
Yes, sure.
Because rook c2, queen d5, or queen c2, queen d4 check.
And queen.
We look like we're winning, honestly, here. So maybe bishop c6 was strong. This is all extremely unplugged. I'm trying not to switch the damn thing on, so...
Yeah, but moving to the playing hall, let's have a look. Time is running out. No, this is...
Yeah, and she's on 3 minutes now. She's on 3 minutes, and yeah.
What about queen b2?
We can see that the bar is now showing sort of equality, and it has to be... It probably means that some opportunity has been missed along the way.
Down to 2.5 minutes. E7 is a bit much, huh?
Whoa. Breaking news, thanks to our producers, because we kind of confidently predicted the rook ending in the game between Muzychuk and Goryachkina will end in a draw. But it's currently showing me, and here I
because I take the f7 pawn as well, is that the point? It's black's move, so rook
it's
b2.
Black to move, but after rook b2...
h5 maybe?
Yeah, we throw in h4,
yes,
h5,
yes.
and we get a second passer, I guess.
Yes.
This is very non-obvious, but apparently white is completely winning now. And I think h5 is a findable move because you don't want to allow g5. It's very sensible not to allow g5. And then you just calmly walk towards the
Could black start with g5?
If you play g5...
So rook c7, rook b2...
king g7?
Yes.
b7...
And I want time to play h5 and...
No, we go b7, e5.
And king g6?
h5 check.
King f5?
Okay, your board is not showing still. Give me a second. Where are we?
King g6?
Yeah, king g6, yeah.
Oh, it's black.
No, black has played, white has played e5.
Oh, yeah, sorry. e5, e5, king g...
After b7, king g7.
e5, king
g6, f5 check, h5 check.
King f5.
King f5, and we are...
I guess king g4, although, why is this so strong?
I don't know, maybe g4 and it's a bit of a
rook.
King e6.
Yeah, no, this is not obvious, but luckily for Anna, this is now past move 40, so she has oodles of time to solve all of this.
It's black's, and so she will...
Yeah,
I think in a sense, because rook b2 h5 is so bad, I would say that you have to play g5 no matter what. I don't know.
But yeah, apparently this is winning. Yeah?
Yeah, it's just straight up winning for white if she plays precisely, and that will catapult her to +2. So if Vaishali actually does lose, which is by no means a foregone conclusion, she is worse, but she is not obliged to lose this position. It's still a mess.
Let's go there. It's only move 29.
Yeah, Vaishali is down to...
She put a bishop on d4. That means no horses there.
Yeah. Yeah, and the move the engine suggests instead of bishop d4 is very difficult to make, but it's specifically to do with the horsey on d4. Bishop c1 was stronger. You couldn't take on b5, but you don't want to occupy the square where you want your knights. It feels kind of weird to retreat, but it was stronger than bishop d4.
Yeah.
What's black do?
No threats now, so it makes all kinds of gardening. h5 it
h5,
likes.
yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, h5 it likes very much to include some rook g4s somewhere. Yeah, this is drifting sort of away from Vaishali, and she's, although not in as much trouble on the clock because Jiner is catching up. She's also on 4 minutes, but yeah, this is what we discussed early on, that if you know somebody will play e5 against you, Caro is just such a great opening to play in a must-win game.
Yeah.
You get a very complicated fight, maybe you're worse, but you don't care. Lots of pieces on the board, very difficult.
Famously, Kramnik-Leko, 14th game, must win. And there you're there. So.
No, I mean, in my own headcanon, I beat Evgeny Alexeyev in one of the Russian superfinals where I absolutely needed to beat him in the last round with black.
Right.
Kramnik-Leko was must-win for white, no?
Yeah,
Are you also happy with
that's the joke, yeah.
For black.
That is very much the joke. I think the seconds
Is
were...
this a common concept? Does bishop d3 and c takes d? Like
it's apparently we're going to be told that everything we thought was wrong. Slowly.
No, I talked about with Peter earlier that as a kid I always thought black was more or less winning here after bishop d3 takes.
And takes with the pawn, I thought. Oh, even this
true.
you thought.
Yeah.
So.
And the h5 played
wow.
by Jiner. Has Vaishali always been a bit of a time trouble addict? It seems extreme in this tournament.
She has had time trouble consistently. Time issues.
Time crisis.
I mean, with 30 seconds per move, it's not that out of hand. It can't get, but
yes.
Every day we see her. Also much harder to make a move for white. No, what moves come to mind?
Yeah, this is why bishop d4 was, in practical terms, just such a massive mistake.
Goal, yeah.
You now have no idea what to do. You're out of moves, and you can definitely find improving moves for black. Let's say you play a4, black takes on b2, plays queen c6, and you could maybe even consider walking with the king somewhere, f8, g8, or... You don't have to, but maybe. a4 is hanging. It's just problems, and she's down to a minute and a half. Yeah, I think it all stems from the decision to take on c4.
It all stems from 3e5. Knight c3. Very solid.
Oh.
Yes, I mean, her tournament situation didn't require this. No. So it was, I mean, kudos to her, but at the same time...
Yeah, elsewhere in the game between Bibisara and Kateryna Lagno, Kateryna actually went for this entire line that we were discussing, and we thought it was a draw, but white is apparently completely winning.
Like king h1 in the meantime, which at least is a move, so...
Yeah.
For her.
Yeah, it's I was thinking about king h1, f1, and courageous to just do it.
Yeah, and yeah, we thought e7 there has to be some way for black to hold, but actually e7 just wins here. I thought queen f7 was playable, but...
Apparently e8, rook e8, queen c2. Oh.
Just queen c8, queen c6, actually, yeah.
No, even simpler.
Yeah. Queen c8, and then if you play queen e8, queen takes c6, and you queen the other one.
How we have more pieces.
What are they on?
Bibisara will be on +1. They are both on 50%.
Right.
And this, I guess, spells
so
the
we
end
very
of...
much have 3 players on +2 and 1 on +1 going into the last
Yeah, we're going to have a very exciting race. And yeah, if e7 is found here, I think that's the end of Kateryna's campaign, which was a lot of fun to watch, but she will be kind of bitterly disappointed with how it comes out. She had bad positions, but she also missed some very nice chances.
Right, let's see here. Yeah, g5 was
G5
played,
has
but
happened.
they made the time trouble, so we can go there later maybe.
Yep.
Tan versus Divya, they also made the time trouble. Divya played this h5, which I guess she didn't love, but at least no bishops here.
Yeah, and the king is already on c7, so Tan absolutely knows how you're supposed to approach this. And now you look for a restructuring which allows you to play g6, I guess. I don't know if you have one, honestly. It's not clear to me that you can arrange this.
I want my bishop on h7. Not sure it does anything.
You can actually get it there, right? Although white wants queens off, right? I think.
Actually, what's wrong with rook g8?
I think my biggest problem is rook f3, no? I blundered bishop takes g4. Okay,
yeah, king h2.
Yeah, the king wasn't. I remember the king wasn't on h2 when I was making that statement. Yeah, yeah. I think we.
Or queen d4 takes rook takes e4. What about that?
Yeah, I can't chase it. Yeah, I can't actually force the queen trade.
Temporarily stuck.
Yeah, because I think if the queens come off, we save this kind of comfortably-ish.
So what are you saying, queen d4?
Yeah, queen d4, and you can't really chase it.
And it gives me the option of rook e5, g5 as well. So
yeah, and if need be, it'll go to a1, b2, and we park it there for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, the queen's got a few hidings.
Yeah, we're probably going to be able to hide it there.
All right, but they're also way past the time control. So what's the exciting one? Has to be the Vaishali game still. King h1, rook g4 played, queen h7, h4.
Yeah.
Who's better and why?
Black is still better, but I'm not sure I like the... Well, you give white some chances here, like queen h5. Your position on the king side is not as stable as it used to be.
Actually, after queen h5, I was wondering if I should play rook takes d4, rook b5, queen takes b5, and rook d1 check, and a b5. But anyway, maybe we will find out.
I don't think that's happening. Not because it's bad, but I just don't think that's happening. It feels... Yeah.
Well, maybe what about rook e4 here?
Queen h5 played.
Yeah, queen h5 is a very natural thing to do here.
Because rook e4 threatens rook e2. So.
Yeah.
Still very tough. No time.
Yeah, playing this on increment is just not going to be very enjoyable for, well, neither of them, but Jiner is 2 minutes ahead on the clock, so, or behind. Is it ahead or behind when you have 2 minutes against a minute?
I would say ahead, but you're the one who has a great command of the common tongue.
Yeah.
How many languages do you speak nowadays, Vichy? How's your German?
Rusty, but I can probably do better than Nepo.
That is likely. Spanish.
I did notice him having a go at you in German, but
okay.
Well, having a go is maybe.
Guten Tag, I wouldn't call German yet.
Sure. No.
Yeah,
Spanish, you're still fluent, right?
Yes. Every time I go there, it comes back pretty fast, and yeah, all good.
Yeah, rook g6 is a pretty solid. Rook e4 had a particular problem with it, which I think was missable, but I don't think you want to place your, my screen is misbehaving. Specifically, knight d2 actually captures this rook.
Okay.
Weirdly, none of the shots work for black, so it costs you material, but I think rook g6 is just a solid move on positional grounds. You don't want
to... Knight f8. Queen h8, knight f8 was played.
Yeah, this is still not unplayable for white, but it's so difficult to make moves here, like machine goes a4.
Wouldn't you have gone bishop f8?
I think that was better, but...
Because rook h6 might be valuable.
And h3, yeah, that was a strong move.
A good time trouble move as well.
That was, as we can see, was a better choice, but...
A4
Knight A4, and A4 is actually the right way, but like I wonder what we're planning after Rook B3. Maybe we can take Knight C1 and we're somehow not getting mated on the other side of the board.
But Knight F4?
That would be a dream scenario if we could somehow remove that pawn. Yeah, Knight F4, Rook takes B3.
Queen A8?
I am so scared.
Even Queen... No, Queen A8 is fine. I thought Queen C6, but why bother?
Yeah, I'm very, very scared here with white. Yeah. So then Rook B3 is a problem. Yeah. Yeah, Rook B3 played by Zhu instantly. Yeah. You can take on B3, but then you can't play Knight C1.
Also, take Knight B4. Wasn't that a kind of thing? Because but then Knight F4. I give you that extra option, right? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Though Knight F4, I have
20 seconds. You know, this is. I think you just lose here with white. There's just no control.
And black's moves aren't harder than white.
And you miss one tactic and you're gone. Yeah.
Next move on 9 seconds, she takes.
Yeah, and now I think the engine just plays Queen H5 and says we can wait for now. Maybe we want maybe Knight E1, Queen F3. I think maybe is the intention of Queen H5. But like, who plays like that?
And Knight D2, we're getting checkmate.
But I still can't get over that if black had played Bishop F8 and it's just H3 is an extra bonus.
Bishop F8 would have ended the
very
game.
long diagonal. Wow.
Would have absolutely ended the game. Yeah.
Oh.
Knight C1.
6 seconds, Knight C1
But
played.
now Knight F4 was very strong.
H3 wins on the spot with similar ideas. Knight F4 somehow also wins, but slower. H3 ends the game. H3, Queen H3, Knight F4, and everything that we're discussing is coming in even faster. Yeah, no, Knight C1, now you lose.
Back at that position is rough.
Yeah.
Move anything?
I feel like, yeah, we've done this. You had to bring up my predictions.
Yeah. It's my fault for jinxing. A bit surprised in general in the women's tournament. I think that's how everybody rolls, but no one seems particularly concerned with playing solidly or playing for a draw. No, like every game is a full-fledged fight, but +3 and white versus +1 would cross my mind. But
I mean, Sindarov put off the urge till +6, but I think he's given in the end as well. So
yeah, also more rounds. No, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
Also, of course.
Whoa, Anish is winning.
Never doubt Anish.
Anish is completely winning suddenly, and a moment ago white was completely fine, which is, this is a kind of a stunning turnaround here.
He blundered?
Yeah.
I never expect
Queen F7, Queen D6, the move we were giving is fine, but Queen D2 actually I think is first line. F4, and now...
Back to D6, yeah?
Yeah, Queen D4 is fine, Bishop takes G5 is actually fine. But he kind of panicked and went C6, and now Queen A7 check, followed by Queen E3, which is very similar actually to the end of the Sindarov.
Queen E3, no?
Yeah.
Like that's,
and now he gets mated.
Wait, C7?
C7, Rook E8. You don't have any checks.
Ah, I see. Okay, and
you don't have
Queen D5 and H3, then Queen to G3 and Rook E8.
Yeah.
Or Rook E8 first, and then Queen to G3. Okay.
So and if you play, and he found Queen A6, Queen A7. Now he just wins because King F1 we just go Queen A6 check, takes C6, I guess.
Okay, he's gone H1.
Yeah, King H1 already played, and I mean if you play Queen A7, you play Queen E3 here. This is actually kind of big for the tournament because tomorrow's game assumes some reasonable importance. Yeah, like if Anish wins, he is within half a point, and then Anish is who is Anish playing in the last round? There's
Hope not Bluebaum.
There's a pairing tab on the screen in front of you.
He actually is playing Bluebaum.
On the screen.
I think he is playing Bluebaum.
Yeah, there's a tab called pairings, which you can check.
Is he going to do it?
Well, he has
18 minutes.
18 minutes. Okay. Yeah, he's not missing Queen E3.
Now then we can actually stick with Vaishali for a second.
Indeed, Matthias with white against Anish, but
and Sindarov has
D4, C4, Knight F3.
Sindarov is way.
Yeah. Okay. The black pawn is on G2 now, so this one is not wrong.
She did spot H3.
Yeah. Anything is winning. Yeah. G1 check is winning. Knight C3 is winning very quickly. Pretty much any sensible move here ends the game. Yeah. I guess Knight F4, Knight BG2 gives you some hope because you've sort of repackaged your pieces a little bit and you're not losing by force anymore. But if you throw in G2, G1, and this is what she's going to do, That is not the way.
Can you claim a win now? I never know how.
No, you
do it.
can. I think you can get a couple of minutes, but it's not going to change.
What's the?
You play G2, G1 first. You can't do this with the pawn on G2. I've done this.
You can't lift a piece with the pawn on G2. And
No.
You have to move the pawn to the first rank.
and then change the thing.
I've never done in my life, but people started.
Sorry, I'm only deputy president. Why would I know?
Why would the 5-time world champion know the
As well?
Yeah, I've done this actually, and
Knight C3, and this is over.
Yeah, this is over. Yeah, this is over. This is just a full rook, and there's no counterplay or anything. Yeah. So
I remember once Belyavsky going to the arbiter in Tilburg back in 1986 or something like that, and asking the arbiter, could you check if I can castle right now? I'm just a bit confused with all these rules.
Yeah.
And Vaishali does resign. Yeah, can't stop. Queen G2 or knight takes B1.
Yeah, and that is, I think, her second loss to Zhongyi in this tournament, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
So Zhongyi losing 0-2 to Bibisara, but beating Vaishali 2-0. So a lot of clean sweeps suddenly appearing.
Yeah.
Good game, good opening choice by Zhongyi.
Yeah,
and +2.
Now that we are pretty much done with the first time control in the women's, we can switch to the open. And yeah, we know Anish is winning. There was also a bit of a turning point in the game between Matthias Bluebaum.
Turning point, no.
It's been and gone. Yeah,
we're still solid. All right.
Yeah. No. I mean, he's not worse, but maybe he was a little bit better, but actually maybe not by much. The end game in the game between Esipenko and Prague should be very, very level. I guess we're still watching Anish find Queen E3.
Actually, tell me again, Queen E3?
Yeah?
Queen D5 check.
Mm-hmm.
King H8, H3. What is the win?
Rook E...
Rook E8, I'm playing Queen G5.
Yeah, I realized. Yeah. Hang on. What is the win?
So Queen D5, King H8, H3. I can start with F3, but then maybe Bishop G5 is...
Yeah, that feels very... even Queen takes F3, frankly. Like, why are we so... I guess then Rook takes B2 wins, yeah?
Or
maybe it is F3, actually.
C7. Maybe, yeah.
So what's the line? Bishop G5?
F takes G.
King G... No,
Rook B2.
King G2, there's Rook B2. So
Rook
Queen
B2 comes in, yeah. You have to take with the Queen, and then you will lose to something, I feel, yeah.
Queen E1, E5.
Yeah, something, yeah.
Yes.
And then Rook B2.
Okay. So F3, if F3 is the move, what happens for Queen F3?
I think we just
take and Rook B2.
Rook takes B2, yeah. And the c-pawn falls, and then we win somehow, eventually, yeah? Maybe not even very difficult, frankly.
And if, sorry, once again, if F3, I go C7, you have Queen C1 takes C7. That must be the problem.
No, FG wins on the spot, right?
Queen G2?
Queen E1?
And Queen E5.
And Queen E5.
And King H1 back, because the pawn's on C7, you can't...
Take on C7, yeah. I thought, yeah. If all else fails, we have this, right? And this should be winning. Although this, after Bishop takes G5, you still have to play out.
Well, you're taking with
Queen C1. Yeah, Queen C1 is much cleaner, yeah. Yeah. Of course, yeah. Good spot. Good
Okay,
spot.
let me one sec. Let me Jadub it to D6, if I may.
What are you Jadubing? Where?
Queen D5 check, King H8, H3. And then you go F3.
Yeah.
And I Jadub it to...
H3, F3.
H3, F3. Queen D6 is saying.
But FG and Rook B2 is always winning.
Yeah, I keep forgetting this one, yeah.
Yeah, it comes in from the other side, yeah. It's just never the solution.
Will Anish spot Queen to E3?
I think it's always looking at, but the question is there some detail that he confuses him, right? Because...
So, hang on. Queen E3, check, King H8, H3, F3, Bishop takes G5. We were playing F takes G, Queen takes, Queen E1 check. Queen G1, we can at least go Queen E4 and then take on B2 and Rook C2, yeah?
Or Queen takes and Rook G8 and H6.
Or that, yeah. That also seems to be pretty clean.
Fairly efficient.
Yeah, pretty clean. Yeah, and the thing is, nothing else really looks like winning, so you end up being... Actually, Rook E8 is also very strong, but Rook E8 is I think, a more difficult move, if anything, because you're still reliant on queen e3, but you give white, I think, significantly
No, but
more
that doesn't
options.
make sense. Queen d5 check.
After rook e8.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I play h3 first, sorry.
Yeah.
Not queen d5 check, but h3 first.
Yeah.
Queen e3, queen d5 check, king h8, queen g5, must be okay.
There's still queen g3, just as in the Sindarov game.
Yeah, but I take everything and king takes g3.
What do you take? I'm not giving a check from e1.
Queen g3 directly.
But queen f6, king h8, end of story or what? Wow. That I did not see.
No, the
queen g5 check back.
But you probably lose the resulting position, maybe. I don't know.
But how? My bishop might end up protecting the b2 pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's much less clear. No, you have to play queen e3.
No, this is not a serious thing. I mean, a3 and bishop e5, c3 is just...
Now, queen e3 does look more flexible than rook e8, no?
Is this the
Keeping all
current
these rook
position?
b2s.
e5 has happened, yeah.
e5 she played, yeah. I think she'll play all of this.
Oh, there.
Yeah, we're still waiting for queen e3, but there are some positions past the first time control.
But I think we should check Anna's position.
Yeah,
because, that is crucial for how many leaders will there be.
Yeah, absolutely. No, if I've played, you can't allow e6. That loses on the spot because the e7, the pawn gets to e7 like gh e6 is. You're not threatening e7, we're threatening e7. It's just a queen. So you absolutely have to play king g6. There's no choice. Only h5 is winning. You have to play king f5. Only king g4 is winning, but also you're not going to make any other move. And now, if king e6...
You use rook left, yeah? King c5.
No, we go king c5, and we're threatening rook 6 b6 now, so you have
king
to...
takes e5?
Yeah, king takes e5. Okay, this is
tricky.
tricky.
F5, this is very difficult.
This is tricky. Because the best move here, apparently, is rook d7, which you will never make, I don't think. Like, what is rook d7? And king c6 is still maybe winning after f5.
Oh, but rook d7 is pristine, because you go rook d5 and then d4 or d6 as appropriate.
Yes,
that's
so
kind of the point.
this is a bridge, yeah. We actually are creating a threat of the immediate
Same
bridge.
theme as yesterday in the Sindarov game.
Yeah.
We keep learning.
But yeah, okay, so check, we go forward, and now f5. And the only thing that wins is rook h7. Because you need to pick this one up as soon as possible to start running the second one.
But now I'll check you to b8, right?
Check. What is happening?
You are going to b8?
Yeah, we're going to b8.
And still winning, amazing.
And still winning, yeah.
I don't think this is going to happen.
Wait,
It's just way too
I
deep.
think she took on h... Did she take on h4? No, she didn't take on h4, right? GH is impossible to play. My screen is...
I think you were just illustrating that e6 wins, yeah.
Yeah. She hasn't, of course, played h4, and she will play king g6. And honestly, showing these variations, I'm not sure she loses. These are very complicated. Anna will have half an hour to work them out, and some of the moves she will have to make are extremely logical, and you do make those. But then at some point, calculations become
also, rook
crazy
d7
difficult.
you don't spot, and king c6
Is
f5.
less-
How sure are you, even if you calculate everything, that you're winning like this?
Yeah, well, I think you go for it anyway because you kind of need to play. And like your bailout is h takes g5, which is basically a draw offer. You never do that. So maybe you kind of lock yourself in and you end up there by not taking immediate draws along the way. King c5.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Look.
If you play king c6
rook f7 and the g4 is a draw, yeah?
I guess,
Yeah.
yeah. I guess. Yeah, rook f7, g4, yeah. Instant draw. A very simple draw as well. It gets to g2.
But this, how do I even win? Just
rook h7.
Rook h7.
Wait. King e5, king c6, f5. Yeah, once again, either rook h7 or rook e7, rook h. Yeah, like basically you have to. If you queen the pawn here, you don't win.
What was wrong with rook d7, or is just the impossible difficulty of finding it? No, the
I thought it just doesn't happen. No, that was the cleanest. Just.
Yeah, it's just a move I think you
don't necessarily see. Yeah.
Just don't see, maybe. Yeah. There was no problem. But you're not.
The point is, you give this check and you build the bridge wherever the king goes.
Yes.
It's nice.
Yeah. Bridge Colby.
Okay. This will take a while. I'm surprised Goryachkina is spending so much time.
Yeah, she has no choice whatsoever. Yeah, I wonder why she feels like burning time here.
Let's check back in with our other time trouble. They made it out of the time trouble.
Yeah, Bibisara will win. Yeah.
Against Lagno, this is over, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you can play either queen takes e6 or even e8 now, frankly. Yeah, queen takes e6 played, yeah. Kateryna is now. There are no hopes left here, just a queen up is down here. Yeah, this one is still shuffling.
It'll take a while.
Yeah.
Which game you want to see, Vichy?
The Prague game actually livened up quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, let's go there.
It's still zeros, but White lost the entire queen side and are now collecting the king side. So this is much more of a game that than we maybe assumed, but
do you see this opening?
Yes, I...
Knight c6, knight h6, e3, g6, b4. And somehow here, Andrey thought for 50 minutes and went for this knight g5, which...
I thought you could just play knight c3.
That's what we were yelling, just play knight c3 and take it from there.
Yeah, it's a game of chess, and instead, I guess the longer he calculated, the more he felt obliged to show the results of his labors. But yeah,
we're being told to go to Anish. Something's happening apparently. He didn't go queen e3. He went queen c5,
allowing c7.
c7.
Yeah, he's still better, but he was just winning by force. Yeah.
h3.
Yeah, you can take on c7 now. Bishop takes g5, f5, f4, f3, and he is pressing, but...
And if bishop g5, it's f3, yeah?
Just f3, gf, queen c4. In practice, I think maybe you still win some of these, but yeah, like compared to winning by force, this is not as strong.
Okay, we can say...
Oh, but f3, queen d5, sorry, queen f7, yeah.
Yeah, we always have queen f7.
This is just move 35, so still some mild time trouble. Because in the open section, of course, they are playing without increments, so this is 5 minutes. You get nothing per move.
Maybe I just rook f5 off of that thing.
Yes.
No one can see your board.
Yeah, but we'll get there in a moment, and we will show how good Vichy is at chess, because yeah, he just spotted potentially an important strategic idea in the Zhongyi game.
Anish looks nervous.
Yeah, what could he have missed?
f3 plate.
Those calculations really seemed like they are possible.
So gf3, queen c4. If I go queen g2,
rook
e2, I have queen g3
you
still.
have queen g3, yeah.
Oh, rook e1, e2, sorry. No, I have to go queen f2, sorry.
Okay.
I have to go queen f2.
Rook e2.
Queen g3.
King f7.
And b3.
Ah, you just want to get rid of that side, yeah, and then...
Maybe queen c3
h
with
against
queen
h is
a1.
a draw, right? An easy draw, right? For the bishop on b8. Okay.
Probably I can throw in... No, not. I can't throw in the pawn. The pawn's on h7. If it was on h4, I could even throw in my h pawn.
Yeah.
And gave off.
That's an important one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now this will be painful for Anish when he realizes. Yeah, it feels like queen c4 is very logical, but yeah, your plan. Can we take on a2 after queen f2?
Yeah, I don't see anything against it.
And then queen b1 g6 and play?
Ah, no, then it's quite trivial here.
You just win?
Yes.
Yeah, that probably is just winning, yeah. Yeah, he's going to go queen f4, sorry, queen c4 and...
c4 plate.
Yeah. Move.
Actually, Wei has had a couple of really negative shocks. Wei, I mean, a position he thought he was cruising to a draw against Hikaru, and suddenly he's losing the h-pawn.
Yeah.
And then he goes through the ringer, and then again today. Just a few moves ago, it seems like he was over the worst, and then suddenly he drops right into it with this.
Yeah.
Also, he thought he was attacking Fabi, and then he had to resign because his bishop on h3 was gone.
It's been a strange tournament for him, yeah. Just nothing really clicking.
But what do you think about his approach to play the Vienna not once, but just every game?
With white?
Yeah.
This Vienna?
Every white game is e4, e5, knight c3, knight f6.
Not the good Vienna with dc4 bishop before, but this Vienna.
Yeah.
Maybe the Petro is just that good, yeah, that this is the new Tabia.
Sure.
Also, I never understand. I mean, I'm sure everybody's aware of this, but I'm not sure why no one takes here. Maybe next Wei Yi game, someone can show me. This is a good trick.
Yeah.
Queen h5, knight d6.
Wei Yi Sindarov in...
Bishop e7.
Yeah, I mean, knight c6 is computer doesn't like, even though it's more fun.
Yeah.
And this, I think it's called Frankenstein Dracula. But here Compy does some weird stuff, and it says white is better, but just bishop e7.
Knight f3, knight c6, and then castles.
This is Aleksandra Obe, right?
I think this has been
even
done for a while.
Yeah, he's gone king g1. I think we're interested in picking up this pawn on a2. Yeah,
but it's not good.
If we have the option, we would like to take on a2 here and then continue.
And if I go bishop f6?
King g1.
Queen b1. Queen b1.
King f2, queen g6, bishop c3, and I...
Queen f5. Yeah. But queen
bishop c3, and I'll at least stabilize.
Yeah, he's taken on a2.
Stabilize the front there.
Yeah. But yeah, if it doesn't cost us any extra material, bishop f6,
why isn't this completely winning? I mean, I just see the bar, but there's not that much bar. This looks so winning, no?
No, I guess you don't have as many attacking pieces, and with your king on completely open on g8, if the bishop, let's say, does land on c3 and white is still alive, you argue that that bishop on the long diagonal is not much worse than a rook. And even endgames might be okay. Although, obviously, a4 versus b2 is very risky. You have to be very precise there, yeah. Might be a race. But also, how do you force the queens off?
So what are you doing? Bishop f6 here?
We were trying bishop f6, yeah. Queen b1, let's say king f2. Queen f5, just put the bishop on c3. And new phase of the game is beginning.
Yeah. No, I can't stop this. Less convinced. Do you see Hikaru speculated since Nepomniachtchi was here that Nepomniachtchi was working for Giri? Giri gave an interview to Chessbase India and he did confirm. He said he needed the Petrov for the final stage of the tournament. So he said, sold some Dutch tulips, found some cash, and added Jan to his team. He was very convincing.
Tulips are still a thing, right?
I haven't heard about it.
There is a lot of
the tulip bubble is still ongoing, but maybe it's still high.
These days, there's a lot of
Petrol
things
is not cheap.
Which can.
No, but Anish is an expert troll. Like you said, with a straight face, if I didn't know better, I would believe.
Of course, yeah.
He's very, very good at this.
Wei Yi down to under a minute. But I guess maybe even starting with king f2 is not that horrible. Although after queen e6, maybe you don't get that setup, yeah?
Some moves coming.
You don't get the transfer, right?
He's played king f2,
played.
Yeah, now feels like queen e6 is awkward for white.
Yeah. Oh, he went to c4.
Why? Bishop f6 now?
He's just making moves. Oh no, the board took it back. Maybe didn't go to c4.
No, he hasn't played anything yet. Yeah, I think queen e6 is more logical. I guess white just goes h4 and says we can maybe keep even this structure going for a while.
But with a bishop not on c3, it looks really bad.
Yeah, that looks risky. Or riskier, anyway.
Even rook b8, how do you keep your stupid pawn? Yeah, queen e6 played.
Yeah, h4 blitzed out. As expected. They must be either 39 or 40 moves in, yeah, right?
There's 39 moves in.
feels like there might not be a way in which is maybe not immediately obvious, but Anish does look like a man who is realizing that maybe he's not as winning as he thought.
See, rook b8.
Even queen d4, maybe.
Queen b6.
Queen b6 is...
Ah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I can play bishop f4 because if queen b6 check, I have king h2. I mean, king g3. And I'm getting queen d5 myself. So.
Yeah.
How many
Although
do we have down there?
He has done it.
Yeah, he left himself a second. I think he made it on a second.
He always does that, yeah. Nothing.
His clock says 30-31, which I think implies he made that last move on the second.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
I was watching his time trouble in Bundesliga, and okay, that was with 30 seconds increment, but 15 moves in a row on 1 or 2 seconds, and very relaxed, because with 30 seconds you have to write down the move, so he writes down, he lets it run down to 1 second, makes a move.
Yeah.
No issue.
People are made of different stuff.
Yeah.
Anish will start with queen b6 because it at least asks a question, but after king g3 you can give a check from g1, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah.
Check plate.
King g3 might be the only move, but maybe Anish wants rook d8 for now.
Anish wants bathroom for now.
That is also very much a...
And then rook d8, probably queen c1, right? So that I don't...
e2 maybe?
Well, I don't want to allow... but now queen g1 also still doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess a brief run-through now that the time troubles have finished everywhere.
Well, let's do it.
In the game between Bibisara and Lagno, the game is somehow still continuing, but it kind of really shouldn't. White is a piece up and also giving mate on the king side. This is not going to go very long from here, I don't think. The game between Divya and Zhongyi, a moment ago Divya did a thing that Vishy mentioned on air, which is the move rook f5. Just trying to convince black to take on f5. Let's say if you do this, there's now never going to be any kind of a break anywhere. And of course black said no, played queen e7, the rook went back and the queen went all the way back. But seems like Divya for now has established some kind of a perimeter, and maybe the queen will never actually reappear on e5 because we're always taking. I guess we're planning rook e5, rook g5 and g6, but with the white pieces attacking the f6 pawn, it's not going to be easy to organize. We are some way there in the rook ending between Anna Muzychuk and Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Anna is thinking about king d4, but you have to play it. Everything else is a draw for.
Yeah.
You just have to play it and kind of trust in your lucky stars, even if you don't exactly know what's going on there. And in the open, this endgame is now, well, it could have been sharp, but the last move is a draw for after knight c2 check, king f3. If you don't play knight b4, and like you can initiate some kind of a race like this, and black is still fine, but you are potentially running some risks when you give up the entirety of your king side with the bishop against knight. The b pawn is very strong. Black is not worse, but somewhat understandably, Pragg just goes knight b4, which I assume after king e3 will result in a threefold because winning attempts don't seem very winning here. And in FIDE against Bluebaum, this is the current position. They also reached move 40.
Oh, my boy's pushing still.
Yeah, somewhere along the way, there was a moment where white could have taken on e4 here, and actually it's a little bit better for white if you take, and play something like h4, knight f4, f3, try to put some pressure on the pawn on d5. Instead, he went knight c3 and changed the structure this way. This pawn is currently very vulnerable, so Fabi got the knight to a very passive but very solid square on e4. And yeah, the current situation is there is some pressure against the pawn on d5, but black has it reasonably well covered, and we don't have any more pieces to add to the attack, so it looks like Fabi will hold. And then, of course, we have the position in Giri, which, I mean, -1 here, I guess, seems to indicate that this is a draw objectively, but there's still plenty of play left. You can absolutely imagine white making some mistakes and having to defend a bad position again.
Absolutely. Vishy, before we let you go, let's assume Sindarov wins this. You've played some World Championship matches. What would you advise him? How many tournaments should he play? If, let's say, the World Championship match is in November, I don't know, what's the regimen then?
It's a question of blocking a couple of months to look at chess, but I think the modern trend is just to not train too much.
Yeah,
you don't want to spend all your time, because you lose the practical element as well.
Has it changed since
keep
your
some healthy
times?
mix. I mean, yes, I mean, at times I used to take 4 or 5 months off. Nowadays, they just train much faster. But of course, computers have evolved a very long way from then. And so I think that's a big factor in doing it. And yeah, I think Sindarov, well, I mean, Gary was very proud and announced his participation. So hopefully Sindarov doesn't pull out of the GCT as well. But, but anyway.
It could have been a much more pointed question, specifically whether you think he should now turn down the invitation he just accepted, which would be a bit silly.
I just wanted to rip Gary. But I think that's a big commitment. And then if you're going to play GCT, there's not much room for much else.
Yeah, that's total chess. That's total chess. No, we'll see, but yeah, I'm always curious about this. Thank you so much, Vaishali, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with the remainder of the round.
The Sicilian, like Anish Giri. The King's Indian, like Nakamura. And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana. On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates round number 12. We have plenty of action still, Peter. Maybe let's start with the rook endgame between Anna Muzychuk, trying to get to +2 in the women's section.
Yeah, this is
Goryachkina.
the more relevant of the remaining games because, should she win here? And she has two moves which we currently think are still winning. One slightly simpler, one slightly more difficult, but both actually not straightforward at all. She will join Jiner and Vaishali in the lead with 2 rounds to go.
So rook d7, intending to give a check and then to build a bridge. How does black continue?
Rook c2 check.
Check, we run, I'm assuming.
Yeah, check.
Check, we run again.
And now that the bridge is not available, I go f5.
Now you go f5.
Now I go f5. And I think you're supposed to play rook h7. I think you're supposed to go rook h7 still.
Oof.
I think if you play b8, you don't win. Although I currently am switched off and I don't know, but... And this is also incredibly confusing because we had this with Mark on the board a moment ago. I think f4, f3 is maybe slightly more concerning.
What's the difference? Do I have time for rook b6? Takes.
You do here because b8. No, that of course makes things a lot faster. This is why rook d7 is so strong.
It just wins, no?
Yeah, because b8 is a check. Yeah, of course I missed it. Yeah, this just wins. Yeah. Then I guess after rook d7, she won't have to solve very many truly horrible problems.
You just have to think of it. This threat is so non-obvious to me, although we've seen the exact same idea in the Sindarov game yesterday.
And Sindarov showed it on our board.
He spotted it,
yeah. Saw it from some way away as well. Anna hasn't played anything yet. Understanding that rook takes f7, g4 is a draw, it takes 3 seconds. So you would maybe hope that she's choosing between king c6 and rook d7, but we won't know until she makes a move. And after king c6, there's a line we found with our director Mark while looking at this in the break, which is just mind-blowing. f4, rook h6, f3, rook h8, f2, and now rook f8 is a draw.
Okay.
Because rook c2 check, I drive you to b8. And then I have rook d2 with the idea of rook d8 check. Who sees that? I do not know.
Seems rook d2 and rook d7 are sort of key moves.
Yeah, and because of that, you only win by including rook e8 check first, instead of rook f8. Where I guess the difference is, now I go rook f8, and in the same position.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to get...
same.
Yeah, I still have to get the king to b8. But now, if you play rook e2, honestly, I'm still confused. I guess maybe...
What's your threat?
Yeah, maybe h6, rook e8, and h7 in the end. And the king on d2 also prevents you from giving a check from a4. King e8, king a8, and yeah. But like, you might get all of this move by move simply by the process of sort of continuing to play a game of chess. But to see it when you're playing rook d7 is, I think, completely impossible.
No, but that was king c6.
That was king c6, yeah.
d7 seems more or less straightforward.
Yeah. But let's say king c6, after f5, I think you probably do play rook h7. I think you count rook c8 and realize very quickly it's not fast enough. But realizing how important it is to give that check on what I would assume will be like 5 minutes or 3 minutes by this point.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. And rook f8 is just zeros because of rook d2.
So I run again.
Yeah.
Rook d2, I go h6.
Hang on, why isn't this winning?
That is my question.
This is very confusing. Is this just a perpetual? Rook d8? f1?
I don't even
h7? King e6?
Ooh.
h8, queen f4 check.
Check.
King d7. You have queen e5 now. Yeah. Okay, I go queen f4 first. Yeah, I'm gonna be clever, very clever.
Is cunning.
No, like
That's
nobody,
not easy either.
nobody sees any of this. It's completely impossible. h8 check, king e6 check, and I think this is a draw.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because this is a box. Yeah, you can run here, but only for one move. And if you run towards a7 b6, I have queen a4 before c4 a4. And I actually need the king on e6 because I'm denying you the g7 square.
Okay, but that's very complicated.
Yeah.
Let's see how far they get. Yeah. This is a big moment. Rook d7 or king c6 are winning. Rook takes f7. Not fast enough.
Yeah, rook f7, g4 is very straightforward because it just gets to g2. And in a way, it's because normally it's very good for black that, I mean, you would like the rook on b1 for checking distance and all that. But I think here it's extremely beneficial to have the rook on b2 because it supports the pawn running up to g2. Might not be that relevant, but I think it's useful.
Okay. Other news. Bibisara Assaubayeva won her game against Kateryna Lagno, and Jiner won her game against Vaishali.
What happened there?
Divya versus Zhongyi just ended, but how? Tan won.
Black won, yeah.
How did this escalate so quickly?
10 minutes after we said Divya will hold this, black actually played g6.
Takes and just checkmated the king. That helps.
Yeah, that does very much help. Yeah, after rook
first victory for Tan.
Yeah. Comes a little bit too late, but obviously important for your sort of general well-being and mood, and yeah, effectively ends Divya's tournament. But she already was pretty much out of contention because she was on -1.
Violent day in the women's section with potentially 4 decisive games. Should Anna Muzychuk convert this?
Will be the first such day in the tournament, right? We've had 3, but we've never had 4 yet.
Yep. And let us check back in with Anish Giri's quest to keep this tournament and his chances alive by winning against Wei Yi. He's not closer, is he?
No. King f7 was a mistake, apparently, and instead of king f7, I had to make a very strange-looking move, rook d8, d5, which you just don't, I think. But yeah, king f7, queen e5, it is now showing...
Queen is annoyingly active now.
Yeah. It's showing very, very little, pretty much no edge for black whatsoever.
And he's shaking his head, you know, something went wrong.
Yeah. Now he can play rook d5, but after queen e4, h7 is hanging, and the comparison is very much in favor of white because it's just a very useful tempo. Instead, if he played rook d5 there, after queen e4, you would have... I still don't understand why this is good. Rook c5, yeah. Very important. And actually maybe h5 is just falling, or the queens come off, and that obviously is not going to be great for white either way.
Oh, so this was a key moment, huh?
Yeah, that was a...
If h6, whatever you... then you get the g6 square.
Yeah. For h6, the idea of rook c5, c2, like, it goes rook c5 straight away here.
Oh, yeah.
And then queen g6 combined with rook c2 is suddenly extremely strong. Yeah, I'll switch it off, but that was a big miss. But this, I think this is already a very complicated position to play. But on 18, I think he had like 18 minutes there.
Yeah.
I really wonder what he didn't see after queen e3, because those lines seemed fairly understandable. Maybe he didn't see f3 altogether, but f3 seems very logical after check and h3.
Anish is feeling something's gone wrong. If I still do this, rook d5, queen e4, king g8, what's the big difference?
Might be something weird like bishop d2 or something, I don't know. Although, yeah, queen c7, g7, I don't know. It's bishop e5, and bishop e5, queen e6, I don't like.
Maybe.
And then...
Just go.
Just go, yeah, feels like Yasser would definitely not miss the opportunity to use the expression lifting up the kimono here.
All right.
I feel like I have to pay homage to our dear friend.
I don't even dare to ask what that means. In a chess context,
well, you generally don't want to play f3, f4 here because opening up the third rank for additional checks feels like you're introducing more risk than you would like, but I guess you have no choice anymore in this position, so it's irrelevant.
Still didn't get it. Okay, Anish taking his time now. Let's check in with Bluebaum. No pressure, but the German fans are awaiting one win.
It feels like Fabi is stable now.
Yeah, it doesn't look enough, does it?
No, there's just not enough pieces on the board. Like you can go 95 EG, but you're kind of never winning this. Although, I mean, maybe you can ask a question or two, because like Queen F3 check, Queen E4, Queen E5.
Yeah.
Although,
try at least.
yeah, and he's going to try. And of course, you can't take with the Queen on D5 because you probably lose that pawn ending very quickly. Yeah, just A6, B5, and you lose.
Find out.
Yeah. Yeah, that is not a thing you can do. So ED5. The problem, I guess, is that if you play Queen F3 check, Black just has Queen F5, so there's no threats.
Yeah, it's very annoying. No pawn in games ever look good.
Yeah. No threats of any description. So maybe we just throw in something like H7, H6 here, and we pass. Wait for you to make a move.
Yeah, it doesn't look winning, frankly.
No. No.
All right.
It doesn't.
Let's get to an important topic, Peter.
Yes?
The players' heights. I'm sure you've seen the graphic.
I have not, no, but we can discuss.
Then I shall tell you what their published heights is, and if we think those are accurate.
Okay.
So Caruana was listed by FIDE
as
170, same as Hikaru Nakamura, also at 170. For our many US viewers, that's 5'7".
Okay.
Then we had Anish, Giri and Pragg, both at 179.
That seems correct-ish.
That's what Anish said. He said the truth, but he wasn't sure if everybody else did.
Okay.
Because they were asked, apparently. Weyi at 184. There were some suspicions that might be high, but I don't know. He is quite tall.
He is, yeah, reasonably tall.
Bluebaum 185. That I know, because with the German team we do measurements at every training camp. So that's correct.
Oh.
Esipenko is the tallest at 190 or 189.
Mm-hmm.
And who am I missing? Sindarov?
Sindarov is 183 to 5, I guess, yeah, something like that.
I think it's at 183, but that I'm not 100% sure. So first question.
Yes?
Isn't Hikaru taller than Fabi? Have you seen them standing next to each other?
I thought he was. But then again, like, who would lie to such a vanilla question as that? What happened?
There's a game ending, I guess a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Esipenko.
Yeah, we kind of forgot that existed, but yeah, it is now over with the a version of the perpetual that we were discussing earlier.
All right. GG. Who do you think is the best pound-by-pound player in the world, now that you know these heights? We're not counting some kid, because that would be unfair.
But we're talking about heights and not weights, right? We're just talking heights.
Pound by pound.
Clearly Fabi?
Why is it clear? Is Fabi that much...
shorter than Sindarov?
No, does he weigh that much less than Pragg, Giri, Sindarov?
No, but we're talking heights, right? Not.
No, we're talking pounds.
Ah, okay. But we don't know, like, we have no info on that. We are now then asked to speculate about people's weights, and this is...
Exactly.
Yeah. This is very iffy territory. I, as a...
Live a little.
As a token representative of the liberal community in this
All
stream.
these guys are in great shape. But of course, heights are an indicator. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, okay. If we're talking weights, then yeah, it's much less clear. Sindarov seems very...
Fabi also works out, so he has a lot of muscle mass, which, as we know, is heavier than non-muscle.
We do know that, yes.
All right, not getting anywhere here.
No, I mean, it's going to be very tightly packed at the top there, because they're all seemingly kind of welterweights, yeah? Fabi and Sindarov also seems kind of light, and...
I don't know what welterweight is, but yeah.
Let me look it up, yeah. Bantamweight and welterweight, and it's all very confusing. Welterweight is up to 67 kilograms. They're probably not welterweights.
So I'm welterweight.
You are very much welterweight, yes. You are swelterweight even. Yeah, probably slightly heavier than that, although who knows.
What do Americans use? They don't use kilograms, right? They use pounds for
Yeah.
weight? Probably that's why it's called pound.
that might be explaining some things, yeah. And actually, welterweight apparently is different in boxing and in MMA. Are we counting chess as boxing or MMA?
No, it's MMA. Vale tudo.
Okay, then it's actually higher because welterweight in MMA apparently is up to 77 kilos, and Fabi definitely is not above 77. I would probably guess Sindarov is neither. Neither is Pragg. So this is going to be a very tightly challenged.
Probably Anish neither.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge contest in that particular category.
Also, I don't think we can count kids there, but probably some people that aren't here. Like Nihal Sarin just crushed this Menorca thing.
And by crushed we mean he scored +2.
Crushed.
Yes. Above the world champion who scored -1, I think.
He lost both games to Nihal. I'm not sure where he ended up, but yeah, could be.
Yeah, the final results of that were, I'm sure everybody is dying to know if I can find it.
Please, look it up.
Yes, I will. The final results are Nihal in clear first on 6 out of 10. Tied for second are Ruslan Ponomarev and Richard Rapport on 5.5. Gukesh and Lenier on 4.5, and bringing up the rear is Hari on -2.
Is that how you say it?
Yes.
All right. G4 played by Caruana.
Not bad.
Looks fine as well.
Yeah, looks completely fine. Yeah, denying the f3 square to the queen and perhaps planning to even play queen f5 next move.
Still an H passer.
Yes.
Okay, this should end peacefully. Checking back in with Giri. Some pawns are disappearing. Is that good or bad news for Anish? So he went queen e5, queen d5. Check. Rook.
You would think trading, I'm assuming trading h5 for h4 for a4 is good, but then again, we have to remember, and Vishy already alluded to this while he was here, is that winning, if the queens come off, winning with that h-pawn against the bishop, even if the b2 pawn falls, is not guaranteed. I don't know how the f3 pawn factors into that equation. I guess it helps.
Yeah, you need it. With the pawn on h7, it's winning. With the pawn on h4, if only black has a pawn, then it's a draw.
Yeah, but with the pawn f3 still alive, I'm guessing we're holding this quite comfortably.
Still, you need the a4 pawn, so I can play queen d5.
Yeah, queen takes a4. Yeah, and looks like it should mean we've made some progress, but I'm not sure we have actually. How about some kind of weird idea of like, I want to get the rook to g7, and I'm trying to find a spot on the board where the king can be hidden. Yeah, you can just do that. Although
it's the mission.
Maybe rook g7 is just not enough of a threat, frankly. Just king f2 in reply. It doesn't really do enough. Such a strange position.
Yeah, and we need the h-pawn too to do something.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think this will not clarify until they're both on like 2 minutes. So this is going to be a very nervy endgame.
It's exciting.
At some point, yep.
King about to move.
Briefly checking in with the
what did
rook
Anna
ending.
Play?
She played king c6 and black did not play f5.
4. She gave a check. Is that good?
And rook c8 was winning. But rook e7 check also is winning now. Because
what's the point? King f6, rook e8. And
yeah, king f6 doesn't help you.
Bat on f6.
Yeah.
So let's say king d4.
King d4 we can take on f7 now because the king is further away from
g3.
I guess rook g7, rook c2 check. No, this loses to rook takes g2, so you have to give a check. I'm wondering if there's some kind of a Lasker study here, like king d7, king d6. It is, yeah. Rook g4 check.
Oh, rook g4 check.
Yeah, it is
awkward.
It is exactly the Lasker study, yeah.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
So what else is there? I don't want to give this pawn with check. But
shockingly, after king f4, my screen says rook e8, which I do not understand. And rook f7 is a draw. Okay, this is going to be very tricky.
This is a draw somehow, yeah?
Rook f7, king g5 is a draw. Rook e8 is... We're winning the race. We're not even trying to build any bridges or anything. We're just straight up winning the race here, which is so non-obvious.
I don't even know where the race starts. F5?
I guess f5, yeah. But we just go b8, rook b8, and we are apparently absolutely home and dry.
Okay, well, the
king g3, king g5.
Yeah, king is fast.
f4, I'm still... Yeah, I understand. But yeah, f3, king... Hang on. King e3? I guess h5, also h5 survived, so some of the pawn endings will be winning.
I think now you can have h5 even, like king h4.
No, but I mean, after king g2, I guess I can probably start liquidating into some, like rook b2 check.
So we give a check.
Yeah. And then, if we need be, we just go king f4.
We're
Yeah.
staying with this.
Yeah, this is now an additional layer of security for us. Okay. Now, this is very, very important, obviously, if she does convert this.
King f4 does seem forced then, by practical standards. Yeah, if she wins this, we have 3 co-leaders. If she doesn't, she's not one of them. We only have 2.
Yeah. And Bibisara will be half a point behind, and will be the only one half a point behind. So there's going to be at least some stratification with really the 4 people in the fight.
Exciting. King f6 played, but that forces rook e8.
Yeah, that absolutely forces you to make the right move. That cannot be a good choice, because now you just go rook e8 and you very, I think, clearly are ahead. I guess she just wants to pick up the pawn on h5, but those 3 against rook, they need to be very connected to begin with.
With the king on c6, I think.
Yeah.
Just lose.
Like f5. No, this, yeah, king, yeah, this you just don't get back.
Just resigns even.
f5, king d5 also, yeah. No, I mean, not here. I want to postpone taking on h5 for a move. If I go f5 straight away, well, but it loses to everything, I guess, yeah. f4, king, yeah, no, this is completely lost. And maybe even king h5, king f4.
There's nothing direct, this is just winning, right?
Yeah. No, some of these are a draw.
I'm asking. I probably shouldn't allow all this.
Yeah, I think you had king f4 earlier instead of king f2.
Well, this is a draw. That's my question.
At some point, I actually had my coach at some point set me down and forced me to look at these endgames for a bit. And obviously, you remember absolutely nothing. Like, it's impossible to remember which ones are winning and which ones aren't.
But don't I just win?
How? King g6?
Wise? And I'm not threatening enough. Yeah?
No. Okay, sure. No, you have to. It's tricky. It really isn't straightforward.
To be subtle. Don't like.
Even the ones that are winning are not straightforward.
Okay, but then let me be less
compliant. Yeah.
Compliant.
I think king f4 was,
for example.
Yeah, check king h4. King e3 probably. Yeah. Yeah, that should win comfortably. And just rook b6 here. We're so far ahead.
We counterattack.
Yeah, I think we have enough tempo even for this. Yeah, it's far ahead. Okay. Well, the women's tournament is, I mean, you have to feel for Vaishali. She really did not need to stake so much on today's game. But she was doing well. Up to a certain point, she was actually much better. But yeah, you have to. You have to wonder why she needed to subject herself to.
Also, rook takes b7.
So much risk.
Doesn't make a difference, but
yeah, it's all the same position pretty much. Yeah.
Just run back.
King e6 is the only move that wins here, by the way, but also the only move you make.
So the only move that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's absolutely the only move that you make. Because if you start with a check, black goes king takes h5, h4, g3, and then you're one tempo short, I assume.
Who does that?
Yeah. I'm assuming nobody does, yeah.
And here, just start taking pawns. Like So f4, king e4, f3.
Rook e5 check is very similar to what we just had, right? It doesn't matter which file it is on, yeah? King e3. We just had this position. Pretty much this position.
Yeah.
Rook e6, yeah, it's all the same. Okay, it's back to also saying rook g8 check is winning, but I think you play king c6, yeah. Table base is now fully in operation.
It's fantastic news.
Which is why we'll switch it off and try to work it out, but there's not a lot to work out now. Oh. In Fabi's game, he now has a passer on h3, which is not as threatening as it might sound. White is obviously never risking anything here, as long as you create a passer. Like you go queen 6 check, king g5, d6, and invite black to give as many checks as they like.
Who's playing for a win?
Nobody. I don't think anybody is
Nobody?
playing. Yeah. Queen e3, king h2, but you can't go queen g2 check anyway, so I can give a check from f2 with a very clear conscience. Yeah, that would be risky. A little bit risky.
Okay, short end and a draw. Still curious, Bluebaum just gave the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I think. I don't think there's a way to make a mistake here. They're all pretty much the same. King c6 played by Aleksandra, and yeah, Bluebaum does go queen c6 check, and that, I assume, means he'll play d6 because you do want control of the g2 square. So it's
does sound useful.
Not to blunder something stupid. Although d6 king h4. But actually, with the control of the g2 square, we can play d7 queen takes f2 king h1. I guess we're not losing even that, yeah. All of this.
Why would we ever lose?
Yeah, all of this is a draw. Queen takes d4. Maybe we do.
Nah.
Probably not, but like, yeah, you
got more awkward.
Yeah, you probably don't want to find out. Yeah, I think you probably don't want to find out. I think Fabi plays king h4 actually. I mean d6, king h4. Yeah. King g1 maybe. Yeah, just go king g1 here. Let's not make it unnecessarily hard on ourselves. Although you can still go queen g4 takes d4 actually. I mean, Bluebaum has 17 minutes. He's not going to lose, but it's a trickier endgame than I thought. I thought it was just going to end in 3 seconds flat, but I'm less sure now.
Do you need to go for all your adventures?
Yeah, that is very fair. Yeah. King h4, queen e3. Yeah.
Now we play for win.
Oh no, yeah. Win. Not only do you play for win, you probably win.
Might succeed.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
No, d6 played.
Okay, Fabi plays king h4 here, 100%.
100?
Yeah. I have zero doubt.
Zero?
Yes. I am that confident.
Wow. Queen f2 played?
Well played, me. Yeah, okay, this one is less interesting then, because yeah, without the h pawn, we can just go d7, king, queen c8, and we should probably switch to the rook ending or the Giri game, whichever one you prefer.
Yeah, I guess. We clipped it. We can move on. Yeah, not much happening here. Anish taking his time.
Yeah, he has a bunch of moves which are all pretty much the same. Eventually he will have to. I guess white is giving checks until he provokes queen f7 and then he takes on a4.
Does he have to take?
Even queen c8 is playable, actually. Yeah. Although king g7, king h6, and you can't. You have a check from c1 though. King h6, queen c1, king h5.
Want a king g6?
Yeah, also that. Yeah, and run towards h5 anyway. Feels unnecessary. We would like to get the a pawn off the board. This does not do that. Yeah, this way madness lies.
Yeah, that's not it. Anish Giri quietly playing an excellent tournament. But +6 are a lot of wins for Sindarov. Anish lost in the first round to Pragg. That was his only loss and Prague's only win, right?
I think so, yeah. Pragg missed two very, very certain wins, if you can term it that, considering he didn't win either in the last two white games he played. But yeah, that win against Anish in round one, still his only one.
Rook f7 is the move he chose.
Yeah. We can continue giving checks, actually, yeah, and this is what he's doing. Yeah, he'll play rook f8, and then I guess queen f7. That's his choice. Yeah. Why isn't queen g7 check, queen takes b2 winning?
Isn't it?
Well, I mean, we can see on our screen that machine thinks nothing is winning, so.
Well, he also doesn't seem all that bothered.
Yeah, remotely. I guess queen e4 there in the end, and you can't stop. You can't stop queen b5 check. Maybe you can't even take on b2 really, because queen c4, king h8, queen e4. And yeah,
it's a winning attempt.
This seems. Black still doesn't lose, I guess, after queen b6 or
f4.
No, I mean queen b6 maybe even preserves the extra material. Do we draw the position after queen g4, queen g6, queen takes g6? Maybe we do. And Anish is a specialist now in these kinds of things, yeah? Is this a draw?
I do not know.
Wouldn't shock me if it was. Wouldn't shock me if it was.
Probably, yeah. It's still holding.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, queen d5, queen a8 is cleaner, you have to say, instead of queen g4 check.
Queen g7 play?
No, queen g6 play. No, Anish realizes that thing doesn't win, so he's aiming for something else.
But what exactly?
That we do not yet know.
Okay, just h5 and play, yeah? Meanwhile, in Muzychuk, Goryachkina, king c6 was played, king h5, king d5, king h4, king e4, king g3, rook a8. Why rook a8 and not rook h8? Or is this some...
Rook h8, f5 check draw.
f5, king f2.
f5 check draw.
Rook a8 correct?
Yeah, rook a8 strong actually. h5 and now rook a3 and king f4, and we're
home.
Absolutely in control. Yeah, f5 I guess. Still have to make some moves actually.
Work.
Yeah, I still have to make some moves.
75. How to win this? How hard can this be? Very hard. Probably.
Two moves are winning in this position. One you will name, and the other one I don't think you will.
Okay, let's think this through. King f5, g3 doesn't look winning.
Draw, yeah.
King g5 doesn't look winning either. So rook a2 check is an
Rook
obvious
a2,
move.
yeah, and
Draw
they
agreed there.
Fabio agrees the draw with Bluebaum. So rook a2 check is winning.
That does not surprise me.
Yeah. The second one is
one's h4. So what other moves could possibly be winning?
Actually, if you ask yourself how do I parry the threat of h5, h4, you might get there.
But I already ruled out king g5.
Correctly, but there is another way to make h5, h4 a lot less painful.
Do I understand that? Not really. No, don't get it.
Rook a4.
Rook a4.
To play king takes f5.
King f5.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And we have rook takes h4 in the end.
Okay, that's smart.
Yeah, you can probably get there eventually. Yeah.
Let's give the
But
check.
yeah, rook a2, king h3, and now you win by rook a5, g3, rook takes f5.
Now we can calculate.
Yeah, g3, rook f5, and you're fast enough. Probably not. Probably king f3, right?
Just counting.
Although king f3, king h2, this is now a very traumatic experience for me because this very much reminds me of the closest I've ever gotten to becoming a FIDE world champion in anything.
Oh.
And then I went for style points in a blitz game against Aleksandra Grishuk, and my style was
Stalemate him?
My style was not styling.
This is winning, right?
Should be, yeah. Should be. No, this loses instant. No, yeah, actually, rook g4, g2, rook anywhere, yeah. Just not takes g2.
Okay, rook a3 check played. So far, Anna has played this perfectly. That means we're left with two games. Anish Giri trying to squeeze this. Rook exchange up position against Wei Yi, but it should be a draw, we think. And Anna Muzychuk is winning against Aleksandra Goryachkina. If she does win this, she joins the leaders yet again. She was the sole leader earlier. Then lost a tough game to Divya, but hanging in there. Well, Goryachkina, she had this one win, but never really
just not
got into the tournament.
Not her tournament at all, yeah. She won this very hard-fought game against Divya, catching Divya on a bit of a spiral. And Divya's tournament is also a bit of a strange one, but I guess she maybe just ran out of steam somehow because she had a very hot run somewhere in the middle and was even in the lead briefly, but yeah, she was on 4.5 out of 8 and tied for first, and she has since scored half a point out of 4.
Yeah.
Just not a good run at all. King h2 played.
As we said, that 4.5 out of 8 was after winning that endgame against Muzychuk. No?
Yeah,
So
she
had some good fortune there.
She did have some good fortune, but she also won some fighting games.
No,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. And at that point, after round 8, when more than half the field was tied for first on +1, it looked like maybe it's anybody's. But yeah, she's gone on a bit of a spiral from there. Yeah, Aleksandra will play f5 here, and yeah, then I think rook a2, rook a5 is findable, but
yeah,
2 minutes, by the way.
Tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pretty much always give that check to begin with, because it never harms you, and you ask a question. King to the first, I guess, loses very, very simply, so you never do that, so you play king h3, and now you look for an improvement, and I think rook a5 does occur as an improvement. So
no, I agree.
Yeah, I think you get there, but
could you explain for our viewers, if we manage to win all the pawns, how do you checkmate with the rook and the king?
Can I actually? It's I haven't had to do that in a while, and remember the last time I had to do that was basically, I think it was this exact endgame that led to me realizing simultaneously that my children probably should not be chess players, and also that I should not coach chess to children. Because I was trying to explain this to my boys, and they were not kind of immediately following my sage advice on how to cut the king off. And the more it wasn't happening, the more kind of head up I became, and I realized that no, this is just not
I
good.
used to do this the old school way, which is like this. But it's sort of sort of frustrating.
Okay, so she repeated once.
Okay, let's stick with the game.
She repeated once to start a new score sheet, which is very important. But yeah, Rook A3 check I don't like. Rook A3 check kind of cuts down on your leeway a little bit.
Okay, but check Rook A5 still very much wins, and then we never have to repeat again.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
As long as she doesn't.
Immediate Rook A5 is a draw, by the way, yeah, because H4 we are now not fast enough.
No, this is not a given.
No, not at all, yeah.
Anyway, let me continue showing important stuff.
Yes.
Fastest way, but I'm not sure how to explain this.
Go.
It's always going for this little box.
Mm.
Now if the king goes here, check. Checkmate.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good, sir.
But this kind of stuff, yeah, how do you even... I guess you can keep building smaller boxes here. But at some point, we should...
Yeah. Whoa. Whoa.
Rook A3, King H2.
Can she even play Rook A... She can't play Rook A3 check anymore, wait.
Rook A5, no, she's
oh, no,
all under control.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I missed where we're stopping.
Doing it all right. She just repeated once to gain a little time, and now she's going for the win.
Yeah. Apologies,
It's all under control. Very good endgame technique, actually, so far by Anna.
Yeah, so you play G3, H4 in some order. King F3, only winning move, but also the only move you will make. And after King H2, Rook G5, only winning move.
Yeah,
but also probably the only,
but also
probably the only move you will
tough.
make. Yeah, you have to stop H3, and there's one move that stops H3. And now Rook G4. Yep. And G2 is not a stalemate. Yeah, you can even do that. King G4. No, this is King F2 here. Yeah, we're still good now. Very important. Very important. I was worried there for a second.
I could see it. No, I think she's finding everything.
Yeah.
And that would mean 3 co-leaders on +2. Okay, Anish, this is still at a more relaxed pace, so we might as well stay here. What's happening in the world today? Anything in the news? What's going on?
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things in the news, but I don't know which of them to pick to for a pleasant dinner conversation.
Yeah.
Such as the one we're having here.
A way to blockade all these pawns?
Well, you place your attacking pieces close to them and you take pot shots at them from the side, yeah. King F3.
Just checking how to go wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah, this is,
yeah.
yeah. Rook G4, King F2, and bye-bye.
Okay. No, I think she will find all this, or probably she already did find all this. And yeah, this would be another way to blunder, but Rook G8 ends it. G3 plate. Now you take, and importantly, G2 is bad here because of Rook H5 checkmate. Because here, king h2, who knows what's happening. Rook f5 played, h4 will be played, of course. And then rook g5. No, would be the blunder, which I keep saying, king f3.
Yeah, how lost is king g2 here? I mean, we know it's lost, but like...
How lost do you mean?
Rook takes h5, king f2. I guess we go rook a5, and then we have the... Hang on, but isn't this... Wait. Isn't this a draw?
You're getting a horsey?
I'm getting a horsey, and it's not in the corner, so isn't this a draw?
No one puts horsey in the corner.
Wait.
1 second. Are we going crazy? Maybe I don't have to take here, rook a5 directly.
Rook h5 is a draw, yeah. Yeah, but you absolutely don't have to take, of course, yeah. Rook a5, h4, king g4, and we are easily home and dry again.
Okay, maybe that's...
Yeah, good thing
at least the temptation.
Yeah, good thing we were in time to show it at least, yeah.
And that's what she's thinking.
And
And yeah, king g2 played indeed.
Yep.
So rook h5.
Yeah, let's show the horsey, because maybe we talked about the horsey without showing the horsey. That's never the right way to do those particular things.
So king f3 is threatening checkmate. You can't get a queen, but you can queen. It's always unpleasant when this happens in blitz. You have like 3 seconds and you have to switch off auto queen to play g1 knight.
I think it's hold the control key, I think, right? Normally. Or hold the old control, I think, yeah.
You don't even know how to create an @ symbol. I'm not sure I'll trust your opinion on this.
Fair enough.
And this is a draw.
Yeah.
Barely, but a draw.
One vertical to the right, of course, it's lost because the knight on h1 has no squares, but the knight on g1 has just enough squares.
Anna did none of this, of course. No, she's showing perfect technique here.
It's extremely impressive, yeah.
It's very clean.
Very controlled, very clean. Repeated when she could repeat, and then stopped repeating at the right time. And yeah, well, very much enjoying this conversion by Anna.
Yeah, now the point is h4, king g4, and you win all the pawns.
Yep.
Here you can throw in a little check.
And then start just taking them off the board.
Whatever.
Yeah. Actually, after king g1, it might be important, because if you take on h4, it's a draw, right? G2 and then king h1, and you don't have a check from the h file. But obviously you don't have to do that.
Not do that.
That is not required. You play king h3, and then after king f1 we'll figure something out. Rook g2 probably is not a bad move.
Looks quite efficient.
Yeah, rook g2 is not a bad move here.
Clock is still ticking away. But yeah, king g4 should get the job done. Yeah, king g4, king h2.
17 seconds, yeah. Maybe she is worried about something.
What's going on after king h2? I'm also worried.
Oof.
She does go for the check.
Wait.
King h3.
Yeah, this is a draw now. King f3, g2, draw.
And the stalemate. Whoa. I jinxed again, praising her technique. Oh.
Yeah, king g4, king h2, rook h5 was the only winning move, but it is winning very comfortably.
Now we have to switch back. Yeah, I think we even saw this earlier, but that's tough after you found rook a5 that you have to go here. Now it's a draw.
Overpraised her a little bit, yeah.
Jinxed.
Yeah, that's going to be just so heartbreaking. That's the second one she lets go, which was just completely winning and fully in control. Very nicely played game up to this point as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just going to be...
Well, this stuff is tough with 30 seconds on the clock, like you missed on one thing, and this king h2, rook h5 back. Oof.
Yeah, no, but this is now... Yeah, just G2 king G1, right? It's just very straightforward now. Yeah. Have we lost with white?
It's not going to happen. Just showing.
I think we may have lost with white here. Yeah, yeah. King takes h4. I guess.
No.
No, that's just after doing all the hard work, after finding pretty much every single decision past move 35 or thereabouts. That is heartbreaking.
Rook h3 check, king g1.
Yeah.
Now you do not want king f3. That'd be a bit much.
No, but she has enough time not to play king f3 here.
No, of course.
Oof.
Play rook f3.
Yeah, but it no longer matters what you play. Whoa. Yeah, rook h5 felt like she had a minute and a half here to begin with after rook a5 h4.
Not there, I thought maybe at the start.
Yeah.
King h4, but that's a draw offer.
Yeah, king f2, rook h2, or rook g3, or I mean, king f1 is also a draw, but king f2 makes it faster. Yeah,
leaves little excitement.
Yep. Well, that was an endgame and a half, but ends up in a very disappointing fashion for Anna Muzychuk, who once again misses a golden opportunity to join the two leaders on +2. And with that draw, we will have Vaishali and Jiner on 7 out of 12, and Bibisara and Anna Muzychuk on 6.5.
Yep.
And nobody else.
It's over.
Nobody else even remotely within touching distance. So those four will compete for the title. Well, for the match for the title. Meanwhile, in Anish's game,
Pawn went to h6. Other than that, not a lot of changes to the naked eye.
Yeah, h6, I guess we're just changing some things and seeing how it progresses. And also, I think, despite the advantage now clearly not being enough if you switch the engine on, they will at some point get down to a minute.
You did say that.
Yeah.
Will get decided with 2 minutes each.
Yeah.
Problem is, he loves this stuff. Weird position. Then again, he's a defender, so it's easier to mess stuff up as a defender.
Yeah.
For tournament context, Sindarov drew his game. He's still, well, he's currently 2.5 points ahead of Giri, but if Giri wins, it's 1.5 points, and Giri plays Sindarov the day after tomorrow in the 13th round. And therefore, if Giri wins this, we are left with a little intrigue at least. Well, if he doesn't, it's more theoretical. I can't remember any cases where somebody... Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, he's not against the same person. Like the cases you remember, they're all against the same person. So if Anish doesn't win today, he needs to beat Sindarov with white,
and then needs help.
And then he needs to beat Bluebaum with black in round 14.
And Sindarov to lose with white to Weiji, which is unlikely.
Yeah, he absolutely needs help, but yeah. That combination of results appears to be perhaps beyond reach by this point.
I'm sure stranger things have happened.
And in the meantime, I haven't updated this page in a while. Anish is up to 6th in live rating.
Is that a Vincent?
Above Vincent, yeah.
Come on, Vincent, do something.
It's very difficult to do something when other people are playing and you're not.
You could also play.
Well,
stop this freestyle. Go grind some opens.
Hang on, I really don't like Bishop G3. What are we doing? Okay. Is he actually intending Queen B7 E4? That's brave. Also probably known as losing. Yeah, Rook G8. What are we doing?
I don't know. This looks
very strange. This looks very strange. Because it's Queen B7 B8 or Queen B7 E4? We're definitely not playing a 4. So is he actually intending to go into this endgame? It looks lost. Yeah. Well, we win one of them immediately, and then
It just wins. The pawn is not too far.
It needs to be on f3. On f3, it takes away some squares from the black king. If it's on e5, you lose, I think you just lose, This is a very strange decision by Wei.
Jade is also so obvious. Played, of course.
Machine says you actually play f4. Everything else loses faster, but f4 looks completely lost.
G3, f4 is not the setup you...
This is so strange.
You're dreaming of.
Actually, queen b3 check already was wrong. The mistake was on the previous move. Queen b3 check just wasn't
for the
right.
queen. But that's what he does. He realized it's not that simple.
Queen b7, b8 loses.
Queen b7 played.
I think his goal
is over, and Anish knows he's winning. You can see by how the move was made.
Queen b8 loses to a very specific thing, though. You go queen c2 check, king h3, queen f5 check, king g2, h6, h5, and the addition of the h-pawn to the attack apparently decide. No,
also really not surprising, like the sequence. I'm not sure I would have guessed, but looks completely winning now.
This is
It felt like where he intended queen e4, but that, that's odd. Maybe he had a
it's some kind of a strange
brain freeze that he thought the pawn stays on f3 after the queens get exchanged or something. Because of course he's way too strong to think that's still a draw after takes.
Do you think Anish wins this on a minute when he has to demonstrate how you win with the h-pawn against the bishop?
Yeah. I mean, with increment, for sure.
It's actually probably...
And with the pawn on h6, I don't think it's that hard now. With the pawn on h5, it gets hard.
That's very true. Because you have a lot more...
You have more squares to wiggle around.
Space to shuffle.
No, I think it's trivial.
That is actually very true,
What we're talking about is if all the pawns disappear here, however...
go e6. With the pawn on h5, I think on a minute you can actually fail to win it.
And with the pawn on h4 is actually a draw. But here we have all the squares. And queen b8 played. This doesn't look like progress was made.
I think you throw in queen c2, queen f5, and then you think...
it's happening.
Feels very logical.
Anish Giri, the man from The Hague, Netherlands, last remaining pursuer of Javokhir Sindarov. Anish Giri was born in St. Petersburg, I think, to Nepalese father, the Russian mother. His father, when he was a reasonably young boy, but not that young, 12, 13, moved to the Netherlands for work, whom Anish has represented for the last almost 20 years. There we see Anish. I'm always very surprised when he starts speaking Russian, which technically, I guess, is his first language, but I'm so used to it. He doesn't speak much Dutch, but he is completely fluent in it, which is even more surprising that he doesn't speak it that much. Very much.
I remember it was a long time ago, but I was already, I think, very familiar with him when I first encountered him speaking Russian, and it was like, I thought, what the... Even though I knew he was from my hometown originally, but I thought maybe they moved when he was very, very young, and his English was always so good that like felt like it's his natural habitat, but no, he's obviously completely fluent in Russian. I think they left when he was about 12 or thereabouts. So like it's not even a shocker, frankly, that he speaks it. But yeah.
Also lived in Japan for a while, so he has seen a lot of the world. Now a father of 3 at age 31. Queen f5 check plate.
Yeah, you have to play king g2. I mean, f3 pawn is a bit too valuable.
Bring it here somehow.
Yeah.
King g2
and then h5 and
questions.
Yeah, I guess if you play queen b4, you will just lose the bishop to something. Queen e5 maybe. No, queen e4. Yeah, queen e5 at least picks up the b2 pawn with check, and maybe you have something even stronger. Maybe queen g5 actually wins the bishop. Yeah. Queen b4, queen g5, queen e4, king h6.
King f2.
No, but then, yeah, once we start driving it into the open with queen c2 check here, this never holds.
The g-file is locked up.
This never holds at all. So, yeah, Anish should win from here. It is now looking like...
Well, yeah, it's such a nice bishop on e5 and the queen in the center, and then...
Yeah, queen b3, bishop g3
some
was...
strange stuff, no? Queen b3, bishop g3.
Yeah, you can get the queen to e5 with checks here.
Yeah.
And then you probably are just okay. Like, I think it goes queen c7, rook f7, queen e5. Waits for you to play rook g7, then plays bishop g3. But that's a whole different position with the queen on e5 and not on b3.
Yeah, it's never been Wei Yi's tournament. Wei Yi qualified by making the finals of the World Cup, where he lost to a certain Javokhir Sindarov, who also qualified through that tournament. Sindarov beat German star Frederik Svane on the way after Svane had eliminated Gukesh. Was actually a tough match. I don't think Frederik was understandably upset. I don't think he knew he lost to the guy who would just dominate everything.
Yeah.
He would play.
Yeah, I think at the time he thought, okay, this is a chance.
I mean, everybody knew Sindarov was good, but okay, Svane is whatever, 2650, 60 at the time. Sindarov is 2700. You think, okay, the guy's good, but I have a chance.
Yep.
I mean, he did have a chance, but that he was playing men that would destroy the candidates, he did not know.
Absolutely. Yeah. So...
Time is ticking, but h5 looks
so
obvious.
Apart from h5, nothing actually wins that cleanly.
No, but you go h5.
Yeah, you can obviously repeat a few times and then play h5, but without h5, even this really passive setup is not very easily taken apart.
No, but looks like the white pieces are strange and your pieces are sort of perfect.
No,
so I think h5.
I agree, yeah. I agree.
So what do you do on the rest day tomorrow?
I'm not quite sure yet. Probably kind of a mixture of the usual. I've been swimming quite a bit. Maybe go for truly ambitious plans and combine the swim and then later the gym.
Wow. Okay, Anish decides to repeat once.
Yeah, he left himself.
I mean, as long as he goes h5 is fine. If not, I don't like messing around with having to count till 3.
Yeah, this is also move 60, so they will now.
Oh no, he does something else. He goes queen d1. He doesn't go for it. It looked so nice, that setup.
Yeah, and now shockingly after queen f4, white might not be.
White still back to better squares.
Well, I mean, the king goes to h4, as I'm sure you realize. Yeah, queen h1, queen g2.
I'm just talking.
I mean, it looks very scary, but this construction is somewhat stable. I'm not sure this is winning any. Like the drop in the evaluation is kind of very stark. If you don't do it, you resign, though. But of course he will. Yeah, he
Not going to resign.
Yeah.
Ah, so Anish thought this was a forced win.
Maybe he thought this was mate or something. Yeah, but it's not. He's still, of course, much better, and the king on h4 is not very safe. But there's no immediate way to do anything to it. Maybe he wants.
Can we take the pawn, by the way?
Queen f5, rook g6.
e5.
No.
Also, we're currently under the assumption this is a draw, right?
Yeah, we think this is a draw. Even with the king on h3, we think this is a draw, right? Because it will get back. Will it get back?
Maybe it goes forward.
Yeah, maybe bishop b5 check, and then if you play king f7, it goes forward. Yeah. And it's just an immediate draw of some sort. Oh, I don't know. No, this is too much drama for me. First we had the rook ending, and now this.
No, it's understandable, because it looks like he's making progress still, I thought. Pieces are so nice. Go h5, and you have one more.
Yeah.
One more unit.
Yeah.
Queen f1 check. King h4. I guess queen f2. What does he want?
Queen. You have to go back. Queen e1, queen e7 somehow.
To stay objectively winning, or what we're talking about?
I've lost my ability to understand what the evaluations mean. Probably we go queen e1, bishop g3, queen e7, king h3.
Who does that?
Anish.
Queen e1, he does. Okay,
Yeah.
take everything back.
Yeah.
And bishop g3 is bad.
No, it's the only move. But then we go queen e7, king h3, rook f7, and we actually shake the setup off without.
Once again, queen e4 should lose.
This is queen b7 after queen g4, and we've won
you
something.
magically cover all the squares somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, that is difficult.
Bishop g3 played.
Queen e7.
Yeah, and Anish is playing on increment now, so yeah, it's really not straightforward for him. And as you were advertising, Wei keeping very easily afloat on 5 minutes or above.
Okay, 5 minutes. Also, he's making only moves.
Yeah, so queen e7, rook f7, queen b7 wins the b pawn. I don't know if it wins the game though, because white kind of consolidates.
It's so hard to.
Yeah.
It's all this stuff to calculate. It's so random.
Yeah. 20? No.
H1. Too much.
No. But he can repeat. He can actually go back to e1 here and then go to e7.
That is what he's doing? No,
Whoa, no, he goes
no.
queen b1. And now a bunch of moves are supposedly okay for white. Yeah.
Okay just means keeping the status quo. White can't force anything, right?
No, you can't make an immediate draw, but yeah, this is now supposedly okay for
white. Can never go queen e4 because that endgame we win. That's why.
I think you still lose, honestly. I really do.
I also think so.
Yeah, regardless of what the screen is telling me, I think you still lose.
What is the screen telling you?
0.6, which is really not optimistic.
That means draw.
Yeah.
But over the board, it does look.
Yeah.
Also, it feels lost somehow.
Yeah. Wei is at least doing the right thing in very much preserving his advantage on the clock. That is what might save them the game, because yeah, defending against threats in a position like this is just so much harder than creating them every move.
I don't know, don't you always have only moves, like once threats occur? I don't know, but yeah. Also feels like you should collapse, so maybe you're not even looking for defense? I don't know. Did jinx him. You praised him for keeping his advantage on the clock. He will now make a move with 1 second.
It is not impossible that this is exactly what will happen, yeah.
But also what Anish is doing, like not allowing direct draws and, yeah, keeping the pieces awkward. It's not a bad strategy.
No,
if
not
you
at
don't
all.
know what wins there were.
Yeah. And h5 felt very human, but this queen e7, rook f7, queen b7 sequence is completely, like, you just don't do it on a
Yeah,
minute.
no, queen f5, h5, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru said Sindarov played better than every other player combined. That's a tall order. But I guess technically true. Every other player combined is -6. Sindarov is +6. Anish doing stuff.
Anish doing something, supposedly. He was very satisfied with this rook
He's
e7
very
maneuver.
happy.
Yeah. I don't know why. I guess
what
he
it
is asking white to make a move, but rook on e7 doesn't create threats because it can't really leave the 7th. He's denied rook queen e4 check, but white wasn't playing queen e4 check anyway.
Maybe he's threatening queen to b2, king f5,
King g7.
7, that's his point.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sure how winning that is, like queen g4 check and.
Yeah, but I guess.
You might eventually have to trade queens on a bad square there. It might eat like a minute and a half off the clock, though, which would be very useful for him.
Yeah. No, I guess Anish is comfortable on 30 seconds per move. He hasn't proved as a blitz, bullet, rapid player the last couple of years, which I guess also due to more and more events being played. Yeah, before.
Where he says, I have a passer, I shall now
move my
push it.
pawn.
Can't we play rook b7 now? I guess king h3.
So our assumption is still
Yeah,
these
I
endgames are all
think this
drawn.
is a draw. Yeah, I think this is a draw.
But if the pawn is not on f3 or on e4, then they're winning.
Yeah. Rook b7, king h3, or b5. Anything else probably loses.
Makes sense. King h3 making more sense than
Yeah,
b5.
b5 seems a bit weird, but you can understand the logic.
Queen
yeah.
b5, queen e4.
Yeah, we need the check, and we are acquiring a check somehow.
And queen move incoming. Queen h1. Is that just repeating once?
Maybe, yeah.
e1. The rook on e7 is worse than on g7, no? Like
Yeah, I
you
think
don't have
I
queen
think this,
e7 and all the g-file business.
I think this is not an improvement, but also it's sort of irrelevant because I'm pretty sure you can get it back to g7 without really blundering into anything. Although, yeah, after
Oh, that b pawn is running.
yeah, yeah, I'm not even sure how we're keeping it afloat now. Queen e6, queen d6. White can even start chasing.
I guess you go back to b1.
Yeah, you can go back to b1 and then back to g7 if you want. Actually, yeah, that is still available to us. Yep.
Queen b1 played.
I think correct recognition of what is required.
But maybe he just doesn't have enough time to calculate the line cleanly, then okay, we'll find a way to keep the game going.
Yeah.
Also, if there's no win, there's nothing to calculate cleanly, but I think the moment was with the queen on f5, the rook on g7,
Yeah.
with h5. That felt intuitive.
Yeah, h5. I think if he plays h5, he gets it done
He
from
just
there.
wins, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was worried about but like, why would you be worried about that? King h2, queen f3, queen f4. But first of all, this is winning, and also king h2, h4 is mate, which is maybe more relevant to
Too worrying.
Yeah. First of all, you know you're winning here, and also h5, h4 ends the game on the spot, and then queen c2, queen g2. Completely irrelevant. No, that wasn't why he didn't play it. I really don't know why he didn't.
King h3 played. Can you still go rook b7? Some queen move, queen f1. I guess the king goes back. Now it's somewhat, yeah. Not making progress. And queen b1, we might be, are we in threefold repetition tone now?
Let me check.
I can't remember. The bishop was on h2 or g3.
Yeah, I think we are. It's a bit confusing because, yeah, the bishop shuffles are tricky, but we might be.
Yeah, I guess you can play queen d3 or whatever move, but...
Still 30 seconds, but yeah, feels like we've lost control.
Yeah. Also earlier it was clear he was making his moves with purpose, like making progress. Now it looks like he's just looking for moves that keep the game going. Queen b5. Covers the f5 square.
Yep. Still no way to make an immediate draw, so... I mean, this could still swing back if he reestablishes some kind of control with the rook on g7, because white also is allowed to make mistakes. But so far, yeah, after that strange sequence which led him to a losing position, he has defended quite tenaciously.
Then whenever we say he doesn't make mistakes, he makes a mistake all of a sudden.
Well, I said he's allowed to make mistakes, I said, so I'm trying to make it as vanilla a statement as possible.
Nice.
Yeah, king h3 I think is a perfectly fine choice here.
Reason to switch it up. Queen d5.
Yeah, centralizing makes sense. And
first principles, as the cool kids say. Centralizing, hinting, and rook f7. Maybe not even hinting.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because now with the pawn on b4, it says that, for instance, bishop h4, rook f7, queen e4 check is no longer losing, which is very alarming for the...
Here we don't win. Oh, but we do win.
We are, yeah. I have no idea how this is not complete. Maybe king g4, king f5, but it doesn't make any sense. Why is this a draw? It used to be very lost. Maybe this is actually active enough. Yeah. Yeah, rook e2 check played. The only two moves you can make are both fine.
Which are the only two moves?
Bishop f2, king h3, yeah.
Bishop f2?
Yeah, bishop f2 also fine.
Should mention queen g5 takes is also a draw, even without the b pawn.
Yeah, this is very similar to the draw he made against Sindarov, so Anish will be very aware of it.
Not even sure you get the b pawn, but even if you were. No, it looks like it's... The moment's gone a bit.
Slipping away.
Then again, maybe if they started from this position to play this endgame, still be optimistic. But if anybody's made progress over the last, 20 moves, it's been Zhongyi.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm assuming rook goes back. Oh, to e5. New squares.
Finding new horizons.
Acquiring new squares somehow, yeah. Not a move as good as any other, I think. You shouldn't be that apprehensive about making it.
Change his mind last second. Rook is 7 back. Well, that's where it came from, no?
Yeah.
I never like to put it where it came from. Because there's more threefolds. Okay, maybe he will go h5 at some point to get rid of all those, but then the king becomes a little more open as well. All other games have ended in both the open and the women's section. This is the last game in town. The women's section, it's been a violent day. 3 victories and Anna Muzychuk missing a win or a couple of wins after playing a good rook end game against Goryachkina. But in the end, that was a draw. That means we have, I keep forgetting, 2 co-leaders.
2 co-leaders, yeah.
Jiner and Vaishali, with Anna and Bibisara half point behind.
And those 4 will contest the ultimate prize there. Nobody else is even a 50%, so I guess we can more or less safely count them out.
That sounds fair. Bishop g3 played, going for the 2-fold repetition, which is always nice, gives black fewer options going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you put it back on g7 and you hope for some kind of a slip-up, but...
Seems quite committed, not going to g7 somehow. I guess the queen goes back to b1. No, queen goes back to d5, but are we in 3-fold territory now?
Well, he is clearly checking, yeah. He is very interested.
I think he's right.
Yeah, it says 0-0-0 now, which I'm assuming is
3-fold. No, where he notices instantly. No, this is a 3-fold. Yeah, that's why. Didn't like this rook e7. You go somewhere else and back, and there it is.
It's actually... hang on. It's a 3-fold after bishop, after which move? I think this position hasn't...
Okay, let's reconstruct. So we've had queen d5, 1, king g2, check, bishop g3.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If he plays king g2, it's a 3-fold. Yeah.
Queen d5,
yeah.
King g2,
king
there
G2,
we are,
yeah.
no?
Yeah. It's not the moves, but it is the position, yeah.
No, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, he has claimed, and we think he is correct, and that will end the game in a draw.
Yeah, Anish wasn't winning, but still rough to have it land like that.
Yeah, he was winning earlier, and he was completely winning very close to the first time control. Would have won by force if he made the move queen e3. Weirdly reminiscent of the game Sindarov won against Zhongyi earlier in the tournament, actually. But after that, it was probably a draw, but Anish once again fought very nicely and was winning again, and then once again let it slip through his fingers.
Yeah, queen e3 here.
h3, and maybe he didn't realize how strong f3 was, but...
They're back already?
Yeah, that seems... No, I think they were going to use a different board to recon... no, they are back.
Yeah.
With the confirmation from the arbiters.
Confirmation comes quickly. Yeah, pity for Anish. And for the tournament situation, that means Sindarov keeps his 2-point lead. He won't be too upset about this.
No, he won't.
3-fold repetition. So even if he were to lose to Anish, because they play each other in the next round, he would still take a 1-point lead and the white pieces into the last round.
Yeah, a win for Anish here would have actually increased the stakes quite a bit, but Sindarov obviously still a massive favorite, a point and a half ahead, but yeah, would have made tomorrow, day after tomorrow, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. Would have made day after tomorrow a lot more exciting.
You gotta rest sometimes, Peter. Here we see the results: 4 draws, some action.
Yeah,
not so much action, but Sindarov understandably didn't mind the draw. And once again, everything works out for him. No one comes closer.
And should have been 4 decisive results in the women's section, with Anna Muzychuk missing a win very, very late in the game after playing pretty much a perfect rook ending from some moment onwards. Very painful draw for her. She would have been tied for first otherwise.
Yep. Let's see if we got the standings.
Not just yet.
Updating them, but we can tell you Sindarov 2 points ahead of Anish, Giri, Fabiano, Caruana, and everybody else, of course, officially eliminated from contention. You can't make up more than 2 points in 2 rounds. Matthias, Bluebaum, they're in the middle of the pack. And even Andrey Esipenko was in last place, 4.5. Is not a crazy minus in this field.
No, no. And somewhat self-inflicted as we keep on coming back.
Let's bring up the women's again. If
it was on the screen.
Yeah,
let's have it again for a second because we need to talk about it. Thank you very much to our production team for that. Eventually, yeah. As we watch the wrap up, and the players are now in a completely empty hole. They can analyze it in peace. They don't need to worry about disturbing the others.
Hell, go crazy. Yeah, we see Vaishali, after losing the game, still tied for first with Jiner. Anna Muzychuk, half point behind, will be not happy with what happened today. Bibisara also on +1. Everybody else we can safely rule out now with just 2 rounds to play.
Too much to do with a point and a half behind the leaders. And for the pairings, for our top players, Bibisara actually plays Anna tomorrow, which is going to be a massive, massive game. And Jiner is white against Goryachkina, Vaishali is black against Zhongyi. And in the final round, Jiner is actually playing 2 direct competitors. She's playing, she's playing Goryachkina tomorrow, but she is playing Muzychuk in round 14. So Muzychuk has 2 incredibly important games in the last 2 rounds. Vaishali is white against Lagno in the last round, and Bibisara is black against Divya. So arguably the toughest pairings are the ones Anna Muzychuk has. She has 2 players in plus to face in the last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. In the open section, all eyes will be on Giri Sindarov. If Giri does not win, Sindarov is the challenger for world champion Gukesh. If he does win, will still be Sindarov most likely, but we get another round of intrigue. We will also see if Hikaru Nakamura decides, white against Bluebaum, I'm a little interested.
It could be, but could also just be a very quiet affair. His last 2 games were pretty quiet.
We shall see. There is a rest day tomorrow, so the action resumes the day after tomorrow. Not sure if we have a player of the day graphic. I will award it to Jiner. We haven't talked about this, so I'm not sure if there's a graphic.
Yeah.
But she won a key game with black against her close competitor.
I think, if we do have the graphic for that, it should be Jiner because she won an incredibly important game for the entire field. But I'm not sure.
That's all right. She will be happy even without the graphic. Then we would like to thank the hosts of the FIDE candidates, the Republic of Cyprus, the Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, the Cyprus Chess Federation, as well as the long-term sponsors of FIDE events, Freedom Holding Corporation and the Scheinberg family for their commitment to promoting chess worldwide. Peter, as always, you have the last word.
Rest day tomorrow, very important. Some things have gone wrong for Goryachkina. Specifically, there is this really strange-looking rook on e5, which is going to get picked up very soon. And white still holds by a3, a4, and also I think bishop b5 maybe isn't losing here yet. But she played bishop c4, which I think is the most natural move in the position. We're about to trade bishops, and then the rook will be safe because there are just not enough pieces to attack it. No. And this, I think, is very missable, and I'm very impressed with the speed with which Vaishali played this, because I think your brain at first kind of refuses to contemplate this. It, costs you a very important pawn. But the rook is still caught, either on this square, or I guess you take on c6, but it's completely lost.
Your chess style in one animal.
It's probably not an animal, but I would say the chameleon, because chameleon can sort of change the way it is. It can camouflage itself and be completely different. So that's what I would say.
Snake. And why is that?
Don't come closer.
Tiger or shark, first one which comes to my mind.
Human.
Animal. Who's aggressive? Tiger.
Black panther.
And why is that?
I like this animal, and I also think my chess style is aggressive.
Bull.
And why is that?
Because, ambitious.
A male lion, because I think most of the times it's lazy, and sometimes it's active, but when it requires, it can be active. So,
I don't know, maybe a tiger.
Leopard.
Lion.
Tiger.
It's a winner takes all, and if you don't win, you might as well go home.
There is one god. Okay, it's not really god, but one god, and to reach the god, you need to pass certain hurdles, and then only you get to meet with the god, and then you can become the god yourself.
This is one of the biggest tournaments in the world. It happens once in 2 years, and winner will challenge for world champion, and he has a good chance to win even this title.
So it's a 8-player double round robin tournament, and whoever wins the tournament will challenge the world champion. If you win, you will become a world champion.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No.
No. Definitely not.
No pineapple on pizza. That's a bridge too far.
Okay. Italians wouldn't approve, I say no, but for me it's okay.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
The 2024 FIDE Candidates in Toronto was the first time the event made its way to North America, but it was also the first time that the FIDE candidates and FIDE women's candidates were held together. The best men and women competed under the same roof, each with the same goal, earning the right to challenge for the world champion.
I'm here with Anish Giri after an almost 6-hour game drawing to Wei Yi at the FIDE Candidates 12th round. Anish, this game was yours. You were so close to winning. Tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, I thought I was winning, and I never saw a forced. I mean, I thought I'm winning in general, but I never saw a forced win. And a few times I went for something which I thought was a forced win, and I missed some resources of his. But I think it was a little up and down. I think he should be okay somewhere after exchange sack, but maybe he wasn't. Then maybe I'm winning with queen e3 instead of queen c5. Initially, I thought that's winning on the spot. Then I realized he has queen d5, and then what I initially thought is the win is that I have some rook e8 move, but he has like queen d5, king h8. Let's say h3 or h4, and I thought initially I'm going rook e8 and wins on the spot, and then I realized he has queen takes g5 protects g3 square. So then that was a big bummer because I was already thinking it's game over, and so then I had to, then after h3 or h4 I have maybe some other win there, but I was not so sure. And in the game it looked also good, but I think maybe there was probably some win there. He showed me f3, maybe f3 was a good move there. I calculated some line instead of f3. f3 I saw, but I was not sure. I calculated some line after h3, like queen. There was some line where we got an endgame. Yeah, rook e8, queen takes g5, queen g3. And if queen f6, king g8, I'm winning. Yeah, so he has bishop g7 check, king g8, bishop f6, I think only move queen g5, bishop g5. And I think this endgame is kind of drawn now. So then I decided to not do this, but maybe I have f3 here. Anyway, the way what I did, I think I was winning after f3. Yeah, I think around move 38, looks completely winning for me. Like to the point that it's either, like I thought it's just either I'm just winning in general or I'm winning by force. So I thought I'm winning by force with this whatever rook b8 thing. And then he had some defense there. I couldn't take on b2. And then I thought, okay, I'm just winning in general. But to be honest, maybe it's not so easy because I just thought, okay, somehow it will win itself, the position, because I have all the light squares and there's no ever perpetual. So, but I was clumsy with my queen placement, and then I went king f7. I thought again it's game over. I missed after h5. That sometimes he has this, the bishop can be placed on g5, and I can't really win it because of some queen f7 check. So after h5, suddenly it was difficult. Yeah, after h5, I think it was difficult. I was really unhappy to trade h pawn for a pawn. It's very stupid because now all endgames are no longer so easy. But then also after that, I thought. I thought it was a draw, kind of. And then I thought he gave me some winning chance again. Somewhere.
Yeah. When you, with queen f5, you went for the checks instead of his h5.
Yeah, the thing is that I initially wanted to win by force with h5, but it doesn't win by force because he has queen d8. And my initial plan was to go queen e5 or something, or queen f4. I think queen f4, queen d3, king h6, and then I saw queen a6 check. And in the, yeah, that was the bummer, let's say. But then later I realized I should have just played h5, and then maybe I'm not winning like by force, but I'm probably winning. Because in the game, I thought like, okay, I thought h5 is there. I thought the other backup is that I can push his king to h4, and somehow I thought at first that like it's progress for me, but then I realized afterwards that actually it's better on h4, the king. And I don't have any ideas. I didn't see that. And then later I tried to get back. Actually, in the end, I don't know. I hope it's draw in the end, or?
Yes.
Okay, that's good, because otherwise it would be really embarrassing. But at least it's a draw. But yeah, I know h5 I saw. Yeah, but I mean, I saw h5, but it's like with queen e3. Like I saw both the options, but I didn't see the follow-up that wins. And I thought what I did in the game also wins. But it's, yeah, I think after h5, queen d6. Later I realized, let's even say like rook d7 is probably a better version of queen d8, or rook d7 is a better version of the game. But okay, to be fair, you have to still win it, and maybe I have some ideas to rook f7, and a lot of ideas. I was actually hoping in the game that he would go queen e4 with trade on e4, because then I knew I'd probably win this endgame. But after, he avoided this endgame, and somehow I couldn't find a way to win. Yeah, I guess h5, and then not this queen f4, but some other idea. It looks just very good. Yeah, basically h5 is improvement for me. I was hesitant. Though it's stupid, I think even in all the endgames, pawn h5 is fine. I should have put it there. I thought on h6 is better, but I think you shouldn't put it to h4. But to h5 you can always put it. So I should just put it there in general and then play it. But again, I thought, to be honest, that getting the king out to h4 is sort of progress, but it really wasn't at all. And to the point that I later realized, in fact, maybe just kind of better there than on g2, which is a bit weird. But yeah, I just misunderstood that. But okay, it was. I mean, to be fair, of course, it was probably winning at various points, but I did not see a forced one. So I think it's probably I've ruined worse things than that.
And the tournament is mathematically not over yet. You have a very important game against Sindarov. Do you still feel motivated?
Well, it was really important to win this game for the chance to actually win the tournament, because of course, the issue is that in the last round, Sindarov is. I mean, obviously, that I'll beat him in the initial encounter is given by now, right? Everybody assumes that. But the issue is that when that happens, he has the white against Vei, and Vei's opening repertoire is very solid, and Vei will not even. Likely does not have the weapons to play for a win. I can even tell you how that game will end already. So, yeah, that's an issue. Besides that, I have to first convert my game against Sindarov.
Yeah. But that'll be an exciting game nonetheless. Good luck. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, preparing for that. Do remember it is a rest day, so we will see you back here on Tuesday for this very exciting game and the end of the FIDE Candidates Tournament.
Welcome to the round 12 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I have with me Javokhir Sindarov, who just drew Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to start with you, Javokhir. All you need tomorrow is a draw against Anish Giri to win the tournament by force. Is this part of the game plan? Are you even thinking of this?
Yeah, okay. The game which yesterday is very important, and after the draw, I think today is most logical to play like fast draw and take a rest and prep very well. I check today every tricky lines, but if Hikaru will play some popular line, I think I will in every line I'm going to some forcing draw. So this is my plan for today.
And Hikaru, were you a bit upset that Javokhir managed to kill the game?
Well, why would I be upset? I'm playing with a black piece. I have nothing to play for. It's kind of no. I will say I thought if the scores were closer, I thought maybe I would do something more interesting, like maybe a King's Indian. But with yesterday, with Javokhir saving or not saving, but defending very very well and drawing, and then Anish unable to put any real pressure on Esipenko. I didn't see any reason to go crazy. So yeah, it's pretty logical.
And Javokhir, how are you going to approach tomorrow? You have the black pieces.
Tomorrow I have a rest day.
Are you going to prep?
Yeah, of course. Why not? It will be an important game. But okay, my tournament situation is very good, so I will try to prep and take a rest.
Okay, fantastic. There's not much to look. This is probably the fastest game in Canada's history. I just want to say for the people at home.
Actually, it's not. There was a similar situation in Madrid when I played Jan. Jan was also, I think, up by something like 2 points, I think, with 3 rounds left, and he forced a draw to Berlin with white against me. So this is not the first time I've seen this happen.
I actually checked last candidates, and I saw Hikaru played Berlin very fast draw, and I think my situation is completely same. And I was also thinking, I don't want to play e4 because to e4, in general I'm playing d4 here. So in e4, I expect he can play any c5 line. So that's why I choose d4, and for every popular line I saw some forced draw.
So tell me about your strategy, because h6, but Hikaru has played h6 this tournament. What was your plan going here to force a draw?
From first, I have some ideas with white, but I saw Hikaru's games and he really played very well, and probably he prepared very deep this line. So that's why I think I just play this Catalan. Here I check knight e5 line a little bit, but after that I don't see any reason to play this, and the fast draw should be very good in my situation, so that's why I chose this line.
Did you have any reference games for this game? I saw there was a Wonder Liang game in this precise line, or this is pure engine prep from your files?
No, I'm just checked it yesterday and I saw this completely draw. I didn't have any deep preparation, so I think I will just take everything after queen c5. If I have a chance, I will offer draw immediately, but we need to play 40 moves. So.
Yeah, so I also want to. Okay, so the game is fairly easily drawn here. You even sacrifice a pawn just to force the opposite color bishop endgame. How do you offer a draw when you can't offer a draw? Obviously, it's move 30. Is there
here you can just make a repetition. So there's
okay, so when he plays bishop a5, you're just okay, I'm gonna go.
Well, everything's a draw. You can just make. If you find the repetition, it's like when you have rooks. If it's a rook and three, you find just to repeat on the back rank or the side. Someone starts a repetition, and the other player, of course, just continues it to the end.
Okay, so it's a known agreement that we're just gonna.
Yeah, players should be understand it's completely dead draw, and I don't see any reason to try f4 or king e3.
Okay, so we had a draw here after 33 moves, and This brings your situation very nicely on the rest day, into the rest day for the last 2 rounds. Hikaru, the tournament is near ending. How do you feel about the tournament overall?
So I wanted to add one thing. So, you know, when you talk about playing aggressive openings, I mean, I actually, to be honest, earlier in the tournament, when I had the white pieces against Fabiano, I expected Fabiano to do something quite crazy. So, like, I understand the situation that Javokhir was in, and you just look at a little bit of everything, and if someone tries to be crazy with black, then you can really capitalize. Just wanted to add that little point. But as far as the tournament goes, I mean, I think I've stabilized. It's not been the best tournament. But I was never going to win this tournament. I mean, I think if a couple things had gone my way, I could maybe be on like +1 with like one more win than a loss. But even if I had that, it would be nowhere near enough. So I think, you know, it's pretty clear who the winner of the tournament should be, and just looking forward to the end.
Let's talk about that one first point that you said. So you're saying if you would have played a more aggressive opening, that puts you in danger of some serious prep or some...
No, potentially, but no, what I meant is that, like, actually when I was white against Fabiano, like at the time, I think Javokhir was ahead by maybe 1.5 points of Fabiano, and I thought Fabiano would go very aggressive. Because if you looked at the tournament at that point, Javokhir was coming off the draw against Anish, where he's very, very close to winning, and I thought it was very unlikely he would not win more games in the tournament.
Right.
And so I expected Fabiano to be very aggressive. So actually from the white side, I was expecting like King's Indian or something crazy, whatever. I mean, we still have more games, so I shouldn't say too much. But obviously, like, I was expecting that. And so, like, for Javokhir, then, like, you're asking about what do you prepare for? It's like you always have some idea, like, if someone wants to be really crazy with black, what you're going to do against it.
I see.
That's what I meant.
So then when you saw the symmetrical by Fabiano, you were like, you must have been super surprised.
Like I said, at the time, I mean, of course, we've seen the results. I've been proven correct. But I mean, I thought Javokhir was playing. His chess level was way too high in order for him to, like, draw the last 7 games and not win another game. So yes, I was very surprised in that game when Fabi didn't just go insane. And then, of course, Fabi went insane against Anish, and we saw the result. But I think it was kind of the wrong game to try.
Very interesting. Okay, I'm going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. Please state your name and your media outlet, and raise your hand. Of course, a mic will be sent your way.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Hikaru, when you say that Sindarov's chess IQ is very high at this level in this tournament, can you shed some light on what's it like playing on him when he's on fire and things seem to be going right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very, very strong player. You know, I think in this tournament, he's easily had the best event. I think pretty much nobody's had a good event outside of him. Maybe Anish has, but I mean, Anish also was lucky not to lose that game against Javokhir. If he had lost that game, his tournament would also be pretty bad. So, you know, when someone's just playing great chess, playing fast, and playing with a lot of confidence, it's very tough to deal with. And I think, you know, he had this first game against Andrey Esipenko, which was very shaky, but ever since it's been very smooth. And I mean, he deserves to be where he's at. He's played better than every other player combined. No one else has been even close.
Thank you.
Have you ever faced this kind of competitor in a tournament who's like on fire and like very hard to prep against like
well,
this?
I mean, I had this against Nepo in Madrid. same thing, where Nepo was also just like steamrolling the field. Of course, not quite as many wins. But I mean, I think when that happens, you know, I think mostly you try to get out of the way. I mean, the obvious example is like Magnus. There are some tournaments I played with Magnus where he's just on fire. And honestly, when someone's on fire like that, usually what you're trying to do is you're just trying to make some draws and just not have to play them. You want to play the other players, basically.
Awesome. Yes.
Hikaru, sadly, the classical world championship, it's over for at least 2 years for you. Are you thinking about playing the World Rapid and Blitz?
Well, I mean, this tournament's been over for me since very early on, so it's funny that you should mention this now, because like I think since round 5, I know that I had no chance to win. World Rapid and Blitz, I mean, depends where they hold it. I have no idea right now. So I mean, we'll see. If it's somewhere in the Western Europe or North America, probably. You know, if it's like Samarkand or somewhere, it's unlikely.
Is there any chance you can play the next candidate, or 0 chance?
Too early to ask such questions. I mean, a lot can happen in 1 year, let alone 2 years. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Oh, a question over here.
Hi, Saul Triprana from Chess Trevor. I'm curious, if you were to write a book on your candidate's experience so far, this question is for both of you, what would the title be? And do you think it would sell well?
Sorry?
Title of your book on the candidates.
Title?
Yes. About your tournament, how the tournament has been.
Like book name on the candidate's tournament.
I have no idea.
Is that the title?
I mean, I think for me, what I would say is the good, the bad, and the really ugly.
Well said. Thank you.
Oh, question in the back there.
This question's for Javokhir. So the discussion with your coach, was it very, very clear it's time to just make draws and get the heck out of here? Or is there any chance you might be fighting for victory in any of the following games?
You mean this game, yes?
This game and also the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm thinking like if Hikaru will play some strange line, I mean, let's say in fourth move d takes e5, e4, b5, which he played a lot in online, so something like this, I prepared really very well, and if he goes to something like this, I'm ready to fight, but before game, when I talked with coach, he told me like if he plays his lines, and I mean he don't see any reason to play for a long fight. So yeah, let's see. I mean Anish will probably for sure he will try to play some long game. So I'm ready to fight. I mean I'm here with Black. I have a lot of interesting games. I mean, I need to win against this game against Bluebaum, Matthias also, but okay, I have a lot of interesting games with Black, so if Anish will try to win, so I mean, I will try to also play and get my chances, but I mean, I will see tournament situation in last round, so we will see, yeah.
Any other questions from the floor? Okay, I'll let you both rest. Javokhir, you have probably the most important game in your career in 2 days, so have a good rest and good preparation.
Thank you.
Welcome to the round 12 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm here with Jiner, who just won her game with the black pieces over Vaishali Rameshbabu. I'm going to start with you, Ju. You win this game and you are now tied for first with Vaishali. How do you feel and what does this mean to you?
I think, yeah, I feel very happy, of course, because before the game, I thought I have to play for win, because if I make a draw, I just don't have any chance. Oh. So I'm happy. Yeah, I do it.
And Vaishali, this is not the result you wanted. Do you have any words on this game and how you overall feel?
I think it was an interesting game. I'm not sure. I think I misplayed in time trial.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the game. I was very interested by this idea bishop d3 and c takes in the Caruana. What was your overall idea with this? I've played similar structures. It's very fun.
Yeah, it's just interesting position I prepared.
Yeah. Ju, when do you think the game went into your favor?
I'm not sure. I think maybe it's I don't know, maybe after some g5 take rook g6, I think black has some interesting position. Yeah.
So here you thought black has
at least some interesting position.
Black can play on both wings and you have some good play. Okay. And were you ever confident that you were gonna win, or it was never that kind of game and it was more of you're pushing but it's not clear?
I think at some point I feel my position very good, but I don't have many time on the clock, so I'm not sure. I mean, in time travel, everything can happen. And
yeah, it was a very unobvious moment when the tables seemed to turn. It was here. It was a queen h2. I wanted to ask you, Vaishali, it's a very difficult position. Just take me through your thoughts here, what you were contemplating, because the ideas of the computers are very unobvious and kind of computery, And I just wanted to know how you navigated this very difficult position.
I don't think I navigated it. I think, yeah, it was not clear how to continue. It was a very complicated position.
Yeah. And so we have this moment here towards the end. How are you feeling with black at this point in the game? Obviously, you have a passed pawn now, and it seems like the white pieces are a little bit tangled. How did you feel here at this point?
I think the position very unclear. I was worried some knight c3 and queen e4. I'm not sure.
So if this happens for white, you would have been less happy?
I think it's still unclear position.
Yeah. And so, I mean, this was the mistake that arguably gives black a -1 advantage. Did you feel like after rook fb1, suddenly you were in the driver's seat? It's a very unobvious mistake.
Yeah, I saw rook b5 and I think it's good. Black is good.
And then d5 takes, and yeah, it's just, yes, it's just a very difficult position. Just take me through your thoughts here. What were you thinking, Vaishali? If you have any words to support.
I had less time, I don't know, I was just playing. Yeah.
And we get to this now critical moment, this knight c1. And after how much time did you spot this very nice h3 here?
Not sure, maybe 1 minute or something like that, because I don't have so much time on clock.
Right. So you had only 3 minutes here, and you spot this really nice h3. Can you tell us about this move?
I think it's just a logical move to open some line, and also if white take on h3, I can play knight f. Knight f.
Knight f4, and everything opens up. So knight b3 takes, and now king h2, and then this very nice check, and now knight c3. Really nice. Okay, we're going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and a mic will be sent your way. Please state your name and media outlet before saying your question.
Thorsten Smiel, Chess Ecosystem Germany. My question goes to Vaishali. You have played a line that you obviously have prepared, and you played it very confident, and then you started to think a lot, and your opponent has played just a normal idea. So what was the moment, why you have thought so long, and your time management felt a little bit loose today?
Yeah, for sure. It's not every day you see this structure. CD3 is a completely new structure, and I was trying to understand where to put the pieces, and this bishop d to rook 7, it's one of the ideas. Also, I can go start with b4. I had few interesting options. I was just trying to figure out. Also, the way this h6, b6 felt a bit slow. So I was just trying to find a good way to play.
Any other questions from the floor over here?
My name's Caruana from Chess Trevor. As tomorrow is the rest day for both of you, how will you use that in preparation for your following game, or how will you reset?
I'm not sure. I probably will go to the beach and relax a bit.
Yeah, I think I'll rest and prepare like usual rest. Yeah.
No beach day?
I don't know, let's see.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, over here.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Zhu, coming into the match today, being 1 point behind, tied for first place, did that change your mindset going into the game? Did you know it was a must-win, or did you approach it like you say in all your games, you just tried to play your best chess?
Yeah, I think yeah, of course I should play for win today, because I think if I just make a draw, it's very hard to win the tournament. So I have to play for win. So I think, yeah, I take more risky in this game, but okay.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the floor? Okay. Oh, okay. I'll rest. I'll wish you both a happy rest day and best of luck for round 13 and 14.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome to the round 12 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Bibisara Assaubayeva, who just won her game against Kateryna Lagno. Bibisara, this is a crazy moment for the tournament. You catch up to the two leaders with 6.5 now. Are the standings even a factor, or you're just dead tired from this absolutely crazy game? How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel happy that I won today. Maybe it's my first over the board win against Lagno in classical chess. Yeah, game was not my best game, but I'm happy to win that one.
You once again got what you wanted with these fireworks on the chessboard. I just got to ask, how do you navigate this emotional up and down? You feel like you're worse, you feel like you're better, you feel like you're worse again.
Yeah, after the opening, I really liked my position, but probably there, after I made few small mistakes and I stopped liking my position. And also, at some moment, I thought I'm losing, and probably it's true, but I find some chances and happy to win.
Yeah. Let's start with the opening. You played something I looked at myself in the past, this Caruana gambit, as I know it. I don't know what you know it by.
I didn't know about it.
Yeah, so Caruana had a game, and it's named the Caruana gambit in my notes. It's very rare. Yeah, what are your thoughts towards this?
Yeah, just trying to surprise her to have some interesting position.
Mm-hmm. And were you happy with the interesting position? I mean, isolated pawn, and then you have this.
Yeah, this was very nice position, and okay, maybe knight f1 wasn't the best move, but I thought it was good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we have like this first critical moment here after
h6. I think I played too fast and made a mistake, because after bishop h4, she played very good move, bishop queen d4. I missed it. Yeah, and here it's not easy to play for white too, because you want to take on b2 or take on e5, and yeah.
Yeah, or just, yeah.
I don't know how I need to play here.
Yeah, the best move is bishop d2, which is very weird. Just.
Yeah, if queen d4 or bishop c3, yeah, I have very pleasant position.
Mm-hmm. Hard to find. So, and now we get to this. Okay, you give a pawn, but you have a lot of activity, and this.
But also it was weaknesses, and for me it's harder to play, because it's not easy to understand what I need to do, because her next move is probably rook a d8, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we saw this d-file be very punishing later on in the game, a few moves later. At what point did you feel like things are feeling uneasy for you?
Yeah, when I played rook c1, firstly I thought that black should play bishop e4 before.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, here yes, after rook c1 I thought black should play bishop e4, but then I found queen e2 and I start liking my position. But she played bishop d3, it's much better, and after queen b7, bishop b5, I just didn't find any good moves. Maybe I should play knight f3 or something like this, but I think only black can play for a win. Okay, in time trouble maybe not, but it's very dangerous for my king position. Yeah, and I just take. I didn't know that it's a big mistake.
Had you seen like this knight d4?
Yeah, I saw it, but actually I missed after rook c e1, knight c2, rook e4, queen b3. And after rook c1, rook d2, and it's very hard. Okay, I realized that here my position is very bad. And fortunately I have time to think, and I find some interesting practical idea like e6 take and queen f4, because rook fd8, it's like the most logical move in the position. And here after f takes e6, I have draw at least, but also I want to play e7, and probably she thought, we both thought that like after rook d1 it's a draw by repetition, but yeah, after bishop c6 of course I need to think and play e7, but for some reason I thought that I'm in time trouble and I just play queen f7 immediately, and so yeah, she have a draw because after queen f5 she have g6. I think, and,
and
queen f7, king h8, yes, yeah. And it's forced, and after king g8 I find the winning plan.
So e7 here, and
yeah, she can't play knight e1, bishop take e1, queen c2, and just king g3, and she cannot take on e4. And I also want to play queen c8 or e8 mate. Yeah, a lot of ideas.
So you go check.
I promote the piece twice in this tournament.
Yes.
It was nice.
And now you're just up a full piece.
Yeah.
And smooth from there.
Yeah.
Wow, very nice game. For the standings, this is very nice for you. Are you thinking of the standings, or that's not even the thought that comes to your mind?
No, I just want to finish 2 games in good style, and we'll see what happened.
Okay, we're going to open up questions to reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will be given to you.
Hi, Maurice Ashley from the St. Louis Chess Club. Bibisara, with the tournament being this kind of roller coaster, up, down, up, down, up, down, how do you handle your emotions? Is this something that happens to you more than once, so you know from experience how to handle it, or what are your thoughts on how to handle these kinds of vicissitudes of the tournament?
Yeah, the tournament wasn't going easy for me, and at some moment it was really hard for me to continue to play, but fortunately my mom is here and she helped me a lot. I don't know what I will do without her here.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.